William Archer was 3 miles into his patrol when Kayla Morrison's voice came through the radio, asking if he believed people could stop being human. The question hung in the October air, crystalline and wrong. William stopped walking, hand frozen on the Motorola's transmit button. Behind him, the Appalachian Trail stretched south toward Georgia. Ahead, the trail climbed into the high country of the Smokies, where early snow already dusted the peaks above 6,000 feet. "Say again, Morrison?" William finally responded, trying to keep his voice level. Professional. Like the question had been normal. Static crackled for 5 seconds. Then, "I'm just really hungry, Archer. That's all. Just so hungry I can't think straight." William checked his watch. 2:47 p.m. Kayla had radioed in her noon checkpoint from Klingman's Dome right on schedule, reporting clear conditions and light foot traffic. Her patrol route covered the western section of the park, maybe 8 miles from William's position. They'd been partners for 6 months, ever since the Park Service had assigned her fresh out of training. She was competent, careful, and had never once said anything that made William's instincts scream wrong. Until now. "When did you last eat?" William asked, already adjusting his course northeast, toward the ridgeline that would cut the distance between them. "This morning. Full breakfast. Eggs, bacon, toast, coffee." Her voice sounded distant, distracted. But it didn't help. Nothing helps. "I've been hungry since yesterday. Really hungry. The kind that makes your stomach hurt. Makes you dizzy." William's mind cataloged possibilities. Hypoglycemia, early dehydration, stress response. All explainable, all manageable. "Morrison, I need you to stop moving. Find a place to sit. Drink water. Eat something from your pack." I tried. A long pause. "It tastes like nothing. Like I'm chewing paper. My body won't accept it." The way she said it, "won't accept it," made something cold settle in William's chest. He'd heard that tone before. 3 years ago. Different ranger, different park, different mountains. Tom Whitfield's voice on the radio saying things that didn't make sense right before William found him at the bottom of a ravine with a broken neck and strange scratches on his arms. The official report called it accidental death. William had never believed it. "Kayla, what's your exact position?" "Forney Ridge Trail, maybe a mile past the Andrews Bald Junction. There's..." Her voice wavered. "There's something wrong with the trees here, Archer. They're all wrong." William was jogging now, pack bouncing against his spine. The terrain was rough, the afternoon light already slanting toward evening. He'd reach her in 90 minutes if he pushed hard. Wrong how? Damaged, stripped. Like something's been eating the bark, chewing it off in big sections. Fresh damage, Archer. Recent. And the tracks? She stopped abruptly. What tracks? Silence, then a sound that might have been a sob or a laugh. Human footprints, barefoot, in the snow. But the stride is too long. Way too long. Like someone was running, or... Another pause. Or something was. William's hand went to the bear spray on his hip. Black bears denning up for winter could be unpredictable, but they didn't strip bark or leave human-like tracks. "Morrison, I'm en route to your position. Stay on the radio. Keep talking to me." "About what?" Her voice had gone flat. Affect stripped away. "Anything. Training. Your hometown. Doesn't matter." "Okay." A breath. "Did you know the Algonquian people, Ojibwe, Cree, others? They have stories about the worst thing that can happen to a person? Not death. Something worse. Becoming something else. Something that's always hungry. That can never be satisfied no matter how much it..." Her transmission cut off. "Morrison? Kayla?" William increased his pace to a run. Respond. Static. Pure white noise for 30 seconds. Then her voice returned, but different. Lower. Rougher. "There's someone here." William's blood turned to ice water. "Can you see them?" "Not yet, but I can smell them." "God, Archer, I can smell them, and it's making my mouth water." "Kayla, listen to me carefully. You need to get to higher ground. Find an open area where you have visibility. Do not approach anyone, do you understand?" I understand. A wet sound like swallowing. But Archer, I don't think I can stop myself. The transmission ended. William tried raising her 3 more times over the next 20 minutes. No response. Just static and the sound of his own panicked breathing in the cold mountain air. He reached the Forney Ridge Trail at 4:15 p.m., lungs burning, legs shaking. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the last hour. His breath came out in clouds. This high up, nearly 6,000 feet, winter arrived early and stayed late. The first thing William noticed was the silence. No birds, no rustle of small mammals in the underbrush. The forest had gone quiet in the way prey animals went quiet when predators were near. The second thing he noticed were the trees. Kayla had been right. Something had stripped the bark from dozens of Fraser firs, leaving pale wood exposed like open wounds. The damage was fresh, sap still weeping, wood not yet weathered. But the pattern was wrong. Not the methodical work of bears or porcupines. This was frantic, desperate. Claw marks gouged deep as if whatever had done this was trying to get inside the trees themselves. William found the tracks 50 yards up the trail. Human footprints in the inch of snow that had fallen overnight, barefoot like Kayla said. But the stride was impossible, 6-7 feet between prints, and the impressions were deep, too deep. Whatever made them weighed far more than any human should. Morrison, if you can hear me, I'm on Forney Ridge, following your tracks. William kept his voice steady, professional. The voice he'd used with Tom 3 years ago, when he'd known something was catastrophically wrong, but hadn't wanted to believe it. I need you to make noise. Call out. Help me find you. No response from the radio. But from somewhere ahead, upslope, he heard humming. A woman's voice, tuneless and wrong, humming something that might have been a lullaby if the intervals weren't so discordant. William drew his bear spray and continued up the trail. The footprints led off path into denser forest where the canopy blocked what little daylight remained. He followed, pulse hammering in his throat. The humming grew louder. He found Kayla Morrison in a small clearing surrounded by stripped trees. She sat cross-legged in the snow, back to him, still humming. She'd removed her jacket, fleece, and thermal layer despite the temperature being well below freezing. Her bare shoulders showed bone white in the gathering dusk. Kayla? William's voice came out strangled. She stopped humming, her shoulders tensed. When she spoke, her voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere deep in her chest. You shouldn't have come, Archer. We need to get you down the mountain, get you warm, you're hypothermic. I'm not cold. She laughed, and the sound made William's grip tighten on the bear spray. I'm not anything except hungry. She turned to face him. William had seen pictures of famine victims, concentration camp survivors, people reduced to skin stretched over bone by prolonged starvation. But Kayla had eaten breakfast 7 hours ago. She'd been healthy, vital, a 24-year-old athlete in peak condition. The woman looking at him now had sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, skin pulled tight across her skull. Her lips had drawn back from her teeth, which seemed longer, sharper, though that had to be a trick of the failing light. Her fingers, clutching at her own thighs, had left scratches deep enough to draw blood. Jesus Christ, William whispered. He won't help. Kayla's voice cracked. Nothing helps. I've tried eating bark, tried eating snow, tried eating my own. She held up her hands, showing where she'd chewed the skin around her fingernails raw. But it's not food I'm hungry for, Archer. It's not food at all. William forced himself to move closer, slowly, hands visible. We're going to get you help. Medical evacuation. Whatever's happening, we can... Do you know what a Wendigo is? Kayla interrupted. Her eyes, sunken in their sockets, fixed on him with terrible intensity. The Algonquian peoples knew. They understood that some hungers can't be satisfied, that some taboos once broken change you into something that can never be human again. You haven't broken any taboos, Kayla. You're sick, confused. We'll get you to a hospital. I found something yesterday. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Up near the old settler's cabin. the one from the 1800s that the Park Service boarded up. Someone had been living in it. Or something had. And there were bones. So many bones. Animal bones, I thought. Had to be animal bones. William felt his stomach drop. "Kayla, what did you do?" I was so hungry. Tears ran down her hollow cheeks. I'd been hungry since the day before, since I started this patrol. And the hunger kept growing. And there was meat, dried meat hanging from the rafters, and I knew. I knew it was wrong, knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't stop myself. "No," William said. Just that. No, because if she'd eaten what he thought she'd eaten, if the old stories were even remotely based in truth, it tasted like everything I'd ever wanted, Kayla whispered. And now I can't stop wanting more. She moved, not lunged, not attacked, just stood up in one fluid motion, impossibly fast, impossibly graceful. And William saw that she was taller than she'd been that morning, 6 feet, maybe 6'2". Her proportions stretched, limbs elongated, spine curved wrong. The bear spray fell from William's nerveless fingers. "Run," Kayla said, and for just a moment her voice was her own again. Young, terrified. "Please, Archer, run." William ran. Behind him, he heard something between a shriek and a howl, a sound that came from a human throat but expressed nothing human. Then the sound of pursuit, not footsteps, more like the drumbeat of something massive striking the ground in long, loping strides. William crashed through the forest, abandoning the trail, seeking any advantage the terrain could give him. Downslope. Always downslope. Gravity was his ally. He vaulted over a fallen log, landed hard, kept moving. His radio bounced against his hip, useless. Who would he call? What would he say? My partner ate human flesh, and now she's transforming into a Wendigo from Algonquian mythology, and she's hunting me through the Smoky Mountains. They'd send a psychiatric evaluation team, not a rescue. The thing that had been Kayla Morrison crashed through the brush behind him, closer than should be possible. William risked a glance back and wished he hadn't. She was running on all fours now, spine arched like a cat's, head low, eyes reflecting what little light remained like an animal's. But her face was still partially human, enough that he could see the anguish in her expression, the horror at what she was becoming even as hunger drove her forward. William's foot caught a root. He went down hard, rolling, sliding 10 feet down a slope before slamming into a boulder. Pain exploded through his ribs. The impact knocked the air from his lungs. He looked up. Kayla stood at the top of the slope, silhouetted against the darkening sky. She'd risen to 2 legs again, but her stance was wrong. Knees bent backward like a deer's, arms hanging too long. She tilted her head at an angle no human neck should allow. "I'm sorry," she said in that deep, wrong voice. "I'm so sorry, Archer, but I'm so hungry." She started down the slope toward him. William's hand found his belt, closed on the fixed blade knife he carried for emergencies. 5 inches of steel against something that shouldn't exist. He pulled himself to his feet, back against the boulder, knife held in front of him in a grip that was probably all wrong for actual combat. He'd never stabbed anything larger than a fish. Kayla reached the bottom of the slope and stopped 6 feet away. This close, William could see the changes in terrible detail. Her teeth had lengthened into fangs, pushing through gums that bled constantly. Her fingernails had thickened into yellow claws, but worst were her eyes. Still Kayla's eyes, brown and familiar, filled with tears and understanding and bottomless hunger. "I don't want to," she whispered. "Then don't," William said, though his voice shook. "Fight it. You're still in there, still human." "Am I?" She looked down at her transformed hands. "I can hear my heart. It's so slow, Archer. Maybe 2 beats per minute. I shouldn't be alive, but I'm not alive, not anymore. I'm just hungry. Forever hungry." "The stories say there's a cure," William said desperately, remembering fragments of folklore from college anthropology classes. "Fire. The Wendigo fear fire. The transformation can be stopped if..." Kayla lunged. William threw himself sideways, slashing with the knife. The blade caught her arm, opened a long gash. No blood came out. Just a trickle of something black and viscous that smelled like rot. She didn't seem to feel it. Her clawed hand closed on William's jacket, lifting him off the ground with impossible strength. She pulled him close, and he could feel the cold radiating from her body. Not the cold of winter, but something deeper. The cold of deep space, of the void between stars, of absolute zero. Her mouth opened wider than jaws should open, showing rows of teeth that seemed to go back forever into her throat. William stabbed her in the chest, once, twice, 3 times. The blade sank in up to the hilt. She didn't bleed, didn't react, just pulled him closer, that terrible mouth descending toward his throat. Then she stopped. Her grip loosened. She set William down almost gently and stepped back, looking at the knife protruding from her chest with something like curiosity. "That should hurt," she said in her wrong voice. "I should feel that, but I don't feel anything except..." She pulled the knife out slowly, examining the black ichor coating the blade. "Except hunger. Kayla, please." William's voice broke. "Please don't do this. I already have." She dropped the knife. "The moment I ate, I did this. The moment the hunger came, I was already gone. The old stories are true, Archer. Some lines once crossed can't be uncrossed." She turned away from him, facing upslope, into the deeper forest. "The thing I'm becoming wants you. Wants your meat. Wants to feed and feed until there's nothing left. But there's still enough of me, just barely enough, to walk away instead." "Where will you go?" "Deeper. Into the mountains where no one hikes. Into the places marked dangerous on your maps. Into winter, where maybe the cold and the hunger will balance each other out and I'll just... stop." She looked back at him, and for a moment her face was almost human again. "Tell them I died in an accident. Tell them you found my body but couldn't recover it. Tell them anything except the truth. I can't just let you..." "You can't stop me," Kayla interrupted. "Look at what I've become, and this is just the beginning. The stories say the transformation takes weeks, that each day the hunger grows and the humanity shrinks until there's nothing left but appetite. Do you want to see what I'll be in a week? A month?" William had no answer. "There's a protocol," Kayla continued. "For Wendigo, the old peoples knew. Fire is one way. Starvation and isolation is another. If I go deep enough, stay away from anyone, I might..." She swallowed. "If I deny the hunger long enough, maybe I'll just fade. Maybe that's the mercy. Or maybe there's another way. Medical science, doctors who..." "There are no doctors for this, Archer." Her voice hardened. "This isn't a disease. It's a curse, a spiritual corruption, and it's spreading through me like cancer." She held up her transformed hands. "By tomorrow I'll be less human than I am now. By next week I'll be a monster that lives only to feed. The stories are clear about what happens next." She started walking up slope, moving with that disturbing fluid grace, no longer quite walking and not quite running. After 10 paces she called back, "Don't follow me, don't try to find me, and don't tell anyone what really happened. The world isn't ready to believe monsters are real." William watched her disappear into the darkening forest. The last thing he saw was the pale shape of her deformed body, merging with the shadows between the trees. Then she was gone, and he was alone with the stripped trees and the blood. His blood, soaking through his jacket from the claw marks in his shoulder. He hadn't even felt her make. He sat down heavily back against the boulder and tried to process what had just happened. Tried to fit it into any framework that made sense. Hallucination from altitude? Carbon monoxide exposure? Some kind of shared psychotic break? But the claw marks in his shoulder were real. The black ichor coating his knife was real. The inhuman footprints leading away into the forest were real. William pulled out his radio. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped it. He keyed the transmit button. "Base, this is Archer. I have a situation on Forney Ridge Trail. Ranger Morrison is missing. Last known position approximately 1 mile past Andrews Bald Junction. I have injuries requiring medical attention. Request immediate SAR deployment and medical evacuation. The response came back crisp and professional. Copy that, Archer. SAR team deploying. What's the nature of Morrison's disappearance? William looked at the dark forest where Kayla had vanished. Thought about how to explain this, how to warn them without sounding insane. Unknown, he said finally. Signs of distress, possible wildlife encounter. Recommend extreme caution. Copy. Stay at your current position. Helicopter en route. ETA 40 minutes. William sat in the gathering dark and waited. Around him the forest remained silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. He thought about Tom Whitfield 3 years ago. The strange things Tom had said on the radio before he died. The official report that called it an accident, even though the evidence suggested he'd thrown himself off that cliff deliberately. Had Tom encountered something like this? Had he run from something that used to be human? Was that why he'd chosen to fall rather than be caught? William pulled out his field notebook and wrote down everything that had happened. Every detail, no matter how impossible. Because when they found Kayla's body, or what was left of it, someone would need to understand, even if they didn't believe. The helicopter arrived 37 minutes later, searchlight sweeping the forest. They airlifted William to the ranger station, then to the hospital in Gatlinburg. The claw marks required 43 stitches. The doctors asked what animal had attacked him. William said he wasn't sure, hadn't gotten a good look. Black bear, maybe. They accepted this because what else would they accept? The SAR team searched for Kayla Morrison for 3 days. They found her campsite, her abandoned gear, her footprints leading away from the trail. But the footprints became increasingly strange the further they tracked them. Elongated, showing signs of impossible stride length. Eventually, the prints disappeared altogether, as if whoever had made them had simply started walking on air. On the 4th day, they found the settler's cabin Kayla had mentioned. Found the bones. Forensic analysis confirmed they were human remains. 3 separate individuals, none identified, all showing signs of being butchered and consumed. Teeth marks on the bones suggested human dentition. The media called it a serial killer's lair. The FBI got involved. They questioned William for 6 hours, asking what Kayla had said, what she'd seen, why she'd run. He told them she'd seemed disturbed by the discovery, had become disoriented, had possibly suffered a psychological break and fled into the wilderness. They searched for 2 weeks. Never found her. Eventually classified her as missing, presumed deceased. Hypothermia was the official cause listed on the reports. Environmental factors. Tragic accident. William returned to work a month later. They offered him counseling. He attended 3 sessions and lied through all of them, saying he was coping fine. No nightmares, no trauma responses. In reality, he wasn't sleeping. Wasn't eating much. Kept losing weight, seeing his own face hollow out in the mirror and wondering if hunger was contagious, if some spiritual contamination had passed from Kayla to him during those moments when her claws had broken his skin. He started researching, used the park's historical archives, libraries, university databases, looked for other cases, other disappearances that fit the pattern, found more than he wanted to. 1989. Ranger disappears in Glacier National Park after reporting seeing something impossible on the radio. Body never recovered. 1997. Hiker vanishes in Yellowstone. Last known communication includes phrase, "I don't think I'm alone anymore," despite being on a solo trek. Search teams find signs of cannibalism at a cave site 3 miles from where the hiker was last seen. 2003 Olympic National Park. Ranger reports partner acting strangely, complaining of insatiable hunger. Both disappear. Remains found 6 months later show signs of violence and consumption. The pattern repeated across decades, across multiple parks, always following the same trajectory. Hunger, transformation, disappearance. Always classified as accidents or animal attacks. Never investigated as what they actually were, because what they actually were was impossible. And the Park Service didn't have a protocol for impossible. William created his own protocol. He called it the Morrison Protocol, though he never told anyone that's what it was. A set of warning signs, a checklist for identifying the early stages of Wendigo transformation. Insatiable hunger, personality changes, reports of seeing tracks that don't match known wildlife, discoveries of human remains in remote areas. He started monitoring missing persons reports across the national park system, looking for patterns. Found 3 possibles in the first year, flagged them in his personal database, tracked the cases. 2 resolved normally, lost hikers found safe, natural explanations. The 3rd disappeared completely, and a month later hunters in the area reported seeing something like a person but wrong, moving through the deep forest at night. William tried to warn his supervisors, tried to present his research, his data, his carefully documented patterns. They smiled politely and suggested he might benefit from extended leave, perhaps consider a transfer to a desk position where the stress wouldn't be so intense. He stopped trying to convince them. Instead, he kept his database, kept his notes, kept watching for the signs. And sometimes late at night when the radio frequencies were quiet, he'd tune to the emergency channel and listen to the chatter from rangers across the system. Mostly it was routine, weather updates, wildlife sightings, permit checks. But occasionally, maybe twice a year, he'd hear something that made his blood freeze. A ranger's voice, confused and frightened, reporting that their partner was acting strangely, complaining of hunger, saying things that didn't make sense. When he heard those transmissions, William would note the location, the date, the ranger's name. He'd add it to his database. He'd wait to see if they disappeared. Most did. In 2009, 2 years after Kayla Morrison vanished, William Archer transferred to Grand Canyon National Park. The official reason was career advancement. The real reason was that he'd found 13 disappearances in the Smoky Mountains over the past 40 years that matched the pattern. 13 rangers or hikers who'd complained of hunger before vanishing without a trace. 13 cases that remained officially unsolved. The Grand Canyon had its own patterns. Different monster, maybe, or different expression of the same ancient curse. William intended to find out. Because Kayla had been right about one thing. The world wasn't ready to believe monsters were real. But William had learned the hard way that belief didn't matter. The monsters existed whether you believed in them or not. And someone needed to watch for the signs. Someone needed to remember. So William Archer kept his database, kept his notes, kept listening to the radio frequencies late at night, waiting for the next time someone would ask if people could stop being human. Because the answer he knew now was yes. Yes, they could. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. On October 23, 2012, exactly 5 years after Kayla Morrison's disappearance, a hiker in the remote backcountry of the Great Smoky Mountains reported seeing a figure watching him from a ridgeline, tall, skeletal, moving with an unnatural grace. The hiker took a photograph with his digital camera before the figure disappeared into the trees. The photograph showed something that might have been human once, something with elongated limbs and a face that was all angles and hunger. The eyes, sunken in their sockets, barely visible, seemed to glow with their own light. The Park Service classified the photograph as a hoax, a costume, a trick of light and shadow. But William Archer kept a copy in his database, filed under Morrison Kayla, possible sighting. Because he recognized those eyes, had seen them up close 5 years ago, still human enough to cry, still aware enough to beg him to run. She'd survived, hadn't faded away in isolation like she'd hoped. The hunger had kept her alive, transformed but persistent, stalking the deep forests where humans rarely ventured. The old stories said Wendigo were immortal, that only fire could truly kill them, that they haunted the wilderness for decades, centuries, forever hungry, forever transformed, forever trapped between human and monster. William looked at the photograph and wondered how many others like Kayla were out there. How many rangers and hikers had made the same mistake, crossed the same line, become the same nightmare. How many hollow-eyed things watched from the deep forest, waiting for their hunger to overcome the last fragments of their humanity. He added a note to his database. Recommend closure of remote backcountry areas. Recommend increased patrols. Recommend protocol for Wendigo identification and containment. The Park Service never implemented his recommendations. They didn't believe, couldn't believe. Because believing meant accepting that some hungers couldn't be satisfied, some transformations couldn't be reversed, some lines once crossed could never be uncrossed. William Archer believed. And belief, he'd learned, was a kind of curse all its own. Because once you knew monsters were real, you saw them everywhere. In every shadow, in every missing person report, in every ranger who complained of hunger they couldn't explain. And you knew with absolute certainty that someday maybe the hunger might come for you too. That the call would come through the radio asking if you believed people could stop being human. And you'd have to answer, yes. Yes, they could. Because you'd seen it happen. You'd watched someone you cared about transform into something that wore their face but had nothing human left inside. William carried that knowledge like a weight, carried it through his remaining years with the Park Service, carried it into retirement, carried it to his grave decades later, taking his database and his protocols and his warnings with him. The monsters remained. They always did. And somewhere in the deep forests of the Smoky Mountains on cold October nights when hunger grew strong, something that had once been Kayla Morrison still hunted, still searched, still starved, forever and ever and ever. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. William Archer was 3 miles into his patrol when Kayla Morrison's voice came through the radio, asking if he believed people could stop being human. The question hung in the October air, crystalline and wrong. William stopped walking, hand frozen on the Motorola's transmit button. Behind him, the Appalachian Trail stretched south toward Georgia. Ahead, the trail climbed into the high country of the Smokies, where early snow already dusted the peaks above 6,000 feet. "Say again, Morrison?" William finally responded, trying to keep his voice level. Professional. Like the question had been normal. Static crackled for 5 seconds. Then, "I'm just really hungry, Archer. That's all. Just so hungry I can't think straight." William checked his watch. 2:47 p.m. Kayla had radioed in her noon checkpoint from Klingman's Dome right on schedule, reporting clear conditions and light foot traffic. Her patrol route covered the western section of the park, maybe 8 miles from William's position. They'd been partners for 6 months, ever since the Park Service had assigned her fresh out of training. She was competent, careful, and had never once said anything that made William's instincts scream wrong. Until now. "When did you last eat?" William asked, already adjusting his course northeast, toward the ridgeline that would cut the distance between them. "This morning. Full breakfast. Eggs, bacon, toast, coffee." Her voice sounded distant, distracted. But it didn't help. Nothing helps. "I've been hungry since yesterday. Really hungry. The kind that makes your stomach hurt. Makes you dizzy." William's mind cataloged possibilities. Hypoglycemia, early dehydration, stress response. All explainable. All manageable. "Morrison, I need you to stop moving. Find a place to sit. Drink water. Eat something from your pack." I tried. A long pause. "It tastes like nothing. Like I'm chewing paper. My body won't accept it." The way she said it, "won't accept it," made something cold settle in William's chest. He'd heard that tone before. 3 years ago. Different ranger, different park, different mountains. Tom Whitfield's voice on the radio saying things that didn't make sense right before William found him at the bottom of a ravine with a broken neck and strange scratches on his arms. The official report called it accidental death. William had never believed it. "Kayla, what's your exact position?" "Forney Ridge Trail, maybe a mile past the Andrews Bald Junction. There's..." Her voice wavered. "There's something wrong with the trees here, Archer. They're all wrong." William was jogging now, pack bouncing against his spine. The terrain was rough, the afternoon light already slanting toward evening. He'd reach her in 90 minutes if he pushed hard. Wrong how? Damaged, stripped. Like something's been eating the bark, chewing it off in big sections. Fresh damage, Archer. Recent. And the tracks? She stopped abruptly. What tracks? Silence, then a sound that might have been a sob or a laugh. Human footprints, barefoot, in the snow. But the stride is too long. Way too long. Like someone was running, or another pause. Or something was. William's hand went to the bear spray on his hip. Black bears denning up for winter could be unpredictable, but they didn't strip bark or leave human-like tracks. Morrison, I'm en route to your position. Stay on the radio. Keep talking to me. About what? Her voice had gone flat. Affect stripped away. Anything. Training. Your hometown. Doesn't matter. Okay. A breath. Did you know the Algonquian people, Ojibwe, Cree, others? They have stories about the worst thing that can happen to a person. Not death. Something worse. Becoming something else. Something that's always hungry. That can never be satisfied no matter how much it... Her transmission cut off. Morrison? Kayla? William increased his pace to a run. Respond. Static. Pure white noise for 30 seconds. Then her voice returned, but different. Lower. Rougher. There's someone here. William's blood turned to ice water. Can you see them? Not yet, but I can smell them. God, Archer, I can smell them, and it's making my mouth water. Kayla, listen to me carefully. You need to get to higher ground. Find an open area where you have visibility. Do not approach anyone, do you understand? I understand. A wet sound like swallowing. But Archer, I don't think I can stop myself. The transmission ended. William tried raising her 3 more times over the next 20 minutes. No response. Just static and the sound of his own panicked breathing in the cold mountain air. He reached the Forney Ridge Trail at 4:15 p.m., lungs burning, legs shaking. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the last hour. His breath came out in clouds. This high up, nearly 6,000 feet, winter arrived early and stayed late. The first thing William noticed was the silence. No birds, no rustle of small mammals in the underbrush. The forest had gone quiet in the way prey animals went quiet when predators were near. The second thing he noticed were the trees. Kayla had been right. Something had stripped the bark from dozens of Fraser firs, leaving pale wood exposed like open wounds. The damage was fresh, sap still weeping, wood not yet weathered. But the pattern was wrong. Not the methodical work of bears or porcupines. This was frantic, desperate. Claw marks gouged deep as if whatever had done this was trying to get inside the trees themselves. William found the tracks 50 yards up the trail. Human footprints in the inch of snow that had fallen overnight, barefoot like Kayla said. But the stride was impossible. 6-7 feet between prints. And the impressions were deep. Too deep. Whatever made them weighed far more than any human should. Morrison, if you can hear me, I'm on Forney Ridge, following your tracks. William kept his voice steady, professional. The voice he'd used with Tom 3 years ago, when he'd known something was catastrophically wrong, but hadn't wanted to believe it. I need you to make noise. Call out. Help me find you. No response from the radio. But from somewhere ahead, upslope, he heard humming. A woman's voice, tuneless and wrong, humming something that might have been a lullaby if the intervals weren't so discordant. William drew his bear spray and continued up the trail. The footprints led off path into denser forest where the canopy blocked what little daylight remained. He followed, pulse hammering in his throat. The humming grew louder. He found Kayla Morrison in a small clearing surrounded by stripped trees. She sat cross-legged in the snow, back to him, still humming. She'd removed her jacket, fleece, and thermal layer despite the temperature being well below freezing. Her bare shoulders showed bone white in the gathering dusk. Kayla? William's voice came out strangled. She stopped humming, her shoulders tensed. When she spoke, her voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere deep in her chest. You shouldn't have come, Archer. We need to get you down the mountain, get you warm, you're hypothermic. I'm not cold. She laughed, and the sound made William's grip tighten on the bear spray. I'm not anything except hungry. She turned to face him. William had seen pictures of famine victims, concentration camp survivors, people reduced to skin stretched over bone by prolonged starvation. But Kayla had eaten breakfast 7 hours ago. She'd been healthy, vital, a 24-year-old athlete in peak condition. The woman looking at him now had sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, skin pulled tight across her skull. Her lips had drawn back from her teeth, which seemed longer, sharper, though that had to be a trick of the failing light. Her fingers clutching at her own thighs had left scratches deep enough to draw blood. "Jesus Christ," William whispered. "He won't help." Kayla's voice cracked. "Nothing helps. I've tried eating bark, tried eating snow, tried eating my own." She held up her hands, showing where she'd chewed the skin around her fingernails raw. "But it's not food I'm hungry for, Archer. It's not food at all." William forced himself to move closer, slowly, hands visible. "We're going to get you help. Medical evacuation. Whatever's happening, we can—" "Do you know what a Wendigo is?" Kayla interrupted, her eyes, sunken in their sockets, fixed on him with terrible intensity. The Algonquian peoples knew. They understood that some hungers can't be satisfied, that some taboos once broken change you into something that can never be human again. You haven't broken any taboos, Kayla. You're sick, confused. We'll get you to a hospital. I found something yesterday." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Up near the old settler's cabin, the one from the 1800s that the Park Service boarded up. Someone had been living in it, or something had. And there were bones. So many bones. Animal bones, I thought. Had to be animal bones." William felt his stomach drop. "Kayla, what did you do?" "I was so hungry." Tears ran down her hollow cheeks. "I'd been hungry since the day before, since I started this patrol. And the hunger kept growing. And there was meat, dried meat hanging from the rafters, and I knew. I knew it was wrong, knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't stop myself." "No," William said. "Just that. No, because if she'd eaten what he thought she'd eaten, if the old stories were even remotely based in truth, it tasted like everything I'd ever wanted," Kayla whispered. "And now I can't stop wanting more." She moved, not lunged, not attacked, just stood up in one fluid motion, impossibly fast, impossibly graceful. And William saw that she was taller than she'd been that morning, 6 feet, maybe 6'2". Her proportions stretched, limbs elongated, spine curved wrong. The bear spray fell from William's nerveless fingers. "Run," Kayla said, and for just a moment her voice was her own again. Young, terrified. "Please, Archer, run." William ran. Behind him, he heard something between a shriek and a howl, a sound that came from a human throat but expressed nothing human. Then the sound of pursuit, not footsteps, more like the drumbeat of something massive striking the ground in long, loping strides. William crashed through the forest, abandoning the trail, seeking any advantage the terrain could give him. Downslope. Always downslope. Gravity was his ally. He vaulted over a fallen log, landed hard, kept moving. His radio bounced against his hip, useless. Who would he call? What would he say? My partner ate human flesh, and now she's transforming into a Wendigo from Algonquian mythology, and she's hunting me through the Smoky Mountains. They'd send a psychiatric evaluation team, not a rescue. The thing that had been Kayla Morrison crashed through the brush behind him, closer than should be possible. William risked a glance back and wished he hadn't. She was running on all fours now, spine arched like a cat's, head low, eyes reflecting what little light remained like an animal's. But her face was still partially human, enough that he could see the anguish in her expression, the horror at what she was becoming even as hunger drove her forward. William's foot caught a root. He went down hard, rolling, sliding 10 feet down a slope before slamming into a boulder. Pain exploded through his ribs. The impact knocked the air from his lungs. He looked up. Kayla stood at the top of the slope, silhouetted against the darkening sky. She'd risen to 2 legs again, but her stance was wrong. knees bent backward like a deer's, arms hanging too long. She tilted her head at an angle no human neck should allow. "I'm sorry," she said in that deep, wrong voice. "I'm so sorry, Archer, but I'm so hungry." She started down the slope toward him. William's hand found his belt, closed on the fixed blade knife he carried for emergencies. 5 inches of steel against something that shouldn't exist. He pulled himself to his feet, back against the boulder, knife held in front of him in a grip that was probably all wrong for actual combat. He'd never stabbed anything larger than a fish. Kayla reached the bottom of the slope and stopped 6 feet away. This close, William could see the changes in terrible detail. Her teeth had lengthened into fangs, pushing through gums that bled constantly. Her fingernails had thickened into yellow claws, but worst were her eyes. Still Kayla's eyes, brown and familiar, filled with tears and understanding and bottomless hunger. "I don't want to," she whispered. "Then don't," William said, though his voice shook. "Fight it. You're still in there, still human." "Am I?" She looked down at her transformed hands. "I can hear my heart, it's so slow, Archer. Maybe 2 beats per minute. I shouldn't be alive, but I'm not alive, not anymore. I'm just hungry. Forever hungry." "The stories say there's a cure," William said desperately, remembering fragments of folklore from college anthropology classes. "Fire. The Wendigo fear fire. The transformation can be stopped if..." Kayla lunged. William threw himself sideways, slashing with the knife. The blade caught her arm, opened a long gash. No blood came out. Just a trickle of something black and viscous that smelled like rot. She didn't seem to feel it. Her clawed hand closed on William's jacket, lifting him off the ground with impossible strength. She pulled him close, and he could feel the cold radiating from her body. Not the cold of winter, but something deeper. The cold of deep space, of the void between stars, of absolute zero. Her mouth opened wider than jaws should open, showing rows of teeth that seemed to go back forever into her throat. William stabbed her in the chest, once, twice, 3 times. The blade sank in up to the hilt. She didn't bleed, didn't react, just pulled him closer, that terrible mouth descending toward his throat. Then she stopped. Her grip loosened. She set William down almost gently and stepped back, looking at the knife protruding from her chest with something like curiosity. "That should hurt," she said in her wrong voice. "I should feel that, but I don't feel anything except..." She pulled the knife out slowly, examining the black ichor coating the blade. "Except hunger." "Kayla, please." William's voice broke. "Please don't do this. I already have." She dropped the knife. "The moment I ate, I did this. The moment the hunger came, I was already gone. The old stories are true, Archer. Some lines once crossed can't be uncrossed." She turned away from him, facing upslope, into the deeper forest. "The thing I'm becoming wants you. Wants your meat. Wants to feed and feed until there's nothing left. But there's still enough of me, just barely enough, to walk away instead." "Where will you go?" "Deeper. Into the mountains where no one hikes. Into the places marked dangerous on your maps. Into winter, where maybe the cold and the hunger will balance each other out and I'll just stop." She looked back at him, and for a moment her face was almost human again. "Tell them I died in an accident. Tell them you found my body but couldn't recover it. Tell them anything except the truth. I can't just let you..." "You can't stop me," Kayla interrupted. "Look at what I've become, and this is just the beginning. The stories say the transformation takes weeks, that each day the hunger grows and the humanity shrinks until there's nothing left but appetite. Do you want to see what I'll be in a week? A month?" William had no answer. "There's a protocol," Kayla continued. "For Wendigo, the old peoples knew. Fire is one way. Starvation and isolation is another. If I go deep enough, stay away from anyone, I might..." She swallowed. "If I deny the hunger long enough, maybe I'll just fade. Maybe that's the mercy. Or maybe there's another way. Medical science, doctors who..." "There are no doctors for this, Archer." Her voice hardened. This isn't a disease. It's a curse, a spiritual corruption, and it's spreading through me like cancer. She held up her transformed hands. By tomorrow I'll be less human than I am now. By next week I'll be a monster that lives only to feed. The stories are clear about what happens next. She started walking up slope, moving with that disturbing fluid grace, no longer quite walking and not quite running. After 10 paces she called back, "Don't follow me, don't try to find me, and don't tell anyone what really happened. The world isn't ready to believe monsters are real." William watched her disappear into the darkening forest. The last thing he saw was the pale shape of her deformed body, merging with the shadows between the trees. Then she was gone, and he was alone with the stripped trees and the blood, his blood, soaking through his jacket from the claw marks in his shoulder he hadn't even felt her make. He sat down heavily back against the boulder and tried to process what had just happened, tried to fit it into any framework that made sense. Hallucination from altitude? Carbon monoxide exposure? Some kind of shared psychotic break? But the claw marks in his shoulder were real. The black ichor coating his knife was real. The inhuman footprints leading away into the forest were real. William pulled out his radio. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped it. He keyed the transmit button. "Base, this is Archer. I have a situation on Forney Ridge Trail. Ranger Morrison is missing. Last known position approximately 1 mile past Andrews Bald Junction. I have injuries requiring medical attention. Request immediate SAR deployment and medical evacuation." The response came back crisp and professional. "Copy that, Archer. SAR team deploying. What's the nature of Morrison's disappearance?" William looked at the dark forest where Kayla had vanished. Thought about how to explain this, how to warn them without sounding insane. "Unknown," he said finally. "Signs of distress, possible wildlife encounter. Recommend extreme caution." "Copy. Stay at your current position. Helicopter en route. ETA 40 minutes. William sat in the gathering dark and waited. Around him the forest remained silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. He thought about Tom Whitfield 3 years ago. The strange things Tom had said on the radio before he died. The official report that called it an accident even though the evidence suggested he'd thrown himself off that cliff deliberately. Had Tom encountered something like this? Had he run from something that used to be human? Was that why he'd chosen to fall rather than be caught? William pulled out his field notebook and wrote down everything that had happened. Every detail, no matter how impossible. Because when they found Kayla's body, or what was left of it, someone would need to understand, even if they didn't believe. The helicopter arrived 37 minutes later, searchlight sweeping the forest. They airlifted William to the ranger station, then to the hospital in Gatlinburg. The claw marks required 43 stitches. The doctors asked what animal had attacked him. William said he wasn't sure, hadn't gotten a good look. Black bear, maybe. They accepted this because what else would they accept? The SAR team searched for Kayla Morrison for 3 days. They found her campsite, her abandoned gear, her footprints leading away from the trail. But the footprints became increasingly strange the further they tracked them. Elongated, showing signs of impossible stride length. Eventually, the prints disappeared altogether, as if whoever had made them had simply started walking on air. On the 4th day, they found the settler's cabin Kayla had mentioned. Found the bones. Forensic analysis confirmed they were human remains. 3 separate individuals, none identified, all showing signs of being butchered and consumed. Teeth marks on the bones suggested human dentition. The media called it a serial killer's lair. The FBI got involved. They questioned William for 6 hours, asking what Kayla had said, what she'd seen, why she'd run. He told them she'd seemed disturbed by the discovery, had become disoriented, had possibly suffered a psychological break and fled into the wilderness. They searched for 2 weeks. Never found her. Eventually classified her as missing, presumed deceased. Hypothermia was the official cause listed on the reports. Environmental factors. Tragic accident. William returned to work a month later. They offered him counseling, He attended 3 sessions and lied through all of them, saying he was coping fine. No nightmares, no trauma responses. In reality, he wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating much, kept losing weight, seeing his own face hollow out in the mirror and wondering if hunger was contagious, if some spiritual contamination had passed from Kayla to him during those moments when her claws had broken his skin. He started researching, used the park's historical archives, libraries, university databases, looked for other cases, other disappearances that fit the pattern, found more than he wanted to. 1989. Ranger disappears in Glacier National Park after reporting seeing something impossible on the radio. Body never recovered. 1997. Hiker vanishes in Yellowstone. Last known communication includes phrase, "I don't think I'm alone anymore," despite being on a solo trek. Search teams find signs of cannibalism at a cave site 3 miles from where the hiker was last seen. 2003 Olympic National Park. Ranger reports partner acting strangely, complaining of insatiable hunger. Both disappear. Remains found 6 months later show signs of violence and consumption. The pattern repeated across decades, across multiple parks, always following the same trajectory. Hunger, transformation, disappearance. Always classified as accidents or animal attacks. Never investigated as what they actually were, because what they actually were was impossible. And the Park Service didn't have a protocol for impossible. William created his own protocol. He called it the Morrison Protocol, though he never told anyone that's what it was. A set of warning signs, a checklist for identifying the early stages of Wendigo transformation. Insatiable hunger, personality changes, reports of seeing tracks that don't match known wildlife, discoveries of human remains in remote areas. He started monitoring missing persons reports across the national park system, looking for patterns. Found 3 possibles in the first year, flagged them in his personal database, tracked the cases. 2 resolved normally, lost hikers found safe, natural explanations. The 3rd disappeared completely, and a month later hunters in the area reported seeing something like a person but wrong, moving through the deep forest at night. William tried to warn his supervisors, tried to present his research, his data, his carefully documented patterns. They smiled politely and suggested he might benefit from extended leave, perhaps consider a transfer to a desk position where the stress wouldn't be so intense. He stopped trying to convince them. Instead, he kept his database, kept his notes, kept watching for the signs. And sometimes late at night when the radio frequencies were quiet, he'd tune to the emergency channel and listen to the chatter from rangers across the system. Mostly it was routine, weather updates, wildlife sightings, permit checks. But occasionally, maybe twice a year, he'd hear something that made his blood freeze. A ranger's voice, confused and frightened, reporting that their partner was acting strangely, complaining of hunger, saying things that didn't make sense. When he heard those transmissions, William would note the location, the date, the ranger's name. He'd add it to his database. He'd wait to see if they disappeared. Most did. In 2009, 2 years after Kayla Morrison vanished, William Archer transferred to Grand Canyon National Park. The official reason was career advancement. The real reason was that he'd found 13 disappearances in the Smoky Mountains over the past 40 years that matched the pattern. 13 rangers or hikers who'd complained of hunger before vanishing without a trace. 13 cases that remained officially unsolved. The Grand Canyon had its own patterns. Different monster, maybe, or different expression of the same ancient curse. William intended to find out. Because Kayla had been right about one thing. The world wasn't ready to believe monsters were real. But William had learned the hard way that belief didn't matter. The monsters existed whether you believed in them or not. And someone needed to watch for the signs. Someone needed to remember. So William Archer kept his database, kept his notes, kept listening to the radio frequencies late at night, waiting for the next time someone would ask if people could stop being human. Because the answer he knew now was yes. Yes, they could. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. On October 23, 2012, exactly 5 years after Kayla Morrison's disappearance, a hiker in the remote backcountry of the Great Smoky Mountains reported seeing a figure watching him from a ridgeline, tall, skeletal, moving with an unnatural grace. The hiker took a photograph with his digital camera before the figure disappeared into the trees. The photograph showed something that might have been human once, something with elongated limbs and a face that was all angles and hunger. The eyes, sunken in their sockets, barely visible, seemed to glow with their own light. The Park Service classified the photograph as a hoax, a costume, a trick of light and shadow. But William Archer kept a copy in his database, filed under Morrison Kayla, possible sighting, because he recognized those eyes, had seen them up close 5 years ago, still human enough to cry, still aware enough to beg him to run. She'd survived, hadn't faded away in isolation like she'd hoped. The hunger had kept her alive, transformed but persistent, stalking the deep forests where humans rarely ventured. The old stories said Wendigo were immortal, that only fire could truly kill them, that they haunted the wilderness for decades, centuries, forever hungry, forever transformed, forever trapped between human and monster. William looked at the photograph and wondered how many others like Kayla were out there. How many rangers and hikers had made the same mistake, crossed the same line, become the same nightmare? How many hollow-eyed things watched from the deep forest, waiting for their hunger to overcome the last fragments of their humanity? He added a note to his database. Recommend closure of remote backcountry areas. Recommend increased patrols. Recommend protocol for Wendigo identification and containment. The Park Service never implemented his recommendations. They didn't believe, couldn't believe. Because believing meant accepting that some hungers couldn't be satisfied, some transformations couldn't be reversed, some lines once crossed could never be uncrossed. William Archer believed. And belief, he'd learned, was a kind of curse all its own. Because once you knew monsters were real, you saw them everywhere. In every shadow, in every missing person report, in every ranger who complained of hunger they couldn't explain. And you knew with absolute certainty that someday maybe the hunger might come for you too. That the call would come through the radio asking if you believed people could stop being human. And you'd have to answer, yes. Yes, they could. Because you'd seen it happen. You'd watched someone you cared about transform into something that wore their face but had nothing human left inside. William carried that knowledge like a weight, carried it through his remaining years with the Park Service, carried it into retirement, carried it to his grave decades later, taking his database and his protocols and his warnings with him. The monsters remained. They always did. And somewhere in the deep forests of the Smoky Mountains on cold October nights when hunger grew strong, something that had once been Kayla Morrison still hunted, still searched, still starved, forever and ever and ever. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Jennifer Nakamura had been a ranger for exactly 11 days when she found the photographs nailed to the tree. 73 Polaroids of Megan Price, arranged in a spiral, each one showing her a little closer to dead. The tree stood 50 yards off the Cathedral Lakes Trail, a massive Jeffrey pine that should have been unremarkable except for the photographs. They covered the trunk from ground level to about 7 feet up, overlapping like scales, each one pierced through the center with a rusty nail. The spiral pattern started at eye level and wound outward in concentric rings. Jennifer's first thought was art installation, some misguided hiker's guerrilla project. Her second thought, as she got closer and saw the images clearly, was something much worse. The photographs showed the same woman, mid-20s, blonde, athletic build in sequential deterioration. The first images at the spiral's center showed her smiling at the camera, healthy and vibrant. Moving outward, the smile faded. Her eyes grew hollow. Her skin took on a waxy quality. By the outer rings, she looked skeletal, lips pulled back from teeth, eyes sunken into skull, skin gray as ash. The final photograph, nailed at the spiral's outermost edge, showed what might have been a corpse, or something that had been a corpse for a while. Jennifer's hand went to her radio, fingers trembling. 11 days. She'd been a ranger for 11 days. Her training at the academy had covered wildlife encounters, emergency medicine, search and rescue protocols. Nobody had mentioned what to do when you found a shrine to someone's apparent death nailed to a tree in the Yosemite backcountry. Base, this is Nakamura. I need immediate supervisor contact. I've found something unusual on the Cathedral Lakes Trail. Static, then the dispatcher's voice. Define unusual, Nakamura. How did you define this? Photographs, many photographs, appear to document someone's deterioration, possibly related to a missing person. I need guidance. A pause. Stand by. Jennifer stepped closer to the tree, careful not to disturb anything that might be evidence. The photographs were old-style Polaroids, the kind that had been obsolete for years. The paper had yellowed, edges curling, but the images remained clear. Too clear. She could see details in the later photographs that made her stomach turn. The way the woman's hair had started falling out in clumps, the strange bruising around her neck and wrists, the way her eyes had filmed over with something milky. In the background of several photos, Jennifer could see trees, Yosemite trees. This wasn't just some horror movie prop. These had been taken here, in the park. Her radio crackled. Nakamura. This is Supervisor Garcia. What's your exact location? Cathedral Lakes Trail, approximately 2.3 miles from the trailhead, just past the Second Creek crossing. Jennifer's voice steadied as she fell into professional mode. I've discovered what appears to be a memorial or shrine. 73 photographs documenting progressive physical deterioration of a young woman. They're arranged in a spiral pattern on a Jeffrey pine. The images suggest possible foul play. Do not touch anything, Garcia said immediately. Mark the location and return to the trailhead. I'm contacting park law enforcement. Copy that. But Jennifer didn't move. Something about the photographs held her attention. In the very center of the spiral, partially hidden by overlapping images, she could see writing. Dark ink on white paper, barely visible. She pulled out her phone, zoomed the camera in, took a photo of the center. The phone screen showed the writing more clearly. Okasan's revenge finds the daughters. The words were in English, but the handwriting had an unusual quality, precise, formal, almost calligraphic. And Okasan was Japanese. Mother's revenge. Jennifer's grandmother had taught her basic Japanese before she died. Oke-san meant mother. But whose mother, and what daughters? A cold wind moved through the trees, carrying the scent of something Jennifer couldn't identify. Not pine, not the usual forest smells. Something sharper, almost like incense. The photographs fluttered on their nails, making a sound like dry leaves rattling. Jennifer backed away from the tree and started down the trail. Her training said don't contaminate the scene. But something deeper, some instinct inherited from her grandmother maybe, or just the part of her brain that still believed in childhood fears, said run. She didn't run, but she walked fast and she didn't look back until she'd put a quarter mile between herself and the Jeffrey Pine, with its spiral of death. Park law enforcement arrived within 2 hours. Detective Sarah Chen, no relation to any band names, Jennifer reminded herself professionally, led a team of 3 officers and a forensic photographer up the trail. Jennifer guided them to the tree. The photographs were gone. Every single one. The nails remained, 73 rusty points driven into the bark in a perfect spiral pattern. But the Polaroids had vanished. You're certain this is the location? Chen asked, studying the tree with obvious skepticism. Positive. Jennifer showed her the GPS coordinates she'd marked. The photographs were here 90 minutes ago. I have pictures on my phone. She pulled up the images she'd taken, showed Chen the spiral of Polaroids, the writing at the center. Chen studied the phone screen, her expression shifting from skepticism to concern. Zoom in on that woman's face, the clearest one. Jennifer complied. The image showed the blonde woman from one of the middle photographs, deteriorated but still recognizably human. "That's Megan Price," Chen said quietly. "She disappeared from Yosemite 3 months ago, May 17, 2015. We found her campsite abandoned near Tenaya Lake. No signs of struggle, no indication where she went. She just vanished." Jennifer felt ice settle in her stomach. These photographs showed her dying, over time, sequentially. "If they existed," Chen said, "without physical evidence, we have 73 nail holes and some pictures on your phone that could be digitally manipulated." "I didn't manipulate anything." "I'm not saying you did." Chen's voice softened slightly. "I'm saying that's what the report will have to reflect. Unknown person or persons removed evidence from a potential crime scene between your initial discovery and law enforcement arrival. We'll document the nail holes, take samples, see if we can pull any DNA or prints. But without the actual photographs..." "Someone took them while I was gone," Jennifer insisted. "Someone was watching, waiting for me to leave." Chen glanced around at the dense forest. Late afternoon light slanted through the trees, creating long shadows. "It's possible. We'll canvass the area, look for tracks, set up a perimeter. But Nakamura..." She met Jennifer's eyes. "How long have you been with the Park Service?" 11 days. 11 days. Chen nodded slowly. "First major incident you've encountered?" Jennifer understood what she was implying. New ranger, overeager, possibly unreliable. The photographs were real. Megan Price's face was real. That writing was real. "I believe you saw something," Chen said carefully. "I'm just not sure what you saw was actually there." The forensic team spent 2 hours examining the tree. They found no fingerprints, no DNA, no fibers from the photographs. The nail holes were old. Rust and weathering suggested they'd been there for weeks, maybe months. But there was no evidence that anything had been attached to them recently. By sunset, the team packed up. Chen told Jennifer to write a detailed report, include everything she remembered, attach the phone photos. They'd add it to the Megan Price case file. They'd investigate. But without physical evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Jennifer hiked back to the ranger station as dusk settled. The Cathedral Lakes Trail was popular, but this late in October, most day hikers had cleared out. She passed no one on the return trip. Just herself and the darkening forest, and the feeling, irrational, she told herself, just stress from a bizarre first major incident, that she was being watched. Back at the small cabin she'd been assigned, Jennifer tried to write her report, kept getting distracted by the photographs on her phone. She zoomed in on different images, studying details. The background of one photo showed mountains. She recognized the formation, Cathedral Peak, distinctive even in the blurred background. So the photos had definitely been taken in Yosemite. Another photo showed what looked like a tent, Megan's tent. Jennifer pulled up the case file for Megan Price's disappearance. It was public record, accessible through the park database. Megan had been camping alone, experienced backpacker age 26 from Sacramento. Her family had reported her missing when she didn't return from a planned 3-day solo trip. Rangers found her campsite on day 4. Tent still standing, gear neatly arranged, food properly stored. No signs of animal interference, no signs of struggle. She'd simply vanished. The case file included photographs of Megan, healthy, smiling blonde hair in a ponytail, exactly like the woman in the first Polaroids from the spiral's center. Jennifer's phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. The daughters pay for the mother's sins. Jennifer stared at the screen, dropped the phone. It clattered on the desk, screen still glowing with the message. She grabbed it again, hands shaking, tried to trace the number. It showed as blocked. She attempted to reply, "Who is this?" The message bounced back, "Number not in service." A knock on the cabin door made Jennifer jump so hard she nearly dropped the phone again. She opened the door to find Supervisor Garcia, holding a manila folder. "Thought you might want these," Garcia said. "After Chen mentioned you found photographs related to Megan Price, I pulled our historical files, found something interesting." She handed Jennifer the folder. Inside were old newspaper clippings photocopied from microfilm. The headlines dated back to 1952. Yosemite tragedy. Japanese woman dies in fall immigrant's death ruled accidental despite questions family demands investigation into suspicious death. Her name was Keiko Nakamura, Garcia said quietly. 28 years old, first-generation immigrant from Osaka. She was working at the Awani Hotel, died in a fall from Glacier Point. Official ruling was accidental death, but her family insisted she'd been pushed. There were witnesses who reported seeing her arguing with someone before the fall, but no one was ever charged. Jennifer felt the world tilt. Nakamura, that's my family name, yes. I noticed when you joined the service. Thought it was just coincidence. Nakamura's not uncommon. But after today, I did some digging. Garcia pointed to another clipping. Keiko had a daughter, born in 1950, named Hiroko. That daughter had a daughter in 1968, named Yuki, and Yuki had a daughter in 1992. Jennifer whispered. My grandmother was Yuki. She mentioned her grandmother dying young, but she never talked about details. Said it was too painful. The family believed Keiko was murdered, Garcia continued, pushed by a white woman she worked with at the Awani. There'd been escalating harassment, racial slurs, threats. But in 1952, a Japanese immigrant's word meant little. The investigation was cursory at best. No charges filed. The other woman continued working at the hotel for another decade. Jennifer's hands trembled as she read the clippings. Her great-great-grandmother, murdered at Yosemite, and she'd never known. The woman they suspected, Jennifer said. What was her name? Garcia flipped to another clipping. A photograph showed a stern-faced blonde woman in a 1950s uniform. The caption read, Margaret Price, Awani Hotel staff member, denies involvement in tragedy. Price. Megan Price. Her great-granddaughter, Jennifer breathed. Probably, Garcia agreed. Margaret Price had a daughter in 1953. That daughter had a daughter in 1965. That daughter had Megan in 1989. Family trees get complicated, but the connection exists. Jennifer looked at her phone, at the text message still glowing on the screen. The daughters pay for the mother's sins. Someone is killing Price descendants, she said, using Megan's disappearance as revenge for what Margaret did to Keiko. Or, Garcia said carefully, someone wants you to think that. Could be an elaborate hoax. Could be someone found these old stories and decided to play a sick game. The photographs on the tree, the text message, it could all be fabricated. By who? And why? Garcia had no answer for that. That night, Jennifer couldn't sleep. She lay in her bunk, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything. The photographs showing Megan Price dying by inches, the message about daughters paying for mother's sins. The spiral pattern, 73 images, which felt significant, though Jennifer couldn't say why. At 2:47 a.m., she heard tapping on her window. Light, rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Jennifer sat up slowly. Her cabin had two windows, one facing the parking area, one facing the forest. The tapping came from the forest side window. She grabbed her flashlight, approached the glass. The beam revealed nothing but darkness and trees. The tapping stopped. Jennifer was turning away when she saw it. A single long black hair stuck to the outside of the window. She leaned closer. Not just one hair, dozens, hundreds. They covered the entire window, pressed against the glass like someone had dragged wet hair across the surface. She stumbled backward, heart hammering, shined the flashlight at the parking side window, also covered in long black hair, strands hanging down like a curtain. The tapping started again. Not on the windows, on the cabin door. Jennifer's training said grab her radio, call for help. But something older, some instinct from her grandmother's stories about Yurei, about Onryo, about the vengeful dead, said, don't open that door. She backed into the corner farthest from the door and windows, flashlight clutched in both hands. The tapping continued, patient, methodical. like someone who had all the time in the world. After 10 minutes, it stopped. Jennifer waited another hour before moving. When she finally got up the courage to approach the windows, the hair was gone. Just clean glass reflecting her terrified face. She called in sick the next day. Garcia accepted it without question. Probably expected the new ranger to be rattled after yesterday's incident. Jennifer spent the day researching, not park history, Japanese folklore, yurei, spirits of the dead, particularly those who died violently or unjustly. They returned to settle scores, to complete unfinished business, to exact revenge. Onryo, the most dangerous type of yurei, spirits of people who died with such rage and injustice that their vengeance extended beyond the guilty to anyone connected. The traditional manifestation, a woman in a white kimono, long black hair obscuring her face, appearing at night. She could pass through walls. Could not be stopped by physical barriers. Her touch brought cold, rot death. And her vengeance was methodical. She destroyed families, hunted down bloodlines, made sure everyone connected to the original sin suffered. Jennifer found a Japanese folklore site that detailed the signs of Onryo presence. Unexplained cold, the smell of incense, long black hair appearing in impossible places, photographs that documented progressive deterioration of victims. That last one made her stop breathing. She called Detective Chen, got voicemail, left a message. "I think I know what happened to Megan Price and I think I'm in danger. Please call me back." Chen didn't call back that day, or the next. On Jennifer's third day back at work, she found another photograph. This one was nailed to her cabin door when she returned from patrol. A Polaroid, newer than the ones on the tree. It showed Jennifer herself, asleep in her bunk, taken through the window. Her face peaceful, unaware. In the background, barely visible in the darkness, a pale figure stood in the corner of the room. White clothing, long black hair. Jennifer's hands shook so badly she dropped the photograph. It landed face up on the ground and she saw writing on the back. 73 days. Keiko fell 73 feet. Now you understand. 73 photographs, 73 days. May 17th to July 29th. Exactly 73 days. That's how long Megan Price had survived. The photographs documented her dying over 73 days, matching the 73 feet her great-great-grandmother had fallen. Jennifer was next. Another descendant of Margaret Price? No, she was a descendant of Keiko. The victim. But the Onryo didn't distinguish. The curse touched everyone connected to the original tragedy. She called Garcia, explained everything, the folklore, the patterns, the photograph on her door. Garcia listened with professional patience, then gently suggested Jennifer might benefit from counseling. The stress of the job, the isolation, first major incident, it could trigger all sorts of psychological responses. "I'm not imagining this," Jennifer insisted. "Check my door. The photograph is real." Garcia promised to send someone, but when the patrol ranger arrived 30 minutes later, there was no photograph. Just a nail hole in Jennifer's door, and a long strand of black hair caught in the doorframe. The ranger took the hair for analysis. Jennifer knew what they'd find. Nothing. Or hair that matched no database. Or hair that was impossibly old. The Onryo didn't leave evidence that helped the living. That night, Jennifer didn't sleep in her cabin. She drove to the nearest town, Mariposa, 40 minutes away, and got a motel room. Used her credit card, left a trail, made sure people knew where she was. The motel room had fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered. Jennifer kept them all on. Sat on the bed with her back against the wall, pepper spray in one hand, phone in the other. At 3:33 a.m., the lights went out. Not gradually, just off. All at once. In the darkness, Jennifer smelled incense, sandalwood and something else. Something like decay. She fumbled for her phone flashlight. The beam caught movement in the corner. Something pale, something moving wrong, joints bending in directions joints shouldn't bend. Jennifer ran, grabbed her keys, burst through the motel room door into the parking lot. Her car was 30 feet away. She sprinted for it, hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the lock. Behind her, the motel room door hung open. A figure stood in the doorway. White clothing, long hair obscuring the face. It didn't walk. It glided, feet not quite touching the ground. Jennifer got the car started, threw it in reverse, tires squealing. In her rearview mirror, the figure followed. Not running, not hurrying, just moving at that same impossible glide, covering ground faster than should be possible. Jennifer drove, didn't stop. 60 miles to Oakhurst, 70 miles to Fresno. She pulled into a 24-hour diner at 5 a.m., hands still shaking, and ordered coffee she couldn't drink. Her phone rang. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer, but some part of her, the part that needed to understand, needed to know, made her pick up. Hello? A woman's voice speaking Japanese. Jennifer's Japanese was limited, but she caught words. Grandmother, revenge, family, blood. I don't understand, Jennifer said. Please, English. The voice switched languages, accented but clear. You share her blood, Keiko's blood, but you wear the uniform of those who failed her. You walk the paths where she died. You take money from the land that killed her. You are traitor daughter. I didn't know, Jennifer's voice broke. I didn't know about Keiko. My grandmother never told me. Ignorance does not absolve. The voice was patient, almost kind. The curse finds all daughters. Price daughters who carry the murderer's blood. Nakamura daughters who forgot their ancestors' pain. All will understand what Keiko understood in those 73 feet. What do you want from me? What was taken from Keiko? What was denied to her? Recognition, justice, memory. A pause. Margaret Price lived 50 more years after pushing Keiko, died peacefully in her sleep. Her descendants thrived. Keiko's grave was unmarked for decades, her name forgotten. This is the injustice. Then I'll help, Jennifer said desperately. I'll make sure she's remembered. I'll investigate. I'll push for a new inquiry. Too late for help. The 73 days began when you found the photographs. Megan Price lasted 73 days. You will too. The pattern completes. The line went dead. Jennifer sat in the diner booth as dawn broke outside. She had 73 days. The photograph on her door had been day 1. She had 72 left. She called Detective Chen again. This time Chen answered, sounding exhausted. Nakamura, I was going to call you. We found something in Megan Price's abandoned campsite, buried about 6 feet from the tent. A box. What was in it? Bones, very old bones. And a photograph, 1952 vintage. Shows a young Japanese woman. Someone had written on the back, Keiko Nakamura, murdered here. Here? At Tenaya Lake? No. The photograph showed Glacier Point. But it was buried at Tenaya Lake, where Megan disappeared. Along with something else, a piece of paper with names written on it. A family tree. Margaret Price at the top. Then her descendants, all the way down to Megan. And another family tree beside it. Keiko Nakamura at the top. Her descendants, including me, Jennifer whispered. You, Chen confirmed. Someone connected these families. Someone knew about the 1952 incident. Someone is either orchestrating an incredibly elaborate revenge scheme or the legend is real, Jennifer finished. Onryo, vengeful spirit. She's hunting both bloodlines. Price descendants for carrying the murderer's blood. Nakamura descendants for forgetting her. Chen was silent for a long moment. I don't believe in ghosts, Nakamura. I didn't either, 72 days ago. Jennifer realized her mistake. 72 days from now. That's how long I have. How long you have for what? Jennifer told her everything. The photographs, the hair, the figure in white, the phone call. Chen listened without interrupting. When Jennifer finished, Chen sighed. Okay, let's approach this rationally. Someone is stalking you. Someone who knows family history, Who has access to old records, who's using cultural folklore to create psychological terror. That's a crime. We can investigate that. And if it's not a person, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chen's voice firmed. But I need you to do something for me. I need you to document everything. Every incident, every photograph, every manifestation, time, date, location, witnesses. Build me a case I can use. Jennifer spent the next week documenting. She returned to Yosemite. What was the point of running? The Onryo had found her in Mariposa. It would find her anywhere. She moved to a different cabin, requested a roommate for safety, kept her phone camera ready. The manifestations continued, hair appearing in her shower drain, photographs left in her Ranger truck, images of Jennifer growing progressively more hollow-eyed, more skeletal. The photographs were wrong. She hadn't posed for them, didn't own the clothing she wore in them. But they matched the pattern from Megan's spiral. Sequential deterioration. By day 15, Jennifer had lost 12 pounds. Couldn't keep food down. The smell of incense followed her everywhere. By day 20, she started seeing the figure in reflections. Mirrors, windows, still water, always behind her. Always watching. Detective Chen investigated. Found nothing. No stalker, no suspect, no physical evidence. The photographs appeared and disappeared. DNA analysis on the hair samples came back human, but couldn't be matched to any database. The handwriting on the notes matched no known person. I believe something is happening to you, Chen said on day 30. I just don't know what. Jennifer researched desperately. How to stop an Onryo. The folklore was clear. Acknowledge the injustice. Honor the dead. Complete the unfinished business. But how? Keiko had died 73 years ago. Margaret Price was dead. The original crime couldn't be undone. Unless. On day 45, Jennifer hiked to Glacier Point, the place where Keiko Nakamura had fallen. She carried flowers, white chrysanthemums, traditional for Japanese funerals. She carried incense, and she carried a confession, written in both English and Japanese, with help from a translator. I acknowledge the injustice done to Keiko Nakamura on this ground in 1952. I acknowledge that Margaret Price pushed her to her death. I acknowledge that the investigation failed. I acknowledge that my family forgot her suffering. Jennifer's voice shook, but she continued. I commit to honoring her memory, to making sure her name is recorded, to pursuing posthumous justice if possible. I am sorry. I am so sorry. She lit the incense, laid the flowers at the edge of Glacier Point, burned the confession, letting the ashes scatter over the valley below. For 3 days, nothing happened. Jennifer dared to hope. Maybe it had worked. Maybe acknowledging the injustice was enough. Then she found the photograph on day 48. It showed her at Glacier Point, performing the ceremony. And standing behind her in the image, clearly visible, the figure in white, close enough to touch. Jennifer remembered feeling cold that day. Remembered the smell of incense being stronger than it should have been. The Onryo had been right there. The phone call came that night. The same voice. You honor Keiko's memory. This is good. But it does not end the curse. 73 days was promised. 73 days will be delivered. What more do you want? Jennifer screamed into the phone. I acknowledged her. I honored her. What else can I do? You can understand what she understood. The terror of the fall, the injustice of the death, the pain of being forgotten. A pause. 25 days remain. Make your peace. Jennifer tried everything in those 25 days. She visited shrines, consulted with priests, spoke with Japanese cultural experts. Everyone had different advice. Some said the curse was unbreakable. Some said only the Onryo's own choice could end it. Some said Jennifer should leave Yosemite and never return. But leaving felt like running from Keiko, like continuing the family pattern of forgetting, of avoiding the painful truth. Jennifer stayed. On day 71, she received a package at the ranger station. No return address. Inside, a white kimono, traditional funeral clothing, and a note. Wear this on day 73. Return to Glacier Point. Complete the pattern. Jennifer understood. The Onryo wanted her to jump, to experience what Keiko had experienced. 73 feet into darkness. Only then would the curse be satisfied. She called Chen, explained what the package meant. I'm not going to jump, Jennifer said firmly. Whatever this thing wants, I'm not giving it that. Good, Chen said. I'll have officers at Glacier Point on day 73. You won't be alone. Day 73 arrived on July 29, 2015, exactly 3 months after Jennifer found the photographs. She hiked to Glacier Point with Detective Chen and 2 park officers. They set up a perimeter, stayed close to Jennifer, made sure she wasn't near the edge. At sunset, the temperature dropped 20 degrees in 30 seconds. The smell of incense became overpowering, and the figure appeared, not gradually, not emerging from shadows, just suddenly there, standing at the edge of Glacier Point. She was beautiful and terrible. White kimono hanging perfectly despite no wind. Long black hair that moved like it was underwater. Her face, when Jennifer caught glimpses between the hair, was pale as paper, perfect as porcelain, empty as death. The officers drew their weapons. Chen shouted warnings. None of it mattered. The figure glided forward, ignoring bullets that passed through her like she was made of mist. She stopped in front of Jennifer, reached out one perfect white hand, touched Jennifer's cheek. The cold burned. Jennifer felt her skin blister under that touch, felt ice crystals forming in her blood. She tried to pull away but couldn't move. The Onryo's eyes, when Jennifer finally saw them through the curtain of hair, were completely black. Infinite. Ancient. You honored Keiko, the spirit said in a voice like wind through dead trees. You remembered. You acknowledged. This is good. Her hand stayed on Jennifer's cheek, burning cold spreading through Jennifer's body. But the curse remains. 73 days. 73 feet. The pattern completes. Then kill me, Jennifer managed through chattering teeth. Complete your revenge, but leave the rest of my family alone. The Onryo tilted her head. Your family? There is no family left. You are the last Nakamura daughter. After you, the line ends, the curse ends. But first, she pulled Jennifer toward the edge. First, you understand. Jennifer felt her feet moving against her will. One step, another. The edge of Glacier Point approached, 73 feet down to rocks and death. Chen tackled Jennifer from behind. They went down together, rolling away from the edge. The Onryo watched, expression unreadable behind her hair. You interfere, the spirit said to Chen. You are not part of this pattern. I don't care about your pattern, Chen gasped, keeping her body between Jennifer and the spirit. You're not taking her. I will take what is owed. Then take me instead. The voice came from behind them. Jennifer turned to see an elderly Japanese woman climbing the trail to the overlook, moving with surprising speed despite her age. She wore traditional clothing, not a kimono, but something formal. And she carried photographs. Grandmother? Jennifer whispered. But her grandmother was dead, had died 5 years ago. I am Yuki Nakamura, the woman said, addressing the Onryo directly. Keiko's granddaughter. I am the one who forgot, who let her story die, who never told my children or grandchildren about the injustice. She held up the photographs, images of Keiko, smiling, alive. I was ashamed. After the camps, after the war, after everything we endured, I wanted to forget the painful history. I wanted my family to be American, only American. So I erased Keiko's memory. I am the one who deserves your revenge. The Onryo turned to face Yuki. You are already dead. There is nothing to take. Then let me make an offering. Yuki opened a small bag. Inside, Keiko's bones, the real ones. I retrieved these from where they were abandoned. In an unmarked grave, in a pauper's cemetery, forgotten and alone. I have carried them for 5 years, waiting for someone to remember, to care, to seek justice. She held the bag toward the Onryo. My granddaughter has done what I failed to do. She remembered, she honored. She stood at the place of Keiko's death and acknowledged the injustice. Through her, Keiko is remembered. The curse can end. The Onryo was silent for a long moment. Then slowly she reached for the bag. Her pale hands closed on the bones. And she changed. The terrible blankness left her face. The infinite darkness left her eyes. For just a moment, Jennifer saw her as she must have been in life. Young, beautiful, smiling, human. I was so angry, Keiko's spirit whispered. So alone. Even in death, no one remembered my name. I remember, Jennifer said. I'll make sure everyone remembers, I promise. Keiko looked at her descendant, the great-great-granddaughter she'd never met. You wear the uniform well, better than I could have. You belong to these mountains in ways I never did. Tell me about yourself, Jennifer said desperately. Before I forget, before you're gone, tell me who you were. I was a daughter, a mother, a woman who loved these mountains and died trying to protect them from hate. Keiko smiled, and it was sad but peaceful. That is enough to remember. She faded, not dramatically, not violently, just slowly dissolved into mist, into memory, into the cold mountain air. When she was gone, Yuki collapsed. Jennifer caught her grandmother, or the ghost of her grandmother, as she fell. Yuki's form was already translucent, already fading. I couldn't rest, Yuki whispered. Not until someone remembered. Not until the curse ended. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for being braver than I was. Don't go, Jennifer pleaded. There's so much I want to ask. So much I need to know. You know enough. You know to remember, to honor, to never let injustice be forgotten. Yuki touched Jennifer's face with a hand that felt like warm sunlight. Make me proud. Make Keiko proud. Then she was gone too. Jennifer stood at Glacier Point as night fell, Chen beside her, the officers staring in shock at what they'd witnessed, and in Jennifer's hands, a bag of bones that needed proper burial, an ancestor who deserved to be remembered. She spent the next year making sure Keiko Nakamura was remembered. She pushed for an official investigation into the 1952 death. With Chen's help and the evidence from the photographs and Yuki's testimony, recorded before she faded, they built a case for posthumous murder charges against Margaret Price. The charges couldn't be prosecuted, all parties long dead, but they were officially filed. The record was corrected. Jennifer arranged for Keiko's remains to be properly buried at a Japanese cemetery in San Francisco. She organized a memorial service. She contacted distant Nakamura relatives, shared the story, made sure future generations would know. And she stayed with the Park Service, continued working at Yosemite, because that's what Keiko would have wanted, her descendant claiming space in the place that had killed her, making it better, making it safer, making sure no more injustices were forgotten. Sometimes on quiet patrols in the backcountry, Jennifer still smelled incense, still felt that touch of cold. But it was different now, not threatening, more like someone checking in, making sure she remembered. She always did. The curse ended on July 29, 2015, day 73. Not with death, but with memory. Not with vengeance, but with acknowledgement. The Onryo found peace not through destruction, but through being seen, being remembered, being honored. Jennifer Nakamura kept that memory alive, made it part of her ranger talks, told tourists about Keiko's story, made sure that when people visited Glacier Point, they knew someone had died there unjustly, that the beautiful vista had witnessed tragedy, that remembering the dead was as important as enjoying the living landscape. Some rangers thought she was obsessed. Some visitors found the story too dark for a vacation destination. But Jennifer didn't care. She'd promised to remember. She'd promised both her grandmothers, one living, one dead, both gone now, that the injustice would never be forgotten. And Jennifer Nakamura kept her promises, even when they cost her 73 days of terror. even when they brought her face to face with vengeful spirits and impossible curses, even when they required her to believe in things that had no place in a ranger's rational scientific worldview. Because some things were more important than rationality. Some stories needed to be told. Some injustices needed to be acknowledged. Some dead needed to be remembered. That was the real curse of the Onryo. Not the 73 days, not the manifestations, not the terror. The real curse was forgetting. Letting the dead fade away unmarked and unacknowledged. Jennifer would never forget again. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. David Ramirez pressed play on the digital recorder for the third time, and Sophia Carr's voice filled the ranger station with terror. Can't see it, but I can hear it. Oh God, I can hear it breathing. It's been following me for 2 hours, and it sounds like... Static burst through the recording, then her voice returned higher and thinner. It sounds like it's laughing, like human laughter, but wrong, too deep, echoing. The tracks in the snow are wrong. They start as human footprints and then they change, they get longer. The toes spread out and more static. David leaned closer to the speaker, his 18 years of experience screaming that something was fundamentally wrong with what he was hearing. So hungry. I don't understand why I'm so hungry. I ate all my rations 3 hours ago and I'm still starving. My stomach feels empty, like I haven't eaten in days. It's the cold. Has to be the cold, burning calories too fast. But I keep thinking about... No, I'm not thinking that. I'm not... A sound interrupted her. Something that made David's hand freeze over the pause button. It was wet and rhythmic, like someone chewing with their mouth open. Close to the microphone. Very close. Sophia's breathing became rapid, panicked. It's right outside the tent. I can see the shadow through the fabric. It's too tall. Nothing in Montana is that tall. Grizzlies are in hibernation. Elk don't move like that. It's standing on 2 legs, but the proportions are wrong. The arms are too long, and the smell... Jesus Christ, the smell is like rotting meat, and... The tent zipper ripped open with a sound like fabric tearing. Sophia screamed, a raw sound of primal terror that cut off abruptly. More of that wet chewing sound, closer now, and then a voice spoke in a language David didn't recognize. Guttural syllables that might have been Cree or Ojibwe, words that made his ears hurt. The recording ended. David sat in the silence of the ranger station, staring at the digital recorder that had been recovered from Sophia Carr's campsite along with her shredded tent, her scattered gear, and absolutely no sign of Sophia herself. That had been 6 hours ago. The SAR team had swept a 3-mile radius. They'd found tracks, boot prints that matched Sophia's sorrels, leading away from camp and then simply stopping in the middle of a snowfield. No body, no blood, just tracks that terminated as if she'd been plucked from the earth. And now this recording, found in her tent's interior pocket, time-stamped at 11:47 p.m. last night. David had been a ranger at Glacier National Park for 18 years. He'd led hundreds of search and rescue operations. He'd pulled bodies from crevasses, talked hypothermic hikers back from the edge of death, tracked lost children through blizzards. He'd seen what the Montana wilderness could do to unprepared people. He understood the dangers, avalanches, exposure, wildlife encounters, all of it. But he'd never heard anything like the sounds on that recording. His partner Luis knocked on the door, pulling David from his thoughts. SAR wants to suspend the search until the weather clears. There's another storm system moving in from Canada, supposed to hit around 1800 hours. Superintendent says we extract now, or we're stuck out there overnight. David looked out the window at the January landscape. Glacier in winter was beautiful and lethal in equal measure. The temperature had been holding at -20 Fahrenheit for 3 days, and the mountains were buried under 8 feet of snow. The park was officially closed to the public, but Sophia had been a researcher with a valid permit, studying winter wolf behavior. She'd been experienced, properly equipped, and now she was gone. "What's your read on the recording?" David asked. Louise shifted uncomfortably. Sounds like she was having some kind of psychological break. Hypothermia can cause hallucinations, paranoia. She might have wandered off in a delusional state. Her core body temperature would have been normal when she made that recording. She was in her tent, in her sleeping bag. And those sounds... Wildlife. A pine marten or wolverine got into her food cache, maybe. The acoustics were distorted by the cold, the tent fabric, the digital compression. David played the end of the recording again, the wet chewing sound and the voice speaking in what might have been an indigenous language. Luis listened with his jaw tight. "That's not a wolverine," David said quietly. "Then what is it?" "I don't know." But Sophia was a PhD candidate in wildlife biology. She knew every animal in this park. If she said something was wrong, something was wrong. Luis rubbed his face, exhaustion evident in every line. They'd been awake for 20 hours, coordinating search efforts in conditions that would kill an unprepared person in 30 minutes. "Dave, what are you suggesting? That there's some unknown predator in Glacier? Some cryptid that's evaded documentation for 100 years? I'm suggesting that we have a missing person, evidence of extreme distress and no body. Standard protocol says we continue searching until we find her or confirm she's beyond recovery. In a blizzard, at -20, with darkness coming in 4 hours." Luis met his eyes. "The superintendent is right. We pull back, regroup, and resume at first light tomorrow, if conditions improve." David knew Luis was right from a tactical standpoint. Sending teams into a winter storm was asking for more casualties. But something about Sophia's recording wouldn't let him accept the logical choice. That desperation in her voice. The certainty that something was hunting her. The wrongness of those sounds. "I'll do a solo sweep," David said. "Follow her tracks to the termination point, do a spiral search pattern, be back before the storm hits." "That's against protocol." "So is leaving someone out there when we have 4 hours of daylight left." Luis studied him for a long moment. "You've got 3 hours. If you're not back by 1700, I'm sending a team after you, storm or no storm." David nodded and started prepping his gear. Expedition weight base layers. Arc'teryx hardshell. Insulated gloves with liner gloves underneath. Balaclava and goggles. He packed his Gregory overnight pack with survival essentials. Bivy sack, emergency blanket, stove, fuel, high-calorie food. His Garmin InReach GPS was fully charged, satellite communicator active. He clipped his Motorola radio to his chest strap and verified the battery. Everything by the book, everything professional, everything that had kept him alive through 18 Montana winters. But as he headed out into the cold, David couldn't shake the feeling that his experience, his training, his confidence in understanding the wilderness, none of it was going to be enough. The cold hit like a physical blow the moment he stepped outside. -20 Fahrenheit was cold enough to freeze exposed skin in minutes, cold enough to make breathing painful, cold enough to make metal brittle and batteries drain at triple their normal rate. David's breath crystallized instantly into ice fog. His eyelashes wanted to freeze together with each blink. He snowshoed toward Sophia's last known campsite, following the packed trail the SAR team had established. The landscape was otherworldly, white on white on white, broken only by the dark vertical lines of trees. The sky was a flat gray that made distance impossible to judge. Sound behaved strangely in air this cold, sometimes traveling for miles, sometimes being swallowed completely after a few feet. Sophia's campsite was exactly as the SAR team had reported. The tent was shredded, not torn by wind, but ripped deliberately, long gashes that suggested claws or a knife. Her sleeping bag was partially unzipped. Her pack had been opened and ransacked, food wrappers scattered in the snow. The camp stove was cold, indicating she'd stopped using it hours before the recording. David photographed everything with his Nikon D750, the camera protesting the cold with sluggish autofocus. Then he followed the boot prints that led away from the tent, the same tracks the SAR team had already documented. The prints were clear in the hard-packed snow. Sorel caribou boots, women's size 8, Sophia's exact gear. They walked in a straight line heading northwest, toward the higher elevations, no indication of injury or dragging. Just steady, purposeful walking. David followed them for half a mile, checking his GPS regularly. The tracks never deviated, never showed hesitation. It was as if Sophia had been walking toward a specific destination with complete certainty. Then, in the middle of a flat snowfield with no landmarks and no cover, the footprints stopped. David stood at the termination point, studying the final print. It was complete, showing the full tread pattern of Sophia's boot pressed deep into snow. The next step should have landed 18 inches ahead. Instead, there was only unmarked snow, flat and undisturbed. He circled the area in expanding spirals, searching for any indication of where she'd gone. Nothing. The snow was pristine, showing only wind patterns and the tracks of a snowshoe hare that had passed through hours earlier. This was impossible. People didn't vanish mid-stride. They fell into concealed crevasses, but this area had no crevasse. They were carried off by predators, but predators left drag marks and blood. They collapsed from exhaustion, but there was no body. David pulled out his radio. "Ramirez to base. I'm at the track termination point. Confirming SAR's findings. No evidence of where the subject went. No blood, no drag marks, no secondary tracks. It's like she just stopped existing." Static, then Luis's voice. "Copy that. Recommendation?" David looked at the endless white landscape, at the gray sky that promised more snow. "Expanding search radius. There has to be something we're missing." "Negative. Weather Service just upgraded the storm warning. You need to extract now. We're looking at whiteout conditions in 90 minutes. I need more time. Dave." Luis's voice was firm. "You've got 60 minutes. If you're not heading back by then, I'm pulling you out personally." David acknowledged and continued his search, moving in methodical grids around the termination point. The temperature was dropping as afternoon faded toward evening. His face was numb despite the balaclava. His fingers were starting to lose sensation despite the gloves. At 200 yards from the termination point, he found the first anomaly. A tree, a white bark pine that should have been dormant for the winter, had fresh sap weeping from gouges in its bark. The gouges were deep, made by something with incredible strength. They were spaced like claw marks, but the spacing was wrong. Too wide, too deliberate. David photographed the marks, then noticed something else. The bark around the gouges was blackened, not from fire but from something else. It looked almost like frostbite, like the tree's tissue had been frozen and killed in a specific pattern. He moved to the next tree and found similar marks. Then the next, and the next. The marks formed a trail leading deeper into the forest, toward the higher elevations where the trees grew sparse and the wind howled constantly. David checked his GPS. Following this trail would take him away from base, into terrain that was dangerous even in good conditions. The smart play was to mark the location and return with a full team tomorrow. But Sophia had been out here for 24 hours now. If she was injured, if she was trapped somewhere, every hour decreased her chances of survival. And those marks on the trees, they looked fresh, made recently, possibly even today. He keyed his radio. "Ramirez to base. I've got evidence of unusual activity. Large claw marks on trees, pattern suggesting movement toward the high country. Requesting additional 30 minutes to investigate." "Negative," Luis responded immediately. "Storm's ahead of schedule. You need to extract now." "Luis, something made these marks. Something big enough and strong enough to gouge wood like it's soft butter. If there's a predator in this area, then we deal with it tomorrow with a proper team. Dave, I'm not asking. Get back here." David looked at the trail of marked trees disappearing into the distance, then at his GPS showing the safe route back to base. 18 years of experience told him to follow Luis's order. 18 years of successful rescues had been built on making smart decisions, not heroic ones. But Sophia's voice on that recording, the terror, the certainty that something was hunting her, that voice wouldn't let him turn back. "Copy that," David said into the radio. "Heading back now." Then he followed the trail of marked trees deeper into the forest. The terrain climbed steeply, forcing David to zigzag between dense stands of pine and fir. The marked trees appeared every 50 to 100 feet, always with the same deep gouges and blackened bark. Whatever had made them was moving with purpose, following a route that led steadily upward. David's Garmin GPS showed him moving into an area marked as hazardous terrain, extreme avalanche risk. The trees began to thin, replaced by rocky outcrops and steep slopes laden with unstable snow. His breathing was labored now, not from exertion but from the thin air at 8,000 feet elevation combined with the extreme cold. And he was starting to feel hungry. It was a strange hunger, not the normal empty feeling that came from burning calories in cold weather. This was deeper, more visceral. His stomach cramped with it, his mouth watered. He found himself thinking about the energy bars in his pack with an intensity that felt disproportionate. David stopped and forced himself to assess. Sudden intense hunger wasn't normal. It could indicate hypothermia, though he was monitoring his core temperature and it was stable. It could indicate low blood sugar, though he'd eaten regularly throughout the day. Or it could be something else. He thought about Sophia's words on the recording. "I'm so hungry. I ate all my rations 3 hours ago and I'm still starving." David pulled an energy bar from his pack and ate it mechanically, watching the tree line ahead. The hunger didn't abate. If anything, it intensified. He ate a second bar, then a third, until he realized with growing alarm that he'd consumed half his emergency food supply and still felt ravenous. This wasn't normal. This wasn't hypothermia or blood sugar. This was something else. His radio crackled. "Irez, respond. Dave, if you can hear this, you need to extract immediately. Storm is..." Static swallowed Luis's voice. David tried to respond but got only dead air. The cold was affecting the radio's range, or possibly the terrain was blocking the signal. He checked his GPS, still functioning, still showing his position with accuracy. The in-reach satellite communicator showed 5 bars. He could activate the emergency beacon. SAR would mobilize immediately, and in this weather, they'd probably send a helicopter despite the danger. He'd be extracted within an hour, safe and sound, and they could resume the search tomorrow with a full team. But tomorrow might be too late for Sophia. And David's 18 years of experience told him that people lost in winter mountains rarely survived more than 24 hours. She was already past that deadline. He continued climbing, following the marked trees into terrain that was becoming increasingly hostile. The wind had picked up, driving snow horizontally across the exposed slopes. Visibility was dropping. The temperature was falling toward -30. David's confidence, the bedrock certainty that had carried him through 18 years of successful rescues, was beginning to crack. He was alone in a winter storm, tracking something that left marks no known animal should be able to make, experiencing symptoms that matched a missing person's final recording, and he was doing it in violation of direct orders. This was how rescuers became casualties. He was about to turn back when he saw the cave. It was a dark opening in a rock face, partially obscured by drifted snow, but unmistakable once spotted. The marked trees led directly to it, the final tree having gouges that pointed like an arrow toward the entrance. David approached slowly, every instinct screaming danger. His headlamp beam penetrated about 15 feet into the cave before being swallowed by darkness. He could see disturbed snow at the entrance, signs of recent passage, and he could smell something. A scent like spoiled meat mixed with something chemical and sharp. "Sophia?" His voice was muffled by the balaclava, barely audible over the wind. "Sophia Carr, this is Ranger Ramirez. If you can hear me, make a sound." No response. But from deep in the cave came a sound like wind through trees, except there were no trees in the cave. The sound rose and fell in a pattern that almost resembled breathing. David pulled his streamlight flashlight and entered the cave. The temperature inside was, impossibly, colder than outside. His breath fog was so thick he could barely see through it. The cave walls were coated with frost that glittered in his flashlight beam, creating a crystalline tunnel that descended at a steep angle. He found Sophia's pack 30 feet into the cave. It had been torn open, the contents scattered across the frozen stone. Her sleeping bag was there, shredded, her stove, her water bottles, her research notes, all abandoned. And scratched into the frost-covered wall next to the pack was a message. It showed me what I could become. The letters were carved deep, made with something sharp, possibly Sophia's knife, which David found nearby with the blade stained dark. His radio crackled with a burst of static, and through it came a voice. Not Luis. Not anyone from Asar. A woman's voice, distorted and strange. David, you should go back while you still can. Sophia, is that you? I'm not Sophia anymore, or I'm more than Sophia. Or less, I can't tell. The hunger makes it hard to think clearly. David moved deeper into the cave, following the voice. Where are you? Are you injured? Laughter echoed through the darkness, inhuman in its pitch and duration. Injured? No. Changed. The Wendigo doesn't injure, David. It transforms. It takes the hunger that lives in everyone and makes it the only thing that matters. The Algonquian peoples knew this. They had words for it in Cree and Ojibwe. Witigo, Wendigo, Wendigo. The same concept in different languages. The evil that transforms humans into cannibals. David's hand went to the knife on his belt. Sophia, you're hypothermic. You're experiencing delusions. I'm here to extract you. You're not listening. The voice was closer now, coming from just beyond his flashlight's reach. I tried to resist. I tried to tell myself it wasn't real. But it showed me, David. It showed me what I really am under all the civilization and training and morality. It showed me the hunger that's always been there. Sophia, step into the light. Let me see you. You don't want that. Trust me. But David's flashlight beam caught something moving in the darkness. A pale shape. Too tall to be human. With proportions that were wrong in ways his brain struggled to process. The arms were too long, the fingers extending into claws. The torso was skeletal, ribs visible through translucent skin. And the face, David's flashlight died. Not the battery. The bulb had shattered from the cold, or from something else, leaving him in absolute darkness, broken only by the faint glow of his headlamp. The Wendigo feeds on more than flesh. Sophia's voice came from multiple directions now, echoing off cave walls. It feeds on hope, on sanity, on the belief that humans are separate from animals. It showed me we're all just meat. Sophisticated meat with stories we tell ourselves, but meat nonetheless. David fumbled for his radio, his emergency beacon, anything. His fingers were numb, refusing to cooperate. The hunger was overwhelming now, a gnawing emptiness that made him think of blood and bone and warm flesh, his own flesh. You feel it too, Sophia said, and now she was right behind him, her breath cold on his neck. The hunger. It spreads like infection. I've been here 2 days and I can barely remember being human. How long do you think you'll last, David? An hour? 2? He spun, his headlamp illuminating something that his mind refused to fully process. A figure that was both Sophia and not, human and not, with eyes that reflected his light like an animal's. Run, she whispered, while you still remember how. David ran. He crashed through the cave tunnel, bouncing off walls, his headlamp creating wild shadows. Behind him came sounds, footsteps that were too heavy, breathing that was too deep, and that wet chewing sound from the recording. He burst out of the cave into the full force of the storm, wind-driven snow hitting him like a sandblaster. His GPS was still working. He followed the waypoint back toward base, stumbling through snow that had deepened significantly. The temperature had dropped to -35. The wind chill made it -60. He had maybe 20 minutes of exposure tolerance left before his core temperature would begin to drop. The marked trees appeared as he descended, but now they looked different. The gouges seemed fresher, deeper, and there were more of them. They covered entire trunks, forming patterns that looked almost like writing in some unknown language. David's radio burst to life. Located you on GPS. Helicopter inbound, ETA 15 minutes. Are you injured? Respond. Negative injury. David gasped into the radio. Found cave. Subject Sophia Carr is... What? Transformed? Infected with some kind of hunger madness? Status unknown. Something in the cave. Something wrong. Say again? You're breaking up. There's something in Glacier. Something that... The radio died. The GPS flickered and went dark. His headlamp dimmed to a faint glow. Every electronic device he carried was failing simultaneously, as if the cold had suddenly intensified beyond their tolerances, or as if something was draining their power. David could hear it behind him. Footsteps in the snow, too heavy to be human, too fast to be a bear. That breathing, rhythmic and hungry. He pushed himself harder, his lungs burning from the cold air, his muscles screaming. Through the storm he saw lights, the helicopter, a bright star in the gray chaos. It was landing in a clearing 100 yards ahead. Luis was there, waving, shouting something David couldn't hear over the rotor wash. 50 yards. David could make it. He was going to survive. He was going to get extracted, file a report, come back with a proper team. They'd find Sophia, or what was left of her, and they'd figure out what was happening in these mountains. 25 yards. The hunger was unbearable. David was thinking about his own arm, about how easily teeth could pierce skin, about the warmth of blood in this frozen wasteland. The thoughts horrified him, but he couldn't stop them from coming. 10 yards. Something grabbed his pack, yanking him backward. David unclipped the waist belt and chest strap, abandoning the pack, lurching forward. He could see Luis's face now, see the concern and confusion there. 5 yards. A voice whispered in his ear, speaking Ojibwe or Cree or some older language. "You carry the hunger now, Ranger. Wherever you go, it follows. The Wendigo's gift." David fell into Luis's arms, and they dragged him toward the helicopter. He looked back once and saw a figure standing at the tree line, too tall, too thin, with Sophia's face, but not her eyes. She raised one elongated hand in what might have been a wave or a warning. Then the helicopter lifted, and the storm swallowed everything. David spent 3 days in the hospital being treated for severe exposure, frostbite on his fingers and toes, and what the doctors called stress-induced psychological disturbance. He couldn't stop eating. They brought him meals every 2 hours, and he consumed them with mechanical intensity, never feeling satisfied. The psychiatrist said it was normal after extreme cold exposure, the body's attempt to replenish burned calories. It would fade in a few days. It didn't fade. The superintendent debriefed him, and David told a sanitized version of events. He'd found evidence of Sophia Carr's camp, tracked her movements to a cave system, discovered signs of psychological breakdown. He'd been forced to extract due to weather before completing the search. The cave would need to be investigated by a full team once conditions improved. He didn't mention the transformation. He didn't mention the hunger that had infected him. He didn't mention Sophia's final words or the thing he'd seen at the tree line. The official report listed Sophia Carr as missing, presumed dead due to exposure. Her family was notified. The university mourned a promising researcher lost to the wilderness. The case was filed away. But David knew the truth. 1 week after his extraction, he was cleared to return to work. He stood in the ranger station, staring at the map of Glacier National Park, at the vast wilderness that stretched for over 1 million acres. How many caves were there? How many places something could hide? How many people had gone missing over the years, their disappearances attributed to falls or exposure or wildlife encounters? The hunger was constant now. David ate 10,000 calories a day and still felt empty. He'd lost 15 pounds despite the constant eating. His colleagues were starting to notice, starting to ask questions. And he'd started having dreams. Dreams of running through snow, of hunting, of warm blood and the sweet taste of marrow. He'd wake up standing at his window, staring at the mountains, feeling a pull toward the high country where the cave waited. Luis found him one morning, standing in the equipment room with a blank expression, holding a hunting knife he didn't remember taking from the wall rack. "Dave," Luis said carefully, "maybe you should take some more time off. The exposure, the stress, it's still affecting you." David set down the knife with hands that shook. "I'm fine." "You're not. You're losing weight. You're not sleeping. And last night, one of the night staff said they saw you trying to leave the station at 3 a.m. in full winter gear." "I don't remember that. That's what worries me." Luis put a hand on David's shoulder. "Listen, man, what you experienced out there, Sophia's disappearance, the storm, the near-death exposure, that's trauma. It changes people, but you can get help. You can recover. David wanted to explain. Wanted to tell Luis that recovery wasn't possible, that something in those mountains had reached out and touched him, had planted a seed of hunger that was growing day by day, that he was being transformed, slowly and inexorably, into something that wasn't quite human anymore. But saying that would get him committed, would get him removed from duty. And the only thing keeping him human was the routine of work, the familiar rhythms of ranger life. "You're right," David said. "I'll make an appointment with the counselor." He made the appointment. He didn't keep it. Instead, he spent his nights researching Wendigo legends, reading accounts from Algonquian peoples about the transformation curse, about how hunger could become a supernatural force that consumed everything, body, mind, and soul. The stories were consistent across different tribes. The Wendigo was created when a person resorted to cannibalism, or when they were exposed to a Wendigo's presence, or when they ventured too deep into the winter wilderness, and something ancient and hungry found them. The transformation was irreversible. The hunger was eternal. And the only way to stop a Wendigo was to kill it with fire, completely consuming the body so nothing remained to regenerate. David stood in front of his bathroom mirror, studying his reflection. He'd lost 25 pounds now. His eyes had taken on a hollow quality. When he smiled, his teeth looked too sharp. He had maybe a week, he estimated, maybe 2, before the hunger overcame the last vestiges of his humanity, before he started looking at his colleagues as meat rather than people, before he became what Sophia had become. David called the superintendent and requested a solo patrol to check weather stations in the high country. He packed extra supplies, extra fuel. He wrote a letter explaining everything and sealed it in an envelope marked, "To be opened if I don't return." Then he headed back into the mountains, back toward the cave where it had all started, where Sophia waited or hunted or existed in some state between human and monster. He was going to end this, one way or another. The mountains received him with snow and wind and cold that would kill an unprepared person in minutes. But David wasn't unprepared. He'd spent 18 years learning every trick of winter survival, every method of staying alive in conditions that wanted him dead. None of that mattered anymore. He wasn't trying to survive. He was trying to choose how he died, as David Ramirez, ranger and rescuer, or as something that wore his face while hunting his former colleagues through the snow. He found the cave as darkness fell. The marked trees were still there, the gouges deeper now, the patterns more extensive. And standing at the cave entrance, waiting, was Sophia Carr, or what Sophia had become. "You came back," she said, her voice carrying on the wind. "I knew you would. The hunger brings everyone back eventually." David pulled a flare gun from his pack. "I'm not becoming what you are. You don't have a choice. The Wendigo doesn't ask permission. It takes." She stepped closer, and in the fading light, David could see how much she'd changed. 7 feet tall, skeletal, with skin like frozen leather. But you know what? It's not so bad. The hunger makes everything simple. No more decisions, no more regrets. Just need and satisfaction over and over forever. "You were a scientist," David said. "You had a PhD, a career, a family. Don't you remember any of that?" "I remember meat." Sophia smiled, revealing too many teeth. "Everything else is just noise." David raised the flare gun, but he couldn't fire. Despite everything, despite the horror of what she'd become, she was still a missing person he'd been trying to rescue. 18 years of training wouldn't let him give up on her. That hesitation saved his life. Sophia moved faster than anything human should be able to move, crossing the distance between them in a heartbeat. But instead of attacking, she pushed David backward, away from the cave entrance, just as something else emerged from the darkness. It was larger than Sophia, older, its body almost skeletal with translucent skin stretched over bones that looked too large for any terrestrial creature. This was the original, David realized. This was the Wendigo that had created Sophia. the ancient evil that had been waiting in these mountains long before humans built ranger stations and created protocols. "Run," Sophia said, positioning herself between David and the creature. "This is my burden, my transformation. You still have a chance." "What are you?" "Run!" David ran, and behind him erupted sounds of combat, inhuman screams and the crack of breaking bone. He didn't look back. He ran down the mountain, through the storm, following his instincts and his GPS until he reached the ranger station just as dawn was breaking. Luis met him at the door. "Jesus Christ, Dave, where have you been? We've been trying to reach you for hours." David collapsed on the station steps, his body pushed past all limits. "Did you open the letter?" "What letter?" "The one I left. Instructions if I didn't—" David stopped, feeling his stomach for the first time in days. The hunger was gone, not satisfied, but simply absent, as if something had been removed rather than filled. "Dave, you're not making sense. Come inside. We need to get you checked out." As Luis helped him inside, David looked back at the mountains. The storm was clearing, revealing the high peaks in the morning light. Somewhere up there, Sophia Carr was fighting a battle she couldn't win, sacrificing what remained of her humanity to give him a chance to keep his. The official report would list her as presumed dead, lost to exposure in the wilderness. It wouldn't mention wendigos or transformation curses or the hunger that could consume a person from the inside out. But David would remember. He'd remember the sacrifice, the warning, and the truth about what waited in the empty places of Glacier National Park, and he'd spend the rest of his career making sure no one else went into those mountains unprepared, making sure no one else stumbled into caves that held ancient horrors. His 18 years of experience had been built on confidence in understanding the wilderness. Now he understood that some things in the wilderness were beyond understanding, beyond preparation, beyond everything humans thought they knew about the natural world. The mountains kept their secrets, and David Ramirez carried one of them now, a weight he'd bear until the day he retired or died, or finally found the courage to tell someone what really happened to Sophia Carr. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Sophia in the end. The heat arrived before the sun did, thick and wet, settling over the Atchafalaya Basin like a wool blanket soaked in warm water. Brooke Thibodeau stood on the dock behind the refuge station, watching the mist rise off the black water in slow, curling tendrils that seemed almost deliberate in their movement. The cypress trees emerged from the fog like the bones of drowned giants, their knees jutting up through the surface, their branches heavy with Spanish moss that hung motionless in the still air. No breeze. There was never any breeze in August, just the heat and the humidity and the constant chorus of insects that served as the swamp's heartbeat. She'd been a wildlife biologist with the Fish and Wildlife Service for 9 years, the last 4 spent here in the Atchafalaya, studying the American alligator population that called this labyrinth of waterways home. She knew these animals better than she knew most people, knew their hunting patterns, their territorial behaviors, the subtle differences between a warning hiss and a genuine threat display. She'd tagged over 200 individuals, tracked their movements through breeding seasons and droughts, documented their remarkable adaptability in the face of human encroachment. Alligators were her life's work, her passion, her area of expertise, which is why she knew with absolute certainty that an alligator had not killed those men. She finished her coffee, chicory blend, black, the only way to drink it this early, and went back inside to review the case files one more time. 3 victims in 14 days. The first had been a local named Beaumont Arsenault, 57, found wedged in the crook of a bald cypress 30 feet above the waterline. No bite marks, no lacerations, no signs of struggle. Just a dead man in a tree with an expression on his face that the responding deputy had described as like he's seen the devil himself rise up out of the water. The second victim was a tourist from Texas, Gerald Hoffman, 62, discovered in similar circumstances a week later. Different tree, same impossible height, same absence of visible trauma. The medical examiner had listed cause of death as cardiac arrest, likely induced by extreme fear, but couldn't explain how a man with a broken leg and no climbing experience had ended up 40 feet off the ground. And now, there was a third, Garrett Phelps, 34, a fishing guide from Henderson who'd taken a client into the basin 3 days ago and never came back. The client had been found drifting in their John boat near Bayou Sorrel, unharmed but catatonic, unable or unwilling to speak. Garrett's body had been recovered yesterday afternoon, perched in the highest branches of a water oak on the edge of Lake Fosse Point. No injuries, no explanation. Just that same frozen scream on his face, those same wide eyes staring at something that wasn't there anymore. The sheriff's department was calling them alligator attacks. It was easier than admitting they had no idea what was happening in the swamp. Brooke knew better. She just didn't know what to call the alternative. The morning briefing was held in the refuge's main office, a cramped room with a window unit air conditioner that rattled and wheezed, but never quite managed to push the temperature below 80 degrees. Sheriff Roy Benoit was there, along with 2 of his deputies and a representative from Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. Brooke sat in the corner, flipping through the photographs she'd already memorized, waiting for someone to say something that made sense. "We're recommending a closure of the Eastern Basin until further notice," Sheriff Benoit said, pointing to a map that was already marked with red X's at each recovery site. "No fishing, no hunting, no recreational access. We've got a nuisance gator team coming in from Baton Rouge tomorrow to survey the area and remove any aggressive animals." "With respect, Sheriff," Brooke said, not looking up from the photographs, "there's no evidence that alligators were involved in any of these deaths." The room went quiet. Deputy Trosclair, a young man with more ambition than experience, cleared his throat. "Ma'am, we found the bodies in trees. Gators chase people up trees all the time." "Gators don't chase people up trees. That's a myth." Brooke finally looked up, meeting his eyes. "Alligators are ambush predators. They strike from concealment, drag their prey into the water and drown it. They don't pursue, they don't climb, and they certainly don't leave their kills intact and posed like mannequins in a department store window." She held up one of the photographs. Garrett Phelps frozen in that final moment of terror. "Look at his hands. No defensive wounds. No bark under his fingernails. He didn't climb that tree. He was placed there." "Placed there by what?" Sheriff Benoit asked. Brooke didn't have an answer. She'd been asking herself the same question for 2 weeks. She took her boat out alone that afternoon, against the sheriff's recommendation, following the GPS coordinates to the site where Garrett Phelps had been found. The sun was directly overhead by then, and the swamp had taken on that peculiar midday stillness where even the insects seemed to hold their breath. The water was the color of coffee with too much cream, opaque and warm, revealing nothing of what moved beneath its surface. Brooke cut the engine and let the boat drift, studying the tree where they'd found the body. It was a water oak, ancient and massive, its trunk rising straight out of the shallows before exploding into a canopy of branches that blocked out the sky. Spanish moss hung from every limb like funeral shrouds, swaying slightly in a breeze Brooke couldn't feel. The branch where Garrett had been found was at least 50 feet up, a branch that couldn't have supported his weight while he was alive, that should have snapped the moment he tried to climb onto it. But there he'd been, sitting upright, hands folded in his lap, eyes fixed on something in the distance that no one else could see. She heard it then. A sound that didn't belong in the catalog of swamp noises she'd spent 4 years memorizing. Not a splash, not a bird call, not the grunt of a gator or the splash of a gar. Something else. A low, rhythmic breathing, wet and labored, coming from somewhere in the trees to her left. She turned slowly, her hand moving instinctively toward the holstered pistol on her belt, and scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just moss and shadow in the endless watching silence of the swamp. But the breathing continued, and now she could hear something else beneath it. A sound like claws on bark, like something heavy pulling itself through the branches overhead. She looked up, and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, she saw a shape silhouetted against the light filtering through the canopy. Too large to be human, too wrong in its proportions. A head that was almost canine, shoulders too broad, limbs that bent at angles that made her stomach lurch. Then it was gone, and the swamp was silent again, and Brooke was alone on the water with her heart hammering in her chest and the absolute certainty that she was being watched. Garrett Phelps had known these waters his whole life. He'd been born in Henderson, raised on crawfish and catfish and the particular brand of Cajun stubbornness that came from living in a place the rest of the world had forgotten. His grandfather had run a fishing camp on the edge of the basin, and his father after him, and now Garrett carried on the tradition, taking tourists out into the swamp to catch bass and gar and the occasional alligator gar that could grow longer than a man was tall. He knew every channel, every sandbar, every hidden pocket of deep water where the big fish liked to hide. He knew the sounds the swamp made at night, the calls of owls and nightjars and the distant prehistoric bellowing of bull gators during mating season. He did not know the sound he heard on the night of August 5th. It started as a howl, not a wolf's howl, nothing that clean or natural, but something that started low and rose into a pitch that seemed to vibrate in his chest, in his teeth, in the roots of his hair. His client, an accountant from Shreveport named Dale, had gone pale and gripped the sides of the John boat so hard his knuckles turned white. "What the hell was that?" Dale whispered. Garrett didn't answer. He was listening. The howl had faded, but now there was something else. Footsteps, impossibly, walking on water, not splashing through the shallows, but walking on the surface, each step producing a soft, wet impact, like a palm slapping against skin. Coming closer. "We need to go," Garrett said, reaching for the outboard motor. "Now." But the motor wouldn't start. He pulled the cord once, twice, 3 times, and each time the engine coughed and died, as if something was choking it from within. The footsteps were closer now, and Garrett could see the water rippling in the darkness, concentric circles spreading out from points of contact that shouldn't have been possible. Something was walking toward them across the surface of the bayou, something that moved with a terrible, patient deliberation. Dale screamed. Garrett looked up. It was standing on the water 10 feet from the boat. Tall, 8 feet, maybe 9, with a body that was almost human but wrapped in something that might have been fur or might have been shadow. Its face was the worst part. A wolf's muzzle, but elongated, distorted, with eyes that glowed a faint, sickly yellow in the darkness. And it was looking at him, not at Dale, at him, studying him, choosing. "Run," Garrett whispered, though he knew there was nowhere to run, nothing but water and darkness and the thing that stood upon the waves. "Dale, run." Dale didn't run. Dale didn't move. Dale just stared, his mouth open, his eyes glazed as the creature took another step toward the boat. And another. And another. Garrett felt something close around his chest. Not hands, not claws, but a pressure. An invisible force that lifted him out of the boat and into the air as if he weighed nothing at all. He couldn't scream, couldn't breathe, could only watch as the swamp fell away beneath him, as the creature's yellow eyes stayed fixed on his, as he was carried upward into the branches of the water oak and set gently, almost tenderly, onto a limb that shouldn't have held him. The last thing Garrett Phelps saw was the creature's face, inches from his own, studying him with something that might have been curiosity, or might have been hunger. The last thing he felt was his heart, hammering so hard against his ribs that he was certain it would burst. And the last thing he heard was a voice, not spoken, not exactly, but pressed directly into his mind. A voice that said, in tones of ancient and infinite patience, "Not yet." But soon, then the darkness took him, and Garrett Phelps was gone. Brooke found the nest 3 days later. She'd been following a pattern she'd noticed on the map. The 3 body sites formed a rough triangle around a patch of flooded forest that wasn't supposed to exist. The satellite imagery showed solid land there, a small island of higher ground in the midst of the basin. But when she navigated her boat through the increasingly narrow channels, she found only water and something else. Bones, hundreds of them, scattered across the shallow bottom, visible through the murky water like pale fingers reaching up from the mud. Human bones, animal bones, bones so old they'd begun to calcite, and bones so fresh they still had scraps of tissue clinging to them. They formed a ring around a single cypress tree, the largest Brooke had ever seen, its trunk easily 30 feet in diameter, its roots spreading out across the water like the legs of some enormous spider. The smell hit her next, not decay, something older, mustier, like a wet dog left in a closed room for weeks. It coated the back of her throat, made her eyes water, triggered some primal response in her hindbrain that screamed at her to leave, to run, to get as far from this place as possible. Her radio crackled. "Brooke, this is base, you copy?" She keyed the mic, never taking her eyes off the tree. "I copy. I found something. Sending coordinates now." "Negative on that, Brooke. We've got weather coming in. You need to head back." She looked up. The sky, which had been clear an hour ago, had turned the color of a bruise, purple and black and swollen with rain. The wind had picked up, sending ripples across the water, making the Spanish moss sway like something alive. And in the branches of the great cypress something moved, something that had been watching her the whole time. "Brooke, do you copy? Return to base immediately." She watched it descend, not climbing, flowing, like shadow given weight and form. It moved from branch to branch with a liquid grace that no living thing should possess, and as it came closer, she could see its face clearly for the first time. The muzzle, the eyes, the way its lips pulled back from teeth that were too long, too sharp, too many. The rougarou, the thing her grandmother had warned her about when she was a child, the monster that haunted the swamps and punished the wicked. She'd stopped believing in it when she was 10 years old. She'd been wrong. It stopped on a branch 20 feet above her, crouching, watching, those yellow eyes fixed on hers with an intelligence that was unmistakably, terrifyingly human. "Not you," the voice said in her mind. "Not yet. You still have work to do." And then it was gone, and Brooke was alone in the gathering storm, surrounded by bones, knowing with absolute certainty that she had been judged, and, for now, found wanting. The official report listed the 3 deaths as accidental drownings complicated by alligator activity. The bone site was never mentioned. The witness, Dale, the accountant from Shreveport, recovered from his catatonic state after 6 weeks of inpatient psychiatric care and claimed to remember nothing of the night Garrett Phelps died. Brooke never told anyone what she saw. What would she say? That a creature from Cajun folklore had shown her its hunting ground and decided to let her live. That she'd looked into the eyes of something older than the swamp itself and seen a patience that spanned centuries. She still works in the Atchafalaya. Still studies her alligators, still files her reports, still drinks her chicory coffee on the dock each morning while the mist rises off the black water. But she doesn't go into the eastern basin anymore, doesn't go near the great cypress or the ring of bones that surrounds it. And some nights when the moon is full and the swamp goes quiet in that particular way, that means something is moving through it, she hears the howling, distant, patient, waiting. The rougarou doesn't kill everyone it catches. Some it releases, some it marks. Brooke touches the scar on her palm, the one she doesn't remember getting, the one that appeared the morning after she visited the nest. It's shaped like a crescent moon, like a bite that never quite broke the skin. She has 93 days left. Then she'll know which kind she is. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington, Hoh Rainforest. Date: November 8, 2017. The Hoh Rainforest existed in a state of permanent twilight. Even at midday, the canopy of Sitka spruce and western hemlock filtered the Washington sky into something gray and diffuse, a light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Daniel Marsh had worked Olympic National Park for 11 years. And in that time he had learned to love the particular quality of that light. The way it softened edges, made the ancient trees seem to breathe, turned the hanging curtains of moss into something from a fever dream. The forest was alive in ways that forests shouldn't be. He'd accepted that long ago. This morning the rain fell in a fine mist that wasn't quite rain and wasn't quite fog. Something in between that coated everything in a sheen of moisture and muffled all sound to a whisper. Daniel stood on the porch of the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center at 7:15, drinking his second coffee of the day, watching the parking lot slowly fill with the first visitors of the morning. A school bus had arrived 20 minutes earlier, Jefferson Elementary according to the magnetic sign on its side, and he'd watched two teachers corral approximately 20 children into something resembling order before leading them toward the Hall of Mosses Trail. Field trips were common this time of year. The rainforest's accessibility made it popular with schools throughout western Washington, and the shorter autumn days meant teachers wanted to get their outdoor education hours in before winter made everything impractical. Daniel had done the ranger talk for school groups perhaps 100 times. The ecosystem, the rainfall, the delicate balance of life and decay that made this place unique. Today, a younger ranger named Kelsey was handling the morning program. Daniel had the afternoon patrol. He finished his coffee and went inside to check the morning reports. Trail conditions were standard for November. Muddy in the lower sections, some standing water on the Spruce Nature Trail, nothing impassable. The weather forecast called for continued rain through the weekend, temperatures hovering around 8 degrees Celsius. Normal. Everything was normal. The radio crackled at 9:47. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Kelsey at Hall of Mosses. I have a situation." The voice was controlled, professional, but Daniel had worked with Kelsey long enough to hear the tightness beneath the words. "We have missing children. Repeat, missing children. 6 students from the Jefferson Elementary group separated from their class approximately 30 minutes ago, ages 7 to 9. I need all available personnel." Daniel was moving before the transmission ended, grabbing his pack and his radio, his body responding to years of training while his mind raced through possibilities. Children wandered off constantly. It was practically inevitable with school groups, but they rarely stayed lost for long. The Hall of Mosses Trail was a short loop, well marked, bordered by the kind of dense undergrowth that discouraged off-trail exploration. There was nowhere for 6 children to go, except, of course, into the forest itself. And the forest went on forever. He keyed his radio as he jogged toward the trailhead. "Dispatch, Ranger Marsh responding. ETA to Hall of Mosses, 4 minutes. Do we have descriptions on the missing children?" The response came fragmented, names and ages and clothing colors that blurred together. 6 children, 3 girls, 3 boys. All wearing the bright yellow vests the school had provided for visibility. Yellow should be easy to spot against the endless green and brown of the rainforest. Should be. But as Daniel entered the trail and felt the canopy close above him like a door swinging shut, he found himself thinking about the stories he'd heard over the years. Stories the Quinault and Quileute elders sometimes shared late at night when they thought the Park Service people weren't listening. Stories about things that lived in the deep forest, things that called to travelers with whistles and songs, things that took people away and sometimes brought them back changed. The old people called them Tsiatko, stick Indians, shadow people who walked between the massive trunks of the ancient trees, thin as the branches they hid behind, patient as the moss that grew on everything. They taught their children never to whistle in the forest, never to answer if something whistled back. Daniel had always dismissed those stories. He was a scientist by training, a rationalist by temperament. The forest was just a forest, strange and beautiful and indifferent to human concerns, but not malevolent, not aware. But as he pushed deeper into the Hall of Mosses, past the point where the maintained trail gave way to something older and less defined, he noticed the silence. Not the usual quiet of the rainforest, which was full of subtle sounds, dripping water, rustling ferns, the distant calls of varied thrushes. This was different. This was absence, as if someone had pressed mute on the entire world. And somewhere ahead, so faint he might have imagined it, he heard a whistle. Ms. Harper had counted them. She had counted them 3 times before they left the visitor center, counted them again at the trailhead, counted them at every stopping point along the way. 23 students. She'd been teaching 3rd grade for 15 years, and she'd learned that counting was the only thing that kept field trips from becoming disasters. So when she turned around at the viewing platform near the big maple tree and counted only 17, she felt the floor drop out from beneath her reality. "Where are the others?" Her voice came out sharper than intended. The remaining students stared at her with wide eyes. Kelsey, the young ranger who'd been leading their tour, stopped mid-sentence about the symbiotic relationship between moss and bark. "Which others, Ms. Harper?" "6 of them. Zoe, Marcus, the Patterson twins, little James Chen, and... She couldn't remember the 6th name. Why couldn't she remember? They were right here. They were right here 5 minutes ago. But even as she said it, doubt crept in. Had she actually seen them at this platform? She remembered counting at the previous stop, the one by the fallen nurse log. 23. But the image was fuzzy somehow, like a photograph left in the rain. Had she really counted, or had she just assumed? Kelsey was already on her radio, her voice calm but urgent. The other teacher, Mr. Paulson, began gathering the remaining students into a tight group. "Ms." Harper stood frozen, trying to reconstruct the last 30 minutes and found that she couldn't. The timeline had become unreliable, full of gaps and overlaps that didn't make sense. The rain continued to fall, soft and relentless. The moss-covered trees stood silent around them, watching with patience older than memory. And somewhere in the forest, 6 children walked a path that wasn't on any map, following a sound that no adult could hear. Zoe didn't know why she'd left the group. One moment she was standing with the others, listening to the ranger lady talk about how old the trees were, and the next moment she was walking into the green darkness between 2 massive trunks, her feet moving on their own, her mind floating somewhere peaceful and strange. The whistling was beautiful. That was the thing the grown-ups would never understand, how beautiful it was. Not like a person whistling, not like the songs her dad sometimes hummed while making breakfast. This was something else. It was the sound the forest would make if the forest could sing, and it was calling her name. And she had to follow it because following it was the most important thing she'd ever done. The others were with her. Marcus and the twins, James and the girl whose name Zoe kept forgetting even though they sat next to each other in class. They walked in a line through the ferns and the fallen logs, their yellow vests bright against the gray-green world, and none of them spoke because speaking would have interrupted the song. The trees grew taller here. The moss grew thicker. The light grew dimmer until Zoe could barely see her own hands in front of her face. But that was okay. The whistling would guide her. The whistling would take her where she needed to go. She became aware, gradually, that they were not alone. Shapes moved between the trees, tall shapes thin as branches, their edges blurring into the shadows. They didn't have faces, not exactly. They had places where faces should be, dark spaces that watched without eyes. Zoe wasn't afraid. She should have been afraid. Some distant part of her knew that. But the fear had been packed away somewhere she couldn't reach it, wrapped in the beautiful song and stored in a box she'd forgotten how to open. One of the shapes came closer. It bent down toward her, its not face level with hers, and the darkness where its eyes should be seemed to look into her, through her, past every wall she'd ever built inside herself. It saw everything. Her fears, her hopes, the secret angry thoughts she sometimes had about her little brother, the way she cried at night when she thought about her grandmother who died last spring. It saw all of it, and it didn't judge, and it didn't comfort. It just saw. Then it whistled, a single long note. And Zoe understood that she was being given a choice. She could stay here, in this place between the trees where time didn't work the way it was supposed to, and she would never be afraid again, never be sad, never be anything at all. Or she could go back, carrying what she'd seen, knowing what she now knew, and live with that knowledge for the rest of her life. She tried to speak. She tried to say that she wanted to go home, wanted her mom, wanted to wake up from this dream that had stopped feeling like a dream. But her voice wouldn't work. The song had filled up all the space where words used to live. The shape whistled again. The other shapes whistled in response, a chorus that echoed through the ancient trees, through Zoe's bones, through something deeper than bones. Then there was silence, and then she was sitting in a circle with the other 5 children, in a clearing that shouldn't exist, and a man in a ranger uniform was running toward them with wild eyes and a radio pressed to his mouth. Daniel found them at 11:23, exactly 3 hours after they'd been reported missing. They sat in a perfect circle in a clearing he'd never seen before, despite 11 years of walking these trails. Their yellow vests were spotless, no mud, no moisture, despite the constant rain. Their eyes were open but unfocused, staring at something beyond the visible world. Their hands moved in their laps, fingers tracing the same pattern over and over, a spiral within a spiral, a shape that seemed to turn in on itself forever. None of them spoke. None of them moved except for those tracing fingers. "Dispatch, Ranger Marsh. I've found them, all 6, alive, approximately half a mile north of the Hall of Mosses trail." He gave coordinates that his GPS insisted were accurate, even though they placed him in a location that, according to every map he'd ever seen, was the middle of an impenetrable old-growth thicket. They're unresponsive. I need medical at the visitor center, and I need help carrying them out. They're not walking on their own. As he approached the circle, the closest child, a girl with dark hair and wide, empty eyes, turned her head slowly to look at him. Her lips moved. At first, no sound came out. Then, in a whisper so faint he had to lean in to hear, "They showed us. They showed us what's behind everything." "Who showed you, sweetheart? Who?" "We can't talk about it." Her voice was flat, mechanical, as if she were reciting something memorized long ago. "If we talk about it, they'll hear. They're always listening. The ones who whistle, the ones who wait." She turned away from him, her hands resuming their endless spiral tracing, and she didn't respond to anything else he said. It took 4 rangers to carry the 6 children back to the visitor center. They remained silent the entire way, their eyes open and staring, their fingers still moving in those terrible patterns. Ms. Harper collapsed when she saw them. Mr. Paulson had to be restrained from shaking Marcus, demanding to know what happened, where they'd been. The parents were called. Ambulances arrived. Child psychologists were summoned. And through it all, Daniel kept thinking about the clearing, about how the trees around it had seemed to lean inward, watching, about how the moss on the ground had been pressed flat in a pattern he couldn't quite decipher, about the smell that had hung in the air. Not unpleasant exactly, but wrong, like cedar smoke mixed with something older, something that didn't belong to any living thing. And about the whistle he'd heard, just once, as he carried the last child out of the forest. A single note, long and low, that seemed to come from everywhere at once. A note that sounded almost like goodbye, or almost like a promise. Dr. Allison Reeves arrived at Olympic Memorial Hospital 3 days later, summoned by a child psychiatry department that had no idea what to do with 6 children who wouldn't speak, wouldn't eat without prompting, and spent every waking moment drawing the same spiral pattern on any surface they could find. She reviewed the case files on the drive from Seattle. Trauma-induced catatonia was her initial hypothesis. Whatever had happened in those 3 hours had been severe enough to trigger a dissociative state in all 6 children simultaneously. It was rare, but not unheard of. Shared trauma could create shared symptoms, but the files included details that didn't fit any pattern she recognized. The children's vitals were perfect. No signs of exposure, dehydration, or physical harm. No evidence of assault. Nothing that should have caused this level of psychological withdrawal. And then there were the drawings. Every child, independently, without seeing each other's work, produced the same image. A spiral within a spiral, rendered with a precision that seemed impossible for children their age. The lines didn't waver. The proportions were mathematically exact. Child psychologists had tested them separately, given them different materials, crayons, markers, pencil, finger paint, and every time, the same spiral emerged. Allison's first interview was with Zoe, the youngest. The girl sat in a hospital room decorated with cheerful animal posters, her hands folded in her lap for once, her eyes focused on Allison's face with an intensity that made the psychiatrist want to look away. "Hello, Zoe. I'm Dr. Reeves. I'm here to talk with you about what happened in the forest." Silence, but not the empty silence of the other children. Zoe was thinking, considering, weighing something behind her 2 old eyes. "You want to know what we saw? I want to help you feel better, We don't feel bad, we feel different. Zoe tilted her head, a gesture that reminded Allison of a bird examining something it might eat. They didn't hurt us. They just showed us. Showed you what? The space between. Zoe's voice dropped to a whisper. The place where the trees are always watching. The place where time goes when it's not here. They live there. They've always lived there. Before the forest. Before anything. She paused. They wanted us to know. They wanted someone to remember. Remember what, Zoe? The girl smiled. It was the first expression Allison had seen on any of the children's faces since their return. And it was wrong. Too wide, too knowing. A smile that belonged to something much older than 7 years. That they're still here, that they'll always be here. That sometimes they take people and sometimes they give them back and you can never tell which is worse. She resumed drawing. The spiral within a spiral, perfect and precise, growing outward from the center of the page. Allison watched her for a long time. Then she closed her notebook and left the room, walking past the nurse's station and out into the hospital parking lot, where she stood in the rain and tried to convince herself that what she'd just seen had a rational explanation. The rain fell soft and constant, the same rain that fell in the Hoh rainforest 30 miles away, where the trees stood ancient and patient and watched with something that wasn't quite awareness, but wasn't quite absence either. Her phone buzzed. A text from the hospital. Mark is speaking now, repeating same phrase. They whistle when they're hungry. They're always hungry. Please advise. Allison didn't respond. She got in her car and drove home, and that night she dreamed of spirals. And in the dream they kept turning inward. Inward, inward, until she reached a center that had no bottom. Only darkness, and a sound like whistling that seemed to know her name. The children were released to their families 2 weeks later. The official diagnosis was acute stress reaction, resolved. All 6 eventually resumed normal activities, school, friends, the ordinary business of childhood. But their parents noticed things. Small things at first. The way they sometimes stopped mid-sentence and tilted their heads, listening to something no one else could hear. The way they drew spirals in the margins of their homework, in the frost on windows, in the condensation on bathroom mirrors. The way they never went near forests anymore, any forests, and screamed if anyone tried to make them. And sometimes, late at night, their parents heard them whispering to each other in a language that didn't sound like English, didn't sound like any language at all, a language that sounded almost like whistling. Ranger Daniel Marsh took early retirement the following spring. He moved to Arizona, to a place where the land was flat and open, and you could see for miles in every direction. He never spoke about what happened in the Hoh rainforest, never filed a report that mentioned the things he'd seen in that impossible clearing. But sometimes when the wind blew through the desert at night, he could almost hear it beneath the silence. A long, low note, patient and waiting, that seemed to carry all the way from the moss-covered trees of the Pacific Northwest. They were always listening, the children had said. They were always hungry, and they had all the time in the world to wait. Location: North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date: November 3, 2012. Richard Moran had stopped believing in things he couldn't explain sometime around his 15th year with the Park Service. Before that, he'd entertained the occasional campfire story, the whispered legends that rangers passed down like family heirlooms. But 18 years of working search and rescue in the North Cascades had taught him that the wilderness didn't need supernatural help to kill people. The mountains were indifferent. The cold was patient. Human error was reliable. That was enough. He poured his morning coffee in the Marble Mount Ranger Station, watching the fog roll through the valley like something alive. November had arrived with its usual cruelty, temperatures dropping into the 20s overnight. The first serious snowfall expected by week's end. Most of the seasonal staff had transferred out in October. The park was emptying, settling into its winter solitude. Richard preferred it this way. Fewer visitors meant fewer rescues, fewer body recoveries, fewer families he had to call with news that would shatter their worlds. The station was quiet except for the hum of the space heater, and the occasional crackle of the radio. Richard ran through his morning checklist with the ease of long practice. Weather report: overcast, high of 38, snow likely by Tuesday. Trail conditions: Cascade Pass closed above 5,000 feet due to ice. Overnight incidents: none reported. He checked the battery levels on his GPS unit, tested his flashlight, inventoried his pack. These rituals were the liturgy of his profession, the small disciplines that kept men alive when the mountains turned hostile. Outside, the North Cascades rose in jagged silhouette against the gray sky, peaks that the early explorers had called the American Alps, though Richard had always thought that comparison undersold them. The Alps had been civilized for centuries. The North Cascades remained wild in ways that Europe had forgotten. There were valleys here where no human had ever set foot, glaciers that had been grinding stone since before the pyramids were built, forests so dense that sunlight never reached the ground. It was beautiful. It was also utterly indifferent to human survival, and Richard respected that indifference the way a sailor respects the sea. His radio crackled at 0730. Marble Mount Station. This is dispatch. You copy? Richard keyed the mic. Dispatch, Marble Mount. Go ahead. Rich, we've got a situation. Fourth report in 3 weeks of auditory anomalies near Cascade Pass. Hikers hearing what they describe as children crying from the cliff faces. Latest witness is at the Wilderness Information Center, pretty shaken up. Superintendent wants you to interview her, see if we can figure out what's going on. Richard frowned. He'd heard about the first 3 reports, dismissed them as acoustic tricks, the way sound bounced strangely in mountain terrain. Marmots could make sounds eerily similar to human screams. Wind through certain rock formations created whistles and moans. There was always an explanation. Copy that, dispatch. I'll head over now. Any injuries? Negative on injuries, but the witness apparently tried to locate the source and nearly went over a ledge. SAR brought her down last night. She's insistent that what she heard was real. They always are. Marble Mount out. He finished his coffee, grabbed his jacket, and stepped into the cold morning air. The fog was thicker now, reducing visibility to perhaps 100 feet. Somewhere above, hidden by clouds, the mountains waited. The Wilderness Information Center was a 20-minute drive down the highway. Richard found the witness in the staff break room, wrapped in a shock blanket, hands curled around a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. She was young, late 20s, he guessed, with the weathered look of someone who spent serious time outdoors, not a casual day hiker. Brooke Kavanaugh? He pulled up a chair across from her. I'm Richard Moran, District Ranger. I understand you had an experience up at Cascade Pass. She looked at him with eyes that hadn't slept. You're here to tell me it was marmots, or the wind, or my imagination. I'm here to listen. What happened? Brooke set down her tea. Her hands were trembling slightly, not from cold, Richard noted, but from something deeper. He'd seen that tremor before, in survivors of avalanches, in people who'd watched friends fall. I've been climbing in the Cascades for 6 years, she said. I know what marmots sound like. I know what the wind sounds like. What I heard was not wind. She met his eyes. It was a child, a little girl. She was crying for her mother. Where exactly? On the north face of Johannesburg Mountain, about 200 feet up a vertical cliff. No ledges, no caves, no possible way for anyone to be there, let alone a child. Her voice cracked. But I heard her, clear as I'm hearing you now. She was crying, and then she started calling for help. Please, someone help me, I'm scared, please. Richard wrote in his notebook, keeping his expression neutral. And you attempted to locate the source? Yes, I know how stupid that sounds. But you don't understand. It was so real, so desperate, I kept thinking. What if someone actually fell? What if there's a child up there dying while I stand here doing nothing? She pulled the blanket tighter. I started climbing toward the sound. The crying kept moving, always just a little further up, a little further along the cliff. I followed it for, I don't know, an hour? 2? And then I looked down and realized I was on a ledge about 3 inches wide, 400 feet above the valley floor, with no memory of how I'd gotten there. That's when SR found you? I triggered my emergency beacon. I couldn't move, couldn't go forward, couldn't go back. I just stood there pressed against the rock, waiting. She shuddered. And the whole time, I could still hear her, the little girl. But now she wasn't crying anymore, she was laughing. And the laugh, it wasn't a child's laugh. It was something else. Something that was pretending to be a child, and had stopped pretending because it didn't need to anymore. Richard's pen had stopped moving. He looked at the words he'd written. Laughter, not a child. Pretending. Ms. Kavanaugh, the mind can play tricks. I know what you're going to say. Her voice was flat now, exhausted. And I don't care. I know what I heard. But that's not why I'm telling you this. She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. After SAR brought me down, I couldn't sleep. So I started researching, looking for any record of similar incidents in the area. She unfolded the paper. It was a printout from some historical archive, a scanned document, handwritten, dated 1897. This is from a survey report, a geological team mapping the Cascade Pass area. They lost 2 men on Johannesburg Mountain. The report says they followed sounds of distress into impassable terrain and perished in falls. She pointed to a passage circled in red. Read that part. Richard took the paper. The handwriting was cramped, faded, but legible. The native guides refused to continue past the tree line. They spoke of ancient spirits that inhabit the high places, women with the faces of owls who call to travelers with the voices of children. They were adamant that any sound of distress from the cliffs must be ignored, for it is a trap laid by these beings to lure men to their deaths. We dismissed this as superstition. Perhaps we should not have. He read it twice, then a third time. The Yakima and Skagit peoples have been in these mountains for 10,000 years, Brooke said quietly. They know things about this place that we don't, that we've chosen not to know. Richard handed back the paper. His throat felt dry. I'll look into it. You don't believe me. I believe you heard something. He stood. I believe you almost died. Beyond that, I need to see for myself. Brooke's eyes widened. You're going up there? It's my job. Ranger Moran, she grabbed his arm and her grip was surprisingly strong. If you hear a child crying up there, don't follow the sound, promise me. No matter how real it seems, no matter how much you want to help, don't follow. Richard gently removed her hand. I'll be careful. But as he walked back to his truck, he couldn't shake the feeling that careful wasn't going to be enough. He reached the Cascade Pass trailhead at 1100 hours. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the lower slopes of the surrounding peaks, but the summits remained hidden in cloud. The temperature had dropped another 5 degrees. Snow was definitely coming. Richard signed in at the trail register, more out of habit than regulation since the trail was officially closed, and started up the switchbacks. The forest closed around him immediately. Douglas fir and western red cedar, their trunks massive and dark, their branches interlocking overhead to filter the gray light into something dimmer. The understory was thick with ferns and devil's club, still green despite the season, glistening with moisture. He knew this trail intimately. He'd hiked it perhaps 200 times over 18 years, in every season, every weather condition. He knew where the roots crossed the path, where the mud collected after rain, where the views opened up to reveal the valley below. This was his territory, his home ground. And yet, today, something felt different. It wasn't anything he could name. The forest looked the same. The sounds were the same. The drip of water from branches, the distant call of a raven, the crunch of his boots on the frozen ground. But there was a quality to the silence beneath those sounds that made him uneasy. A sense of being observed, of something paying attention. He reached the pass at 1300 hours. The alpine meadow was brown and dormant, rimmed with the first dustings of snow. Johannesburg Mountain rose to the north, its face a sheer wall of dark rock veined with ice. This was where Brooke had heard the crying. This was where 2 surveyors had died in 1897. Richard stood in the center of the meadow and listened. Wind. Faint. From the northwest. The creak of ice in some distant glacier. A raven calling from somewhere above. Nothing else. He spent an hour circling the base of the cliff looking for anything that might explain the reports. Acoustic anomalies required specific conditions, rock formations that channeled sound, wind patterns that created resonance. He found nothing unusual. The cliff was simply a cliff. Ancient granite, indifferent and silent. By 1430, the light was already fading. November days were short this far north, and the clouds made it worse. Richard decided to make one more circuit before heading down. And that's when he heard it. A child's voice. High and thin and desperate. "Hello? Is someone there? Please. I'm scared." It came from above. From the cliff face. From perhaps 200 feet up, exactly where Brooke had described. Richard's heart slammed against his ribs. He craned his neck, scanning the rock, looking for any sign of a person, a flash of color, movement, anything. The cliff was empty. A vertical wall of stone with no ledges, no caves, no possible place for anyone to stand. "Hello?" he called. "This is the Park Service. If you can hear me, call out again." Silence. Then, "Please help me. I can't get down. I'm so cold." The voice was moving. It had been directly above him. Now it seemed to come from further along the cliff, perhaps 100 yards to the east. But the sound quality was wrong. Too clear, too close, as if the speaker were standing right beside him, rather than hundreds of feet up a vertical wall. Don't follow the sound. Brooke's warning echoed in his mind. But Richard Moran had spent 18 years in these mountains. He'd rescued hundreds of people. He'd carried bodies out of places that would haunt him forever. He did not believe in owl women or ancient spirits or supernatural traps. He believed in a child who needed help. He started toward the sound. The voice led him east along the base of the cliff, then up a talus slope that he didn't remember from any of his previous visits. The footing was treacherous, loose rock that shifted under his boots, forcing him to use his hands for balance. The light continued to fade. The temperature continued to drop. "I'm coming," he called. "Keep talking so I can find you. Over here. Please hurry. It's getting dark." The voice was above him now, somewhere in the mist that had begun to descend. Richard climbed. The rational part of his mind was screaming warnings. This terrain was too unstable, the visibility too poor. He was violating every safety protocol he'd ever learned. But the voice was so real, so afraid, so desperately in need of rescue. He climbed for what felt like hours. The talus gave way to solid rock, then to a narrow ledge that angled upward along the cliff face. He followed it, pressing his back against the stone, inching forward. The drop to his left grew deeper with every step. 300 feet. 400. The valley below had vanished into fog. "Almost there," the voice called. "Just a little further." And then Richard stopped. He stopped because the ledge had ended. He stood on a platform of rock perhaps 4 feet wide, surrounded on 3 sides by vertical cliff, and on the 4th by empty air. There was nowhere else to go, no way forward, and no child. "Hello?" His voice came out hoarse. "Where are you?" Laughter answered, high and musical and utterly wrong. It came from everywhere at once, from the rock beneath his feet, from the mist around him, from inside his own skull. Poor little man. The voice was different now, deeper, layered, as if multiple voices were speaking in imperfect unison. "You followed so well. They always follow. The ones who think they can help. The ones who think they know these mountains." Something moved in the mist above him. Richard looked up. She descended slowly, emerging from the fog like something born from it. Her body was that of a woman, tall, impossibly tall, wrapped in feathers the color of dried blood. Her arms ended in hands with fingers too long, too jointed. Her face was an owl's face. Enormous amber eyes with pupils that contracted to pinpoints as they fixed on him. A hooked beak where a mouth should be, feathered tufts rising from her head like horns. But the worst part was the familiarity. The way her head tilted as she regarded him, curious, amused. The intelligence in those alien eyes, not animal, not human, something far older than either. 18 years, she said, and the voice was suddenly his mother's voice. His mother, who had died when he was 22. His mother calling him Richie the way only she ever did. 18 years walking our mountains. We've watched you, Richie. We've waited. We knew eventually you'd hear us calling. You're not real. His voice cracked. You're not real. She laughed again, and now the laugh was a child's giggle, innocent and terrible. Ask the surveyors. Ask all the others who climbed toward voices they couldn't resist. Their bones are here, Richie, deep in the rocks. We keep them. We remember them. She floated closer. Her wingspan was impossible, 20 feet at least. Feathers rustling with a sound like whispered secrets. The cold radiating from her was deeper than winter, deeper than anything the mountains could produce. It was the cold of places between. We could take you now, she said, and the voice shifted to Brooke's voice, perfect and precise. We could add you to our collection, but that's not why we called you here. Richard pressed himself against the rock. His legs wouldn't move. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Every survival instinct he'd developed over 18 years was screaming at him to run, to fight, to do something. But there was nowhere to run, nothing to fight, nothing to do but stand and listen. Why? He managed. The owl woman smiled. A beak shouldn't be able to smile, but hers did, splitting wide to reveal a throat that went down forever, into darkness that seemed to move. To deliver a message. She leaned close, and her breath smelled of pine and rot, and something older than stone. The mountains are waking. The old agreements are ending. For 10,000 years we took only those who followed, those who chose to climb toward us. But the boundaries are thinning, Richard Moran. Soon we won't need to call. Soon we'll come down from the high places. And when we do... She tilted her head, owl-like, curious. Tell them, she whispered. Tell them what you saw. Tell them to remember the old stories. Tell them that what sleeps in the peaks is stirring. And then she was gone. No transition, no departure. Simply there one moment and absent the next, leaving only the mist and the cold and the impossible ledge where Richard stood, 400 feet above the valley floor, with no memory of how he'd climbed so high. Search and rescue found him at 300 hours, huddled on the ledge, hypothermic and unresponsive. They had to airlift him out by helicopter. There was no safe way to climb down in the dark, and no explanation for how he'd reached that position in the first place. The rescue team leader said later that the ledge Richard was on shouldn't have been accessible without technical climbing gear. The route he'd apparently taken didn't exist. Richard spent 3 days in the hospital recovering from exposure. He told the doctors he'd gotten lost in the fog. He told the superintendent he'd slipped and become stranded. He told his colleagues nothing at all. But he wrote a report. A real report. One that would never be filed officially. One that he sealed in an envelope and placed in his personal safe deposit box, along with his will and his service records. The report detailed everything. Brooke's account, the historical documents, what he'd seen on that ledge. He didn't expect anyone to believe it. He wasn't sure he believed it himself. But in March of the following year, a hiker disappeared near Cascade Pass. Her body was never found. The search teams reported hearing a child crying from the cliffs, a voice that moved when they followed, that led them toward increasingly dangerous terrain until their commander ordered a retreat. And in November 2013, exactly 1 year after Richard's encounter, 3 climbers vanished on Johannesburg Mountain. The weather had been clear. Their equipment was found at their campsite, neatly arranged as if they'd simply walked away in the middle of the night. The last entry in their logbook read, "Heard something outside the tent. Sounds like a little girl crying. Going to check. Richard read the incident reports. He visited the memorial plaques that the families installed at the trailhead. He said nothing to anyone because what was there to say? That the mountains were haunted? That owl women lived in the high places and called to travelers with the voices of children? That something ancient was stirring and the old protections were failing? No one would believe him. He barely believed himself, but he never hiked to Cascade Pass again. He requested a transfer to a desert park, anywhere without peaks that vanished into mist, without cliffs that echoed with impossible sounds. The request was denied, and every November when the first snows came and the nights grew long, Richard would lie awake in his cabin and listen. Listen for the sound of crying from the mountains. Listen for a voice calling his name in the darkness. Sometimes, just before dawn, he thought he heard her. "Richie. Come find me, Richie. I've been waiting so long." His mother's voice. Perfect, and patient, and hungry. He would pull the covers over his head and wait for daylight. But daylight came later every year and the nights grew longer. And somewhere in the peaks above the tree line something was watching. Something that remembered his name. Something that had all the time in the world. Location: Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. Date: October 19th, 2022. Then the first thing Christopher Vance did every morning was check his camera traps. He'd been photographing wildlife in the Appalachians for 23 years, and the ritual had become as automatic as breathing. Wake before dawn, drink coffee black from a thermos that had seen better decades, pull on boots that knew the shape of his feet better than he did, and walk the circuit. 12 cameras spread across 3 square miles of Shenandoah backcountry, each one positioned to capture the secret lives of animals that most visitors never saw. Black bears rubbing against marking trees, bobcats padding through moonlit clearings, the occasional coyote, increasingly common these days, moving through the forest like gray smoke, and deer. Always deer. White-tailed deer were so abundant in Shenandoah that most photographers didn't bother with them anymore. Too common, too easy, too familiar. But Christopher had built his reputation on finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. A buck mid-leap, muscles straining, antlers catching the first light of dawn. A doe nursing twin fawns in a meadow of wildflowers. Deer weren't boring. People just stopped looking at them carefully. Christopher never stopped looking carefully. That was his gift, and as it turned out, his curse. The morning of October 19th was cold enough to see his breath. The kind of Appalachian autumn morning where the fog settled into the hollows, and the ridges emerged above it like islands in a white sea. The trees along Skyline Drive had turned that particular shade of orange and red that brought tourists from 3 states away. Their cars crawling along the scenic overlooks, their phones held up to capture something they'd forget by next week. Christopher avoided the drive when he could. His work happened in the spaces between, the unmarked trails and game paths that led deeper into the forest where the land still remembered what it was before the roads came. He was checking camera 7, positioned near a seasonal creek that deer used as a travel corridor, when he found the first image that didn't make sense. The camera had triggered at 3:47 a.m., capturing a burst of 6 frames in rapid succession. The first 5 showed nothing unusual. Empty forest, the creek a dark ribbon at the bottom of the frame, the trees silver in the infrared flash. But the 6th frame had a deer in it, a buck, young, maybe 2 years old based on the antler development, standing in the creek bed facing the camera. Facing the camera. Christopher stared at the image on the camera's small LCD screen, trying to understand what he was seeing. Deer didn't face cameras. They didn't face anything directly unless they were about to charge. Their eyes were on the sides of their heads precisely because they were prey animals, built to watch for threats from every direction. A deer facing forward like this, head on, eyes aimed straight at the lens. He zoomed in. The image quality degraded, pixels blurring, but he could still see enough to know that something was wrong. The eyes were too far forward, almost on the front of the face, like a predator's eyes, and the mouth. Was the mouth open? It was hard to tell at this resolution. It looked like the deer was smiling. Christopher pulled the SD card and pocketed it. His hands were shaking slightly, and he told himself it was the cold. Madison Calloway had worked the front desk at the Big Meadows Lodge for 3 seasons, and she'd heard every variety of tourist complaint imaginable. The rooms were too rustic, the Wi-Fi was too slow, the bears had gotten into the trash again. But the complaint she received that morning was new. "There's a deer outside my cabin," the woman said. She was maybe 60, silver-haired, wearing the kind of expensive hiking gear that suggested she'd never actually hiked anywhere. "It won't leave." "Ma'am, deer are very common in the park if you just ignore it." "I've been ignoring it for 6 hours." The woman's voice had an edge to it now, something beyond annoyance, something that sounded almost like fear. "It was there when I went to sleep last night. It was there when I woke up. It hasn't moved. It just stands there, staring at my window." Madison walked with her to cabin 7, expecting to find nothing. Deer didn't stand in one place for 6 hours. But when they rounded the corner of the maintenance building, she stopped. The woman hadn't been exaggerating. There was a deer standing approximately 15 feet from the cabin's front window. A doe, medium-sized, unremarkable in every way except for its absolute unnatural stillness. It wasn't grazing. It wasn't looking around. It was simply standing, facing the window, as motionless as a photograph. "See?" the woman whispered. "It's been like that all night. It's not normal. It's not..." She stopped, swallowed. "There's something wrong with it. Something wrong with the way it looks at you." Madison approached the deer slowly, the way she'd been trained. "Hey there," she called, clapping her hands. "Shoo, go on." The deer didn't move. She got closer, 10 feet, 8. Close enough now to see the details, the texture of the fur, the subtle rise and fall of breathing, the large, dark eyes that were fixed on the cabin window with an intensity that made her skin crawl. She clapped again, louder. "Go, get out of here." The deer turned its head, not its body, just its head, rotating on its neck with a smooth, mechanical motion that no deer should have been capable of. It looked at Madison, and Madison, for reasons she couldn't explain, felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to run. She didn't run. She stood her ground, her heart hammering, as the deer held her gaze for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15. Then it turned, all at once, body and head together, and walked into the forest. Not bounded, not fled, walked, with a deliberate, almost human gait, each leg lifting and placing itself with unnatural precision. "Thank you," the woman said, her voice weak with relief. "Thank you. I thought I was going crazy." Madison nodded, but she wasn't looking at the woman. She was looking at the tree line where the deer had vanished, because just before it disappeared into the shadows, she could have sworn it turned its head back and looked at her one more time, and smiled. Christopher found the second anomalous image that afternoon. He'd gone back to his cabin to review the footage on his laptop, where the larger screen might reveal details he'd missed on the camera's tiny display. The image was even worse than he'd feared. The deer's eyes were definitely too far forward, not by much, maybe an inch or two from where they should have been, but enough to transform the animal's face from something familiar into something deeply, fundamentally wrong. And the mouth was open. The lips were pulled back. Not in a pant, not in the way deer sometimes breathed with their mouths open after exertion. This was different. This was teeth being displayed, being shown. He called the park's wildlife management office and asked to speak with whoever handled disease reports. A woman named Dr. Chen came on the line, and Christopher described what he'd captured. Forward-facing eyes? She sounded skeptical. That's not possible. That would require a complete restructuring of the skull. "I know what deer look like. I've photographed thousands of them. This isn't a normal deer. Could be a genetic abnormality, or a trick of the light, the angle of the camera. Can you send me the file?" He emailed her the image and waited. The silence on the line stretched for 30 seconds. A minute. When Dr. Chen spoke again, her voice had changed. Where did you take this? Camera trap near the White Oak Canyon Trail. Why? Another pause. Mr. Vance, I'm going to be honest with you. We've had reports over the past few weeks. Hikers seeing deer that behave strangely. A family claimed one followed their car for 3 miles down Skyline Drive. A backpacker said he saw a deer standing on its hind legs in a clearing, but when he tried to photograph it, his phone died. She exhaled slowly. I've been dismissing them as misidentification, overactive imaginations. But this image, what about it? I've been looking at it for 60 seconds and I can't make myself believe it's a deer. I know it's a deer, it has to be a deer, but every time I look at it, something in my brain just rejects it, like it's the wrong shape for reality. Christopher looked at his laptop screen. The image stared back at him. Those eyes. That mouth. I'm going back tonight, he said, to camera 7. I'm going to see what's out there. Mr. Vance, I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe not. But I need to know. I need to see it with my own eyes. The line was quiet for a moment. Then Dr. Chen said something that would echo in his mind for the rest of his life. What if seeing it is exactly what it wants? The forest was different at night. Christopher had spent countless hours in these woods after dark, patient and still, waiting for the perfect shot. He knew the sounds. The rustle of small mammals in the leaf litter, the distant call of barred owls, the occasional crack of a branch as deer moved through the understory. He knew the smells. Decomposing leaves, damp earth, the faint musk of animals passing through. He knew the way moonlight filtered through the canopy, turning everything silver and shadow. Tonight, the forest was silent. He'd reached Camera 7's location just after sunset, settling into a spot behind a fallen oak where he could watch the creek bed without being seen. His camera was ready, a professional DSLR with a low-light lens that could capture detail in near-total darkness. His phone was in his pocket, set to record audio. If something came, he would document it. That's what he did. That's who he was. The silence was the first wrong thing. No insects, no owls, no rustle of wind through the dying leaves, just absolute suffocating quiet, as if the forest had drawn a breath and forgotten to let it out. Christopher checked his watch. 9:47 p.m. He'd been here for almost 2 hours. Nothing had moved. Nothing had made a sound. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Not deer footsteps. Too regular, too rhythmic, too deliberate. These were footsteps that wanted to be heard. They came from somewhere to his left, moving parallel to the creek, getting closer. Christopher raised his camera, his finger hovering over the shutter button, his eye pressed to the viewfinder. The shape that emerged from the darkness was a deer. A buck. Young. 2-point antlers. It walked into the creek bed and stopped, exactly where the deer in the photograph had been standing. And then it turned to face him. Christopher's finger froze on the shutter button. Through the viewfinder, he could see it clearly now. The eyes positioned wrong, too far forward, fixed on his hiding spot with a predator's focus. The mouth slightly open, lips pulled back to reveal teeth that were too flat, too square, too much like human teeth. The head tilted at an angle that should have been anatomically impossible, cocked to one side like a curious dog, except there was nothing curious about that stare. It was calculating, appraising. It knew he was there. It had always known. Christopher took the photo. The shutter clicked, and in the instant of the flash, he saw the thing's true face. Not a deer at all, not really, but something wearing the shape of a deer, the way a person might wear an ill-fitting suit. The proportions were wrong everywhere, the legs too long, the neck too flexible, the body somehow too thin and too full at the same time. And the eyes, caught in the flash's glare, weren't reflecting light. They were generating it, a faint internal glow that had nothing to do with the camera's flash. The thing smiled. There was no other word for it. The mouth stretched wider than any deer's mouth could stretch, the lips pulling back past the gums, past the jaw, the expression spreading across the face like a wound opening. Christopher ran. He didn't remember the route he took, didn't remember pushing through branches or stumbling over roots or the burning in his lungs as he sprinted blindly through the darkness. He remembered only the sound behind him. Those footsteps, those deliberate, measured footsteps, keeping pace with him exactly, never falling behind, never getting closer. Following. Herding. He burst out of the tree line onto Skyline Drive just as a car came around the curve, its headlights washing over him. The car swerved, honked, kept going. Christopher stood in the middle of the road, gasping, his camera still clutched in his white-knuckled hands. The forest behind him was silent. The footsteps had stopped. But at the edge of the trees, just beyond the reach of the distant streetlights, something stood, watching him. A deer. Just a deer. Completely normal. Completely still. It looked at him for a long moment. Then it turned and walked back into the darkness, and Christopher Vance finally let himself scream. He checked the camera the next morning. The photo he'd taken, the one with the flash, the one that had shown the thing's true face, was corrupted, just a blur of pixels and static, unrecoverable. But the camera trap had kept recording after he fled. The motion sensor had triggered 6 more times throughout the night, capturing 6 more images. Every single one showed the same thing. The creek bed, empty. The trees still. And at the very edge of every frame, just barely visible, a shape that might have been a deer standing in the shadows, watching. The last image was time-stamped 6:23 a.m., 20 minutes after sunrise. In that image, the shape was closer, much closer. Close enough that Christopher could make out the outline of antlers, the curve of a neck, the gleam of eyes that seemed to be looking directly at the camera, directly at him. He deleted the images, pulled all 12 cameras from the forest, packed his equipment, checked out of his cabin, drove down the mountain without stopping, without looking back, without allowing himself to glance at the dozens of deer grazing peacefully along Skyline Drive. But he knows it doesn't matter. He knows because of what Madison Calloway told him when he stopped at the lodge to settle his bill. She'd looked pale, exhausted, her hands trembling as she processed his credit card. "Did you see it?" she whispered. "The thing that's not a deer?" He nodded. "It knows," she said. "When you see it, really see it, it knows. And then it follows you." She glanced out the window at the tree line, at the shadows between the trunks. "I've seen it every day since, standing outside my apartment, walking through the parking lot, always watching, always smiling." Christopher drove home to Richmond that night. He lives on the 4th floor of an apartment building with no trees nearby, no forest, no wildlife. He doesn't photograph animals anymore. He doesn't go outside after dark. But sometimes in the gray hours before dawn, he looks out his window at the empty street below. And sometimes there's a shape standing on the sidewalk. A deer, perfectly still, perfectly normal, looking up at his window with eyes that catch the streetlight and glow. It hasn't come closer. Not yet. But every morning it's a little bit nearer than it was the night before. Location: Glacier Bay National Park, Alaska. Date: August 28, 2012. Walter Erickson was 67 years old and had been retired from the Park Service for 5 years when the phone call came. He was in his workshop behind the house in Juneau, sanding the hull of a kayak he'd been building for his grandson, when his wife appeared in the doorway with the cordless phone and an expression he couldn't read. "It's the park," she said. "Glacier Bay. They say it's important." He set down the sandpaper and took the phone, stepping outside into the gray August morning. The air smelled of rain and spruce, the familiar scent of southeast Alaska that had been home for 40 years now. "This is Walter Erickson." "Mr. Erickson, this is Superintendent Davies at Glacier Bay. I apologize for disturbing your retirement, but we have a situation that, frankly, sir, I don't know how to explain it. We need you to come to the park." Walter leaned against the workshop wall. In 23 years with the Park Service, the last 15 at Glacier Bay, he'd handled every kind of situation imaginable: rescues, recoveries, bear attacks, drownings, hypothermia cases, lost hikers, crashed planes. Nothing in Davies's voice suggested any of those familiar emergencies. What kind of situation? A long pause. Static on the line, or maybe just the superintendent gathering himself. Sir, do you remember a missing persons case from 1987? A kayaker named Keith Hartwell who disappeared in Muir Inlet. Walter's hand tightened on the phone. Of course he remembered. 25 years, and he still remembered every detail. Keith Hartwell, 35 years old, experienced kayaker from Seattle, went out for a day paddle on August 15, 1987, and never came back. Walter had led the search personally. 14 days, dozens of personnel, aircraft, boats, everything they had. They'd found the kayak drifting near McBride Glacier, empty and undamaged. They'd never found Keith Hartwell. I remember, Walter said. Mr. Erickson, we found him. You found his remains? Another pause. Longer this time. No, sir. We found him. Alive. This morning. A tour boat spotted a kayaker drifting in Muir Inlet, picked him up, brought him to park headquarters. He's sitting in our infirmary right now. His ID says Keith Hartwell. His equipment is from 1987, and he hasn't aged a day. Walter said nothing. The words didn't make sense. They were sounds without meaning, syllables that refused to assemble into anything coherent. Sir, he's asking for the ranger who led the search for him. He says he spoke with you the morning he launched. He remembers your name. He thinks... Davies's voice cracked slightly. He thinks it's still 1987. He thinks he's only been gone a few hours. The phone felt heavy in Walter's hand. The gray sky pressed down. Somewhere in the distance, a raven called. A harsh laughing sound that echoed off the mountains. I'll be on the next ferry, Walter said. The journey to Glacier Bay took 7 hours by fast ferry from Juneau. Walter spent most of it on the outer deck, watching the coastline slide past. The same coastline he'd patrolled for 15 years. The same forested islands and rocky headlands and distant glaciers calving ice into frigid water. He'd thought he knew this place. He'd thought he understood its dangers. Now he wasn't sure he understood anything. He remembered August 15th, 1987, with the clarity that only certain days achieve in memory. It had been unusually warm, the sun bright on the water, the glaciers gleaming under blue sky. Keith Hartwell had arrived at the Bartlett Cove Ranger Station at 07:30, a tall man with sun-bleached hair and the easy confidence of someone who'd spent years in wild places. He'd filed his float plan, checked in his emergency beacon, chatted with Walter about the best routes to see the Tidewater glaciers. I've been coming to Alaska for 10 years, he'd said. But Glacier Bay, there's something different about this place. The way the light hits the ice, the silence. It's like paddling through a dream. Walter had nodded, stamped his permit, wished him well. Standard procedure. Routine interaction. He'd been the last person to see Keith Hartwell alive, or so he'd thought, for 25 years. The search had been one of the most extensive in Glacier Bay's history. They'd covered every inch of Muir Inlet, sent divers into the frigid water near where the kayak was found, interviewed everyone who'd been in the area that day. Nothing. No body. No wreckage. No explanation. Keith Hartwell had simply vanished, as if the glacier had swallowed him whole. Walter had written the final report himself. Subject presumed drowned. Body not recovered. Case closed pending new evidence. Now apparently there was new evidence, sitting in the park infirmary, asking for him by name. Superintendent Davies met him at the Bartlett Cove dock. He was a young man, younger than Walter's own son, with the look of someone who hadn't slept and wasn't sure he'd ever sleep again. Thank you for coming, sir. I know this is unusual. Has he been examined? Medically? Yes. Dr. Chen flew in from Juneau this morning. Physically, he's in perfect health. No signs of exposure, dehydration, malnutrition. Nothing you'd expect from someone who's been wherever he's been. His vital signs are normal. His cognitive function is normal. He knows his name, his address, his social security number. He knows who the president is, except he thinks it's Reagan. They walked along the dock toward the visitor center. Tourists milled about, oblivious to anything strange, taking photos of the mountains and the glaciers visible in the distance, the mundane continuing while the impossible sat in a building 50 yards away. Has he said anything about what happened? Where he's been? Davies shook his head. He doesn't understand the question. As far as he's concerned, he went out paddling this morning, got caught in some fog near McBride Glacier, lost his bearings, and then a tour boat picked him up. He keeps asking why everyone's making such a fuss. They reached the infirmary, a small building near the ranger station, used mostly for treating minor injuries and seasickness from the tour boats. Davies stopped at the door. Sir, I have to warn you. When you see him, it's exactly the photo from the 1987 file. Exactly. Same clothes, same watch, same haircut. The park historian pulled some old newspapers. There's a picture of him from before he disappeared. It's the same man. Not similar. The same. Walter took a breath. Let me see him. Keith Hartwell sat on the edge of an examination table, wearing a fleece jacket that Walter recognized. It was a brand that hadn't been manufactured since 1992. His kayaking gear was piled in the corner. A fiberglass paddle, a spray skirt, a PFD with the logo of a Seattle outfitter that had gone out of business in 1995. Everything looked new. Everything looked like it had been purchased yesterday. And the man himself. Walter had been a ranger for over 2 decades. He'd seen bodies in every state of decay. He'd seen drowning victims and avalanche victims and people who'd been dead so long they were barely recognizable as human. But he had never seen anything that made him question his understanding of reality until this moment. Keith Hartwell looked exactly as he had 25 years ago. Not similar, not well preserved. Exactly. The same laugh lines around his eyes, the same small scar on his chin, the same way he tilted his head when he was thinking. He hadn't aged a single day. Ranger Erickson? Keith's face lit up with recognition. Good to see you again. Listen, I'm sorry for all this trouble. I must have drifted further than I thought. But I'm fine, really. If someone could just point me back to my car, I'll get out of your hair. Walter sat down in the chair across from him. His legs weren't entirely steady. Keith, what's today's date? August 15th. No, wait. He checked his watch. The 16th, maybe? I was out longer than I planned. Sarah's probably wondering where I am. She worries, you know how it is. Who's Sarah? My wife. We're staying at the lodge in Gustavus. She wanted to come kayaking, but she's got a cold. I told her I'd just do a day trip, be back by dinner. He frowned. What time is it? I should really call her. Walter felt something cold settling in his chest. He remembered Sarah Hartwell. He'd been the one to notify her when the search was called off. She'd stood in the ranger station, this very building, and asked him over and over if there was any chance at all, that her husband was still alive. He told her no. He told her the cold water, the remoteness, the time elapsed. There was no chance. She'd collapsed against the wall and made a sound that Walter had never forgotten, a sound like something breaking that would never be fixed. Sarah Hartwell had remarried in 1992. She'd moved to Oregon. She had 2 grown children now from her second marriage. She was 63 years old. The man in front of Walter thought he was going to call her for dinner. Keith, Walter said carefully. What year is it? What year? Keith laughed. What kind of question is that? It's 1987. Are you feeling okay? Keith, it's not 1987. It's 2012. August 28th, 2012. You've been missing for 25 years. The laughter died. Keith's face went through several expressions: confusion, amusement, concern, then something else. something that looked like the beginning of understanding and the terror that came with it. That's not funny. That's a really weird joke, man. It's not a joke. Walter pulled out his phone. A smartphone, a technology that hadn't existed when Keith launched his kayak. He opened the calendar, showed it to Keith. Look at the date. Look at this device. This is a telephone, and a camera, and a computer. Things have changed, Keith. A lot of things have changed. Keith stared at the phone. His hands were trembling now. I was only gone for a few hours. I saw the glacier, took some photos, and then the fog came in. Just fog. It was everywhere, and I couldn't see the shore, and then... He stopped. His eyes went distant, focusing on something Walter couldn't see. And then what? There was something in the fog. Keith's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. Shapes. Moving. They didn't have faces, but I could feel them looking at me. And one of them touched my kayak. Just a hand, not a hand, something like a hand, on the bow. And everything went gray. And then it was clear again, and I could see the mountains, and I thought I'd just lost a few minutes. I thought the fog had lifted. But the glacier... What about the glacier? It was different. Smaller. McBride Glacier, it was right there when I paddled in, and when the fog cleared, it was further away. Like it had retreated. Like years had passed. He looked at Walter with eyes that were beginning to accept the impossible. 25 years? 25 years. Keith made a sound. Not a scream, not quite a sob, but something between them. The sound of a man watching his entire life disappear. Sarah, he whispered. My parents, my job, my house, my entire life. It's all gone? Walter didn't answer. There was no answer to give. The next few days were a bureaucratic nightmare. What do you do with a man who's been legally dead for 2 decades? Keith Hartwell's social security number had been closed. His bank accounts had been distributed to his estate. His house had been sold. Everyone who'd known him had mourned him and moved on. Walter stayed at the park, helping where he could, watching Keith struggle to absorb the enormity of what had happened. The press got wind of the story. Of course they did. And suddenly Glacier Bay was swarming with reporters and paranormal investigators and curious tourists who wanted to see the man who'd traveled through time. But it wasn't time travel. Walter knew that, even if he couldn't explain how he knew. Keith hadn't traveled to the future. He'd been somewhere else. Somewhere outside of time, where 25 years and 25 minutes were the same thing. On the 3rd day, Walter found Keith sitting on the dock at Bartlett Cove staring out at the water. The tourists had been kept away, but a few sea otters floated nearby, indifferent to human tragedy. I tried to call Sarah, Keith said. My Sarah, the woman I married, but she's someone else now. Older, different life, different family. She said she was glad I was alive, but she said it like she was talking to a ghost, which I guess I am. Walter sat down beside him. The dock creaked under their weight. Do you remember anything else? About the fog? The shapes you saw? Keith was quiet for a long moment. The Tlingit guide who brought supplies to the tour boat yesterday. He wouldn't look at me. I asked one of the rangers why, and she said he'd told her I'd been taken by the shadow people. The Ijirak, he called them. He said sometimes they give people back, but they're never the same after. Are you the same? Keith turned to look at him, and Walter saw something in his eyes that hadn't been there in 1987. Something old. Something that had seen things human eyes weren't meant to see. No, Keith said simply. No, I'm not. What was it like? The place where you were? I can't describe it. It was like being everywhere and nowhere at once. Like standing outside of time and watching it flow past like a river. I could see my whole life laid out like a road on a map. Every moment I'd ever lived, every moment I was supposed to live. And then I was back here. And all those moments were gone. Spent without me. 25 years that happened to everyone except me. He picked up a stone from the dock and threw it into the water. It vanished without a ripple. The worst part, he said, is that I don't feel like I lost 25 years. I feel like I lost a few hours, but everyone I love has lost me for a quarter of a century. My mother died thinking I was dead. My father remarried. My brother has kids I've never met. The world kept going, and I wasn't in it. And I don't know how to exist in a place that moved on without me. Walter thought about the search he'd led, the divers in the frigid water, the helicopters circling the glaciers, the hope that diminished with each passing day until it was gone entirely. We looked for you, he said. For 2 weeks we looked. Every day I told myself we'd find you, and then we didn't. And I had to tell your wife that you were gone. I know, I don't blame you. How could you have found me? I wasn't anywhere you could look. They sat in silence. The otters dove and surfaced, The glaciers gleamed in the distance, ancient and patient, keeping whatever secrets they kept. What will you do now? Walter asked. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to do. I'm a dead man who came back, and the world doesn't have a place for me anymore. Keith stood, brushed off his pants. The same pants he'd been wearing in 1987, still somehow new. But I'll tell you one thing, Ranger Erickson. Whatever took me, whatever those things were in the fog, they're still out there. In the places where the world gets thin, in the fog and the ice and the spaces between moments, and they're not done. How do you know? Keith turned to look at the glaciers. His eyes were very far away. Because when they let me go, I heard them. Not words, they don't use words. But I understood anyway. They said I was a message, a reminder. He paused. They said more would follow. Walter returned to Juneau that evening. He hugged his wife for a long time, and she didn't ask why. He finished building the kayak for his grandson, and he never told him about Keith Hartwell. But sometimes, when the fog came in thick from the water and the world went gray and silent, Walter would stand at his window and remember. He would think about the places where time ran differently, where 25 years could pass in an afternoon, where things without faces reached out from the mist and took people away. Keith Hartwell eventually left Alaska. The last Walter heard, he was living somewhere in New Mexico in the desert, as far from water and fog and glaciers as a man could get. He never married again, never reconnected with his family in any meaningful way. He existed in the world, but not quite of it, a man out of time in every sense. And at Glacier Bay, the glaciers continued their slow retreat, revealing land that had been buried for centuries. Tour boats brought visitors to see the ice and the wildlife and the terrible beauty of a landscape being transformed. Sometimes, the guide said, the fog came in quickly near McBride Glacier. Sometimes passengers reported seeing shapes in the mist, figures that moved wrong, that flickered at the edges of vision. Sometimes people heard voices calling from the fog, asking for help, asking to be found. The Park Service had a protocol now. When the fog came in at Muir Inlet, all boats returned to Bartlett Cove. No exceptions. They never explained why. But Walter knew, and in his nightmares, he saw it. The fog rolling in, thick and gray and alive, and in the fog, shapes without faces, reaching, waiting, patient as glaciers, old as the ice itself. He would wake in the darkness, heart pounding, and check the date on his phone. Make sure it was still 2012. Make sure he hadn't lost any time. Make sure he was still where and when he was supposed to be. So far, he always was. But every morning when he checked, there was a moment, just a moment, when he wasn't entirely sure. And in that moment, the fog seemed very close. Location: Wind Cave National Park, South Dakota. Date: September 22, 2019. The prairie grass moved like water in the pre-dawn light, endless waves of gold and brown rolling toward a horizon that seemed impossibly far away. Morgan Alcott stood at the edge of the Wind Cave Visitor Center parking lot, coffee steaming in her hands, watching the sunrise paint the black hills in shades of amber and rose. 7 years with the National Park Service, the last 3 at Wind Cave. and she still hadn't gotten used to the scale of this place. The sky here was bigger than anywhere she'd ever lived. It made you feel small in ways that were sometimes comforting and sometimes terrifying. Her radio crackled at 6:15, breaking the morning silence. "Morgan, you copy? It's Jim at the ranger station. We've got a situation." She keyed her response. "Go ahead, Jim." Sheriff's Department found a body about 2 miles east of the park boundary, near that old access road by the Sanson Ranch. Male, maybe mid-30s. They're saying it looks like he was trampled, asking if we've had any bison incidents reported. Morgan frowned. Bison attacks happened. The park's herd was wild, and tourists who got too close sometimes learned painful lessons. But 2 miles outside the boundary was unusual. The animals rarely wandered that far from the prairie dog towns that provided their preferred grazing. Any witnesses? Negative. Ranch hand found him this morning. Sheriff Dawson's requesting Park Service assistance since it might be wildlife related. Can you head out there? On my way. She drove east on Highway 385, then turned onto a gravel road that wound through ranch land dotted with cattle and the occasional pronghorn. The Black Hills rose to the north, dark with ponderosa pine, while to the south the prairie stretched flat and golden toward Nebraska. It was beautiful country, harsh and honest in ways that cities never were. Morgan had come here after a decade in Denver, burned out on urban life seeking something she couldn't quite name. She'd found it in the silence of the cave tours, the patience of the bison herds, the ancient rhythms of a landscape that didn't care about human schedules or human problems. The crime scene was marked by 2 sheriff's vehicles and an ambulance that clearly wasn't going anywhere fast. Morgan parked and walked toward the cluster of uniforms, her boots crunching on dry grass. Sheriff Dawson, a heavy-set man with a gray mustache and eyes that had seen too much, met her halfway. "Ranger Alcott, thanks for coming." He gestured toward a shape covered by a yellow tarp about 50 yards off the road. "Name's Travis Hendricks, 34. Worked at the grain elevator in Hot Springs. His truck's parked about a quarter-mile back. Looks like he was walking home from somewhere." The Rusty Spur? Morgan knew the bar. Everyone knew the bar. It was the only watering hole within 20 miles, a weathered wooden building that catered to ranchers, park employees, and the occasional lost tourist. That'd be my guess. We're checking with the owner. Dawson's expression was troubled. "Here's the thing, though. I've seen bison attacks. Hell, I've seen cattle stampedes. This doesn't look like either." Morgan approached the tarp and knelt beside it. Dawson nodded to one of his deputies who pulled back the covering. Travis Hendricks had been a large man, broad-shouldered and thick-necked, the kind of build that came from manual labor and cheap beer. Now he was broken. His chest was caved in, his face a ruin of shattered bone, his arms bent at angles that made Morgan's stomach lurch. But it was the hoof prints that made her go still. They covered his body, dozens of them, pressed deep into flesh and fabric alike. But they weren't bison prints. Too small, too delicate. These were the prints of a deer. A single deer, from the pattern of it, striking the same target over and over with a precision that spoke of intention rather than panic. "You see what I mean?" Dawson said quietly. "Deer don't do this. Deer run away. They don't hunt," Morgan finished. She stood, her mind racing. "Any other tracks? Signs of a vehicle, another person?" "Just his footprints coming from the road. And hers." "Hers?" Dawson pointed to a line of impressions in the dust leading away from the body. Morgan followed them with her eyes. High heels. Delicate, narrow, the kind of shoes no one would wear on a South Dakota gravel road. They led about 30 feet from the body and then simply stopped as if the woman wearing them had stepped off the edge of the earth. And beside those heel prints, parallel to them, something else. Hoof prints, deer hoof prints, walking in perfect sync with the woman's shoes. Morgan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "I need to make some calls," she said. Travis Hendricks hadn't meant to stay so late at the Rusty Spur. He'd come in around 8 for a beer and a burger, planning to be home by 10. But then he'd seen her. She was sitting alone at the end of the bar, a woman so beautiful she seemed to glow in the dim light. dark hair falling past her shoulders, eyes that caught the neon and threw it back in colors he couldn't name, a white dress that clung to curves that made his mouth go dry. She smiled at him, and something in his chest cracked open like a door he'd forgotten existed. He bought her a drink. She accepted. They talked, or rather he talked, the words spilling out of him like water from a broken dam. He told her about his job, his truck, his plans. He didn't tell her about Melissa, his ex-wife, or the restraining order she'd filed last spring, or the way her face had looked the last time he'd seen her, purple and swollen from his fists. He didn't tell her about the other women before Melissa, the ones who'd learned not to talk back, not to question, not to make him angry. He didn't tell her, but somehow, looking into those impossible eyes, he felt like she already knew. "Dance with me," she said. There was no jukebox playing, no music at all. But when she stood and held out her hand, Travis heard something, a rhythm just beneath the threshold of hearing, drums and footsteps and heartbeats all woven together. They danced, in the parking lot, under stars that seemed brighter than they should have been. They moved together in patterns Travis didn't recognize. She was warm against him, smelling of prairie flowers and something else, something wild and ancient and dangerous. Her dress swirled around her legs as they turned. Her legs. Something was wrong with her legs. "Don't look down," she whispered, her breath hot against his ear. "Just dance with me, Travis. Dance with me until the song ends." But he looked. He couldn't help it. Below the hem of her white dress, where there should have been feet in delicate shoes, there were hooves, black and polished and sharp as knives. They clicked against the gravel with each step, leaving crescents pressed into the earth. Travis screamed. He tried to pull away, but her grip was iron, her arms like bands of steel wrapped around him. She smiled, and her smile was no longer beautiful. It was the smile of something that had been waiting for him, specifically him, for a very long time. "They all look down eventually," she said. "The ones like you. The ones who hurt. The ones who break things that aren't theirs to break. Please." Did Melissa say please? Did the others? I never. Don't lie. Her voice was gentle, almost tender. Not now. Not at the end. She released him. For one wild moment, Travis thought she was letting him go. Then she began to dance alone, spinning in the moonlight, her hooves flashing silver as they rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell. The last thing Travis Hendricks saw was the prairie sky, vast and indifferent, as the woman in white danced on his chest until his ribs collapsed and his heart stopped and his lies finally fell silent. Morgan spent 3 days investigating. She interviewed the staff at the Rusty Spur, examined the crime scene until she knew every blade of grass and read everything she could find about Travis Hendricks' past. The picture that emerged made her stomach turn. 3 ex-girlfriends, 2 ex-wives, a pattern of escalating violence documented in police reports that somehow never resulted in charges. Melissa Hendricks, his most recent victim, was still in a women's shelter in Rapid City, rebuilding a face that had required 2 surgeries to repair. Morgan sat in her truck outside the shelter for an hour, trying to decide whether to go in. When she finally did, Melissa met her with the wary eyes of someone who had learned not to trust anyone in uniform. "I heard about Travis," Melissa said. Her voice was flat, emptied of whatever she might have felt. "They're saying an animal killed him. That's what the report will say." "But?" Morgan hesitated. "There were witnesses at the bar. They saw him leave with a woman. A woman in a white dress, very beautiful. No one knew her name or where she came from." Something flickered in Melissa's eyes. Not surprise. Recognition. "My grandmother used to tell me stories. She was Lakota, from the Pine Ridge Reservation. She talked about a woman who danced with men like Travis. Men who hurt women. Men who thought they'd never face consequences." She paused. "Grandma called her dear woman. What happened to the men?" "They died." Melissa's ruined face twisted into something that might have been a smile. "They all died. The second body was found 4 days later. Kyle Morrison, 41. A mechanic from Custer who'd served 3 years for aggravated assault against his teenage daughter. He was discovered in a field near the park's eastern boundary, his body bearing the same hoofprint pattern, the same impossible damage. Witnesses at the Rusty Spur remembered a woman in white. Beautiful. Mysterious. She danced with Kyle in the parking lot as the moon rose full and bright. The third body came 3 days after that. Derek Pruitt, 29, recently released from county jail after his 4th domestic violence arrest. Same injuries, same hoofprints, same witness accounts of a woman who seemed to glow in the darkness, who danced like something from a dream, whose feet no one could quite see beneath her long white dress. Sheriff Dawson called Morgan to a meeting at his office. His face was gray with exhaustion and something deeper, the look of a man confronting something his worldview couldn't accommodate. 3 deaths, same pattern, same whatever this is. He spread crime scene photos across his desk. I've got the state police asking questions I can't answer. I've got reporters sniffing around, and I've got... He stopped, rubbing his eyes. I've got no idea what I'm dealing with. Morgan looked at the photos. 3 men, 3 predators, 3 endings that had come for them on hooves instead of handcuffs. What do you want me to say, Sheriff? I want you to tell me there's a rational explanation. A person in a costume, some kind of weapon that makes those marks. Anything. Morgan thought about Melissa Hendricks' grandmother, about the stories she'd found in ethnographic records at the park library, deer woman legends spanning dozens of tribes, centuries of warnings about a beautiful spirit who punished those who violated sacred bonds, about the hoofprints that appeared beside high-heel tracks and then simply ended, as if the woman wearing them had transformed mid-step into something else entirely. I don't have a rational explanation, she said. I have a pattern. All 3 victims had histories of violence against women. All 3 were seen with the same woman before they died. All 3 were found with injuries consistent with being trampled by a deer. So, what are you saying? Some kind of vigilante? I'm saying maybe we're looking at this wrong. Morgan gathered the photos and stacked them neatly. Maybe the question isn't who's doing this. Maybe the question is why these 3 men and not the hundreds of others who deserve the same. Dawson stared at her. That's not how justice works. No, Morgan agreed. It's not. She left his office and drove to the Rusty Spur. It was late afternoon, the parking lot empty except for a few trucks belonging to the after-work crowd. She went inside and ordered a beer she didn't intend to drink, then sat at the end of the bar where the woman in white had been seen, watching the door. She sat there until closing. The woman never appeared. But as Morgan walked to her truck in the moonlit parking lot, she heard something behind her. The click of hooves on gravel. She turned slowly, her heart pounding. The woman stood 20 feet away. She was exactly as the witnesses had described. Dark hair, impossible beauty. A white dress that moved in a breeze Morgan couldn't feel. Her eyes caught the moonlight and held it, glowing with a light that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside. "You've been looking for me," the woman said. Her voice was soft, melodic, carrying clearly across the distance between them. "I've been investigating 3 deaths. 3 killings. There's a difference." The woman stepped closer. Her movements were fluid, graceful, inhuman. "You've seen what they were, what they did. You've talked to the women they broke. That doesn't give anyone the right to, right?" The woman laughed, and the sound was like wind through tall grass. "I was dancing in these hills when your ancestors hadn't yet learned to write. I remember when this land knew justice that didn't come from courts or judges. Some wounds don't heal with prison sentences, Ranger. Some debts can only be paid in kind." Morgan's hand moved toward her radio, then stopped. What would she say? To whom? "Are you going to kill me?" The woman tilted her head, studying Morgan with those luminous eyes. "Have you earned my dance?" A pause. A held breath. "No," Morgan whispered. "No, I haven't. No." The woman smiled, and her smile was sad and ancient and terrifying all at once. "You haven't, but you've also stopped asking the wrong questions. That's rare." She began to walk away, her white dress trailing behind her in the moonlight. After 3 steps, the shape of her body began to change, elongating, shifting, her limbs folding into configurations that made Morgan's eyes water. Between one heartbeat and the next, a white-tailed deer stood where the woman had been. It looked back at Morgan with eyes that still held a human intelligence, then bounded into the darkness and was gone. Morgan stood alone in the empty parking lot for a long time. The official reports listed all 3 deaths as wildlife incidents, likely bison encounter. Sheriff Dawson signed them without comment. The state police accepted the explanation, and the reporters moved on to other stories. Melissa Hendricks moved to Montana 6 months later. She sent Morgan a postcard with no return address. Thank you for listening. Some of us know the truth, even if we can't say it out loud. Morgan kept the postcard in her desk drawer. She kept the crime scene photos too, locked in a file cabinet she never opened. And sometimes, late at night, she drove out to the prairie and parked at the edge of the grassland and watched the deer moving through the moonlit hills. They were just deer, she told herself. Just animals, graceful and wild, living their ancient lives in an ancient place. But sometimes, just before dawn, she thought she saw one of them watching her back, a doe standing perfectly still at the edge of her headlights, eyes glowing with something that might have been recognition. And sometimes, when the wind was right, she could almost hear music, drums and footsteps and heartbeats, woven together into a rhythm older than memory. She never answered it, but she never forgot it either. And she never stopped wondering, in the quiet spaces of her mind, whether justice and mercy were really so different. Whether some debts could only be collected by those who existed outside human law. Whether the woman in white was a monster or a protector or something in between that had no name in any language she knew. The prairie kept its secrets. The cave breathed its ancient breath. And somewhere in the darkness, the deer woman danced, waiting for the next man foolish enough to believe that cruelty had no consequences. She had all the time in the world. She always did. Location: Isle Royale National Park, Michigan. Date: October 27, 2019. The morning fog rolled across Rock Harbor like something breathing, slow and deliberate, swallowing the dock pilings one by one until they vanished into gray nothing. Wesley Thornton stood on the ranger station porch with his thermos of coffee growing cold in his hands, watching the mist erase the world in increments. 45 miles from the Michigan mainland. No roads in or out. The last ferry of the season had departed 3 days ago, and the seaplane wouldn't return until spring, unless there was an emergency evacuation. For the next 6 months, Isle Royale would belong to the wolves in the winter and the small crew of rangers tasked with closing everything down before the lake froze solid. He took a sip of coffee, lukewarm now, bitter, and listened to the particular silence of the island in late October. The summer crowds were gone, the hiking trails empty, the campgrounds returning to wildness. Somewhere across the harbor, a loon called out, its trembling wail echoing off the fog before fading into nothing. Wesley had heard that sound 1,000 times in his 7 years on the island, but this morning, it seemed different somehow. Lonelier, more like a question than a call. The radio inside crackled to life, and he stepped back into the warmth of the station, setting his thermos on the desk beside the laminated map of the island's trail system. Red pins marked the locations they'd already winterized: Daisy Farm, Mosky Basin, the Feltman Lake Cabin. Blue pins showed what remained: 3 more backcountry sites, the Wendigo Ranger Station on the far side of the island, and the fire tower on Mount Ojibwe that needed its shutters secured before the first real snow. Rock Harbor, this is Wendigo. You copy? The voice belonged to Sandra Chen, the district's other remaining ranger stationed 30 miles away on the island's southwest shore. Wesley keyed the mic. Wendigo, Rock Harbor. Go ahead, Sandra. Just checking the morning frequency. Got some weather coming in tonight. Lake effect snow maybe 4 to 6 inches. You still planning to hit Ojibwe today? That's the plan. Should be back before dark. Copy that. Hey, Did dispatch mention anything about a late season permit? I'm showing one active registration that wasn't on yesterday's list. Solo hiker, female, checked in at Rock Harbor 2 days ago for a 5-day backcountry trip. Wesley frowned, pulling the permit log from the desk drawer. He flipped through the carbon copies until he found it, the registration he'd processed himself on Friday afternoon, though the memory felt strangely distant now, like something from weeks ago rather than days. Paige Whitmore, age 28, solo permit for the Greenstone Ridge Trail, planning to camp at Hatchet Lake and return via the Minong Ridge before the final evacuation window. Yeah, I've got her here, Wesley said. Whitmore. She was supposed to check back in yesterday for a weather update but never showed. I figured she was still out on the ridge. Might want to confirm her position. With this front coming in, anyone still on trail needs to start heading back. Radio me if you need support. Will do. Rock Harbor out. He set down the mic and stared at the permit form. Something about it bothered him. Not the information itself, which was entirely ordinary, but the handwriting. Careful, precise letters that seemed to press too hard into the paper, as if the writer had been concentrating with unusual intensity. In the emergency contact field, she'd written a phone number and a single word: Mom. Wesley finished his coffee, pulled on his jacket, and began gathering his gear for the hike to Mount Ojibwe. The tower was a 6-mile round trip, mostly along the Greenstone Ridge, the same trail Paige Whitmore had taken 2 days ago. If he was lucky, he'd cross paths with her on his way up or down. If not, he'd radio Sandra and they'd initiate a welfare check before the weather moved in. He stepped outside into the fog, and somewhere in the distance, deeper in the island's interior, he heard a sound that might have been a branch breaking, or might have been something else entirely. Paige had woken before dawn that morning, though she couldn't have said exactly when. The sky above her tent was still dark, and the cold had crept into her sleeping bag during the night, settling into her bones with a persistence that no amount of shifting or curling could dispel. She'd camped at Hatchet Lake as planned, her tent pitched in the designated site between the water's edge and the tree line. But something about the night had felt wrong from the moment she'd zipped the rainfly closed. The silence, maybe. She'd expected silence on Isle Royale. That was part of why she'd come, to escape the noise of her life in Minneapolis, the job she hated, the apartment that felt too small, the texts from her mother that came every hour asking if she was okay, if she was eating enough, if she'd thought about moving back home. But this silence was different. It had weight to it, presence, like the air itself was holding its breath. She'd heard the wolves around midnight, or thought she had. A single howl, thin and distant, rising from somewhere to the north, then nothing. No response from the pack, no chorus of calls, just that one voice crying out and then stopping abruptly, as if something had silenced it mid-note. Now, packing her tent in the gray pre-dawn light, Paige kept looking over her shoulder at the tree line. The fog had rolled in overnight, thick enough to blur the shore of the lake into a smear of gray, and the forest behind her had become a wall of shadows that seemed to shift whenever she wasn't looking directly at it. She told herself it was just the mist moving, just the early light playing tricks. She almost believed it. Her plan for the day was to continue east along the Greenstone Ridge toward the Mount Ojibwe Tower, then descend to Rock Harbor and check in with the ranger station before the weather turned. 12 miles, maybe 13. A long day, but manageable if she kept a steady pace. She'd done longer hikes in worse conditions. She shouldered her pack and started up the trail, and within minutes the fog had swallowed Hatchet Lake behind her. The world shrank to a tunnel of gray. The path beneath her feet, the ghostly shapes of spruce and birch on either side, and somewhere ahead, the promise of higher ground where the mist might finally clear. She didn't hear the clicking sound until she'd been walking for almost an hour. Faint, rhythmic, like someone tapping 2 sticks together in the woods to her left. She stopped, listening. The sound stopped too. She waited. Nothing. She started walking again, and there it was, click, 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 matching her footsteps, always just out of sight in the fog. "Hello?" she called. Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended, absorbed by the mist before it could carry. "Is someone there?" The clicking stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no birds, no distant lapping of lake water. Just the fog and the trees and the sudden, certain knowledge that she was not alone on this trail. Wesley found the first sign 2 miles up the Greenstone Ridge. A hiking pole, aluminum and expensive, lying across the trail as if it had been dropped rather than placed. He picked it up and examined it. No damage, no blood, nothing to suggest violence. But the wrist strap was still attached, still looped, as if whoever had been holding it had simply let their arm fall open and allowed the pole to slip free. He keyed his radio. "Wendigo, this is Rock Harbor. Sandra, you copy?" Static. He tried again. More static, thicker this time with an undertone that sounded almost like breathing. "Sandra, this is Wesley. I found gear on the Greenstone Ridge about 2 miles east of the Ojibwe Junction. Hiking pole, looks recent. Attempting to locate the owner." The static shifted, and for a moment he thought he heard a voice. Not Sandra's, something thinner, more distant, but then it dissolved into white noise and he was left with nothing. He clipped the hiking pole to his pack and continued up the trail. The fog had grown denser as he climbed, and the temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees in the last hour. His breath plumed in front of him, and the moisture in the air had begun to crystallize on his jacket, his beard, the edges of his hat. Somewhere in the trees to his right, a branch snapped with a sound like a bone breaking. Wesley stopped. He'd been in these woods long enough to know the difference between a branch falling under its own weight and a branch broken by something moving through the forest. This was the latter. Something heavy, moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with him. "Hello?" he called. "Miss Whitmore? Park Service. If you can hear me, please respond." No answer. But the woods to his right had gone silent. No squirrels, no chickadees, nothing. Just that particular emptiness that meant something was there, something that had frightened everything else away. He thought about what old Harold Makwa had told him years ago, back when Wesley first started working on the island. Harold had been a maintenance worker at the lodge, Ojibwe from the Red Cliff Band, and he'd grown up hearing stories about Isle Royale that weren't in any guidebook. "The old ones called this place Minong," Harold had said. "Means a good place to get copper. But there are other things on this island older than the copper, older than the trees. Things that were here before the Anishinaabe came, and will be here long after we're gone. The elders called them Baycock, the Bone Walkers, hunters who starved so long ago that death forgot to take them completely. They wander the deep woods in winter, looking for people who've wandered too far from home." Wesley had smiled politely and filed it away as local color, the kind of folklore that made for good campfire stories but meant nothing in the light of day. Now, standing alone in the fog with the silence pressing against him, he found himself remembering every word. Paige saw the tower first, a dark shape rising out of the mist ahead, the fire lookout on Mount Ojibwe materializing like a ghost of a building, more suggestion than structure. She felt a surge of relief that surprised her with its intensity. The tower meant she was close to Rock Harbor, close to the ranger station, close to other people. Another few hours and she'd be off this island, waiting for the emergency seaplane, laughing at herself for getting spooked by fog and silence. She started toward the tower, and that's when she heard it clearly for the first time. Not just clicking, but movement. Something in the trees behind her, moving fast, faster than a person could move through that kind of undergrowth. The sound of branches snapping, of footsteps that weren't footsteps. Too light, too quick, too many of them at once, like something running on limbs that bent in the wrong places. She ran. She didn't mean to, didn't decide to. Her body simply took over, legs pumping, pack bouncing against her spine, lungs burning with cold air as she sprinted toward the tower. The fog tore past her in streamers, and behind her the sound grew louder, closer. A rattling cacophony of bone on bone that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the trees on both sides, from the sky above, from the ground beneath her feet. The tower steps. She hit them at a full run, taking them 2 at a time, her hands scrabbling at the railing for purchase. The cab at the top was locked. Of course it was locked. but the platform around it was enclosed by a waist-high railing, and she pressed herself against the door, panting, looking down at the trail below. The fog swirled. The trees stood motionless. Nothing moved. But something was watching. She could feel it. Not see it. Not hear it. Just feel it. A presence at the edge of perception that radiated hunger the way a fire radiates heat. It was old, that presence. Patient. It had been hunting these woods since before there were names for the things that lived and died here. And it had found her. "Please," she whispered, though she didn't know who she was asking. "Please, I just want to go home." The fog below her shifted, and for one terrible moment she saw it. A shape that was almost human, almost whole, but stretched and broken in ways that made her mind refuse to process what her eyes were seeing. Bones where there should have been skin, hollows where there should have been eyes, a mouth that opened too wide, full of something that gleamed like wet stone. Then the fog closed again, and Paige Whitmore screamed. Wesley heard the scream from half a mile away. A single ragged sound that cut through the fog like a blade, and then stopped with an abruptness that told him everything he needed to know. He broke into a run. His pack forgotten, his radio forgotten. Every instinct screaming at him to turn back even as his legs carried him forward. He reached the tower 17 minutes later, his lungs burning, his legs shaking with exertion. The platform above was empty. No sign of anyone, no blood, no struggle. Just a backpack lying on its side against the railing, its contents spilled across the weathered wood. A water bottle, a compression sack, a paperback book with its pages fluttering in the wind that had finally begun to stir the fog. And something else. Something that made Wesley stop breathing for a long, terrible moment. A single boot. Women's size 7. The same brand and color as the hiking boots registered on Paige Whitmore's permit. It sat upright near the railing, laces still tied as if whoever had been wearing it had simply stepped out of it, stepped out and stepped away, into the fog, into the trees, into whatever waited in the spaces between the things that could be explained. He looked up at the locked cab, at the platform, at the endless gray that surrounded him on all sides. The wind was picking up now, and with it came a sound he almost didn't recognize. A soft, rhythmic clicking, like bones knocking together, fading into the distance toward the interior of the island. Wesley keyed his radio one last time. "Wendigo, this is Rock Harbor. Sandra, please respond. I have a missing person at the Ojibwe Tower. Possible. He couldn't finish the sentence. What could he say? Possible supernatural entity? Possible abduction by something that shouldn't exist? The radio crackled, and Sandra's voice came through, distant and distorted, but real. "Rock Harbor, I copy. Say again your last?" He closed his eyes and breathed. "Missing hiker at Ojibwe. I'm initiating search protocols. Request backup when weather permits." "Copy that. Weather's moving in fast. You need to get off that ridge before dark." "Wesley, do you copy? Get off the ridge." "I copy," he said. But he didn't move. He stood there on the empty platform, holding a single boot, listening to the wind and the silence and the fading click of something retreating into the fog. Something that had been hunting these woods for longer than anyone could remember. Something that had found what it was looking for. They never found Paige Whitmore. The search lasted 3 days, until the snow became too heavy and the risk to the search teams too great. They found her tent at Hatchet Lake still staked and tidy. They found her other hiking pole a quarter mile from the tower, lying in the middle of the trail. They found her emergency contact information in the permit log, and made the call that no ranger ever wants to make. The official report listed her as missing, presumed deceased, cause undetermined. There was talk of a fall, of exposure, of the 100 ways the wilderness can kill someone who underestimates its dangers. No one mentioned the boot on the tower platform. No one mentioned the clicking sound that 3 different searchers reported hearing in the fog before the search was called off. No one mentioned what old Harold Makwa said when he heard the news, the way he shook his head and whispered something in Ojibwe that Wesley didn't understand but somehow felt in his bones. Wesley transferred to Pictured Rocks the following spring, a mainland park. Roads and cell service and the comforting presence of other people, always nearby, always within reach. He told himself it was for practical reasons: career advancement, better housing, proximity to his aging parents in Marquette. But sometimes, in the deep of winter, when the wind comes howling off Superior and the trees creak like old bones settling, he still hears it. That clicking sound, patient and rhythmic, somewhere in the distance. And he remembers what Harold told him once in the quiet of the lodge after the tourists had gone to bed. The baycock never forgets a face, and it never stops being hungry. He keeps his doors locked now. He checks them twice, 3 times before he sleeps. And he never ever goes into the woods alone after dark. Some hungers, he has learned, are older than memory, and some places remember everything. The fog rolled in from Kabetogama Lake sometime before dawn, and by the time Derek Ellison unlocked the Ash River Visitor Center at 7:30, visibility had dropped to perhaps 40 yards. He stood on the wooden deck for a moment, coffee steaming in his hand, watching the gray consume the shoreline. 14 years with the National Park Service had taught him to read weather the way some people read faces, and this fog had a weight to it, a thickness that suggested it would linger well into the afternoon. The temperature had dropped overnight, 34 degrees according to the thermometer mounted beside the door, and the moisture in the air carried that particular bite of late October, the kind that worked its way through fleece and into bone. He went back inside and began his morning routine. Radio check first, always. He keyed the handset and waited for the familiar crackle. Dispatch, this is Ash River, checking in for the morning. How copy? The response came clear, reassuring. Ash River, dispatch copies you loud and clear. Fog advisory in effect until 1400 hours. We've got a small craft warning on the big lakes. Recommend limiting water patrols until visibility improves. Copy that, dispatch. I'll stick to the trails this morning. Any overnight traffic I should know about? Affirmative, we've got one backcountry permit holder, registered yesterday evening, solo hiker, female, 26 years old. Name is Samantha Reeves. She's doing the Cruiser Lake Trail loop, planned to camp at the Jorgens Lake site last night. Expected return is today by 1600. Derek noted the name on the clipboard beside the radio. Solo hikers in late October were rare but not unheard of. The park's visitor numbers dropped sharply after Labor Day, and by Halloween, the trails belonged mostly to the devoted and the foolhardy. Got it. I'll keep an eye on the trailhead parking. Ash River out. He finished his coffee while reviewing the trail conditions report from the previous week. The Cruiser Lake Trail was in decent shape, though the recent rains had turned several low-lying sections muddy. A few downed trees had been reported near the Jorgens Lake Junction, nothing impassable. Standard late-season conditions. Derek had walked that trail perhaps 100 times over the years. He knew every switchback, every rocky outcrop, every place where the tree cover thinned, and the lakes became visible through gaps in the birch and aspen. The morning passed slowly, as mornings in the off-season tended to do. Derek cleaned the visitor center displays, restocked the trail map dispenser, and spent an hour updating the wildlife sighting log. A couple from Wisconsin stopped in around 10 to ask about fishing conditions. Pike were still biting, he told them, but the fog would make navigation tricky. And an elderly man came by to use the restroom and complain about the cold. Nothing unusual. The fog remained, pressing against the windows like something patient. It was just after noon when Derek decided to drive out to the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Call it professional habit. Call it a feeling. He'd learned not to ignore feelings. The parking area sat 3 miles from the visitor center, along a gravel road that wound through stands of red pine so dense they blocked what little light filtered through the overcast sky. His truck's headlights carved pale tunnels through the gray. When he pulled into the lot, he spotted a silver Honda Civic parked in the far corner, alone. He ran the plates through dispatch. The car belonged to Samantha Reeves. On the passenger seat, visible through the window, he could see a purple day pack and a water bottle. A handwritten note sat on the dashboard, hiking cruiser loop, back by 4 p.m. Beside it, a granola bar wrapper and a paperback novel with a cracked spine, something with a mountain on the cover. Derek checked his watch, 12:17. She had plenty of time. He stood beside her car for a moment listening. The forest was quiet in that particular way fog creates, all the usual sounds muffled and distant. Somewhere far off, a raven called once, twice, then fell silent. The trees dripped moisture from their bare branches. He could smell the wet earth, the decomposing leaves, the faint mineral tang of the nearby lake. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, Ash River. I'm at the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Permit holder's vehicle is present, no sign of distress. I'm going to hike in a mile or two just to check conditions. Copy? Copy, Ash River. Be advised, fog is not expected to lift until after 1400. Watch your footing out there. Will do. Ash River out. The trail began at a wooden sign marking the Cruiser Lake Loop, 9 miles total, rated moderate, featuring rocky terrain and several stream crossings. Derek set off at an easy pace, his boots finding the familiar path even in the reduced visibility. The fog had a strange quality here, different from the lake fog he was used to. It seemed to move in currents, thickening and thinning in ways that didn't quite match the breeze. Twice in the first quarter mile, he stopped and looked behind him, certain he'd heard footsteps echoing his own. Both times, nothing. Only the dripping trees and the gray. Samantha Reeves had been hiking for 3 hours when she first noticed the lights. She'd left camp at Jorgens Lake just after 9, later than planned. The cold had made packing up slow, her fingers clumsy with the tent stakes, and the fog had surprised her. It wasn't in the forecast. But she'd hiked in worse conditions and the trail was well marked, and she had her compass and her map and the GPS on her phone. She was fine. She kept telling herself she was fine. The lights appeared first as a flicker at the edge of her vision, somewhere off to the left of the trail. Yellowish, warm, like firelight seen through a window. She stopped walking and stared into the fog, trying to locate the source. A cabin? There were no cabins in this part of the park, not that she remembered from the map. Maybe other hikers with a lantern. Maybe. The light moved. Not flickered. Not wavered. Moved. Drifted deeper into the trees, perhaps 30 yards from the trail, then stopped. Waited. Samantha stood frozen for a long moment. Her breath came out in small white clouds. The fog pressed close around her, and the silence was absolute. No birds, no wind, no sound at all except her own heartbeat loud in her ears. The light pulsed once, gently, as if beckoning. Hello? Her voice came out thin, swallowed by the gray. No answer. The light drifted further away, then paused again. Waiting. Something about it felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. The color wasn't quite right. Too yellow, too steady, too much like a thing pretending to be firelight rather than the real thing. Samantha took a step backward, toward the trail she'd been following. Then another step. The light didn't move. She turned and walked quickly, not quite running, putting distance between herself and that unnatural glow. 10 minutes later, she allowed herself to stop and catch her breath. The trail curved ahead through a stand of birch trees, their white bark luminous even in the fog. She checked her phone. No signal, but the GPS showed her position correctly. 2 more miles to the trailhead. She was fine. The light had been nothing. Her imagination, or some kind of phosphorescence, or a reflection off the fog. She was fine. That was when she heard her mother's voice. Samantha? Honey, where are you? She went completely still. Her mother lived in San Diego. Her mother was not in the woods of northern Minnesota. And yet the voice came again, closer now from somewhere behind her on the trail. Samantha, I've been looking everywhere. Come here, sweetheart. The voice was perfect. Every intonation, every familiar cadence, the way her mother always stretched out the first syllable of her name. Samantha. Exactly right. Exactly. Impossibly right. Samantha began to run. Derek found the first marker at mile 2, a small cairn of stones, perhaps a foot high, stacked with unnatural precision beside the trail. He'd walked this route dozens of times and had never seen it before. The stones were arranged in a spiral pattern, each one slightly smaller than the last, and at the top sat something that made Derek stop and stare. A human finger bone. Old, weathered, yellowed with age. He did not touch it. He photographed it with his phone. No signal out here, but the camera still worked, and marked the GPS coordinates. Then he continued walking, faster now. The unease that had been building all morning finally given form. The fog had grown thicker. Visibility was down to 20 yards, maybe less. The trees seemed closer together than he remembered, their trunks forming walls that channeled him forward along the trail. Derek realized with a start that he couldn't hear anything. Not the drip of moisture, not the call of birds, not even the sound of his own breathing. The silence was complete, oppressive, wrong. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, Ash River. I found something unusual on the Cruiser Lake Trail. Some kind of marker. Possible human remains, requesting static. Not the normal static of a weak signal, but a wall of white noise that seemed to have a pattern to it, a rhythm almost like breathing." Derek adjusted the frequency, tried again. The static resolved briefly into what might have been words, or might have been the forest itself, speaking in a language older than English, older than the Ojibwe who had walked these shores for centuries. Then, silence. Dead air. Nothing. Derek stood in the fog with a radio that no longer worked and a growing certainty that something in these woods knew he was here. Something old, something patient, something that had been waiting. The old stories came back to him then, fragments he'd heard over the years from rangers who'd worked the park before him, from Ojibwe elders who occasionally visited the center, from late-night conversations around campfires when the wind blew cold off the lakes. Pukwudgi, they called them. The little people who lived in the wild places, who didn't like intruders, who lured the unwary away from safe paths with lights and voices. Tricksters, some said, but the elders didn't call them tricksters. They called them dangerous. They called them hungry. A light appeared ahead on the trail, yellow, warm, waiting. Samantha had stopped running when her lungs gave out. She bent over, hands on knees, gasping in the frigid air. The fog was everywhere now, so thick she could barely see her own feet. Her mother's voice had stopped, but she could still feel something behind her, something following at a distance that never changed no matter how fast she moved. She tried to orient herself. The trail should be, but there was no trail, only trees. Trees in every direction, identical, endless, forming a maze with no exit. Her phone showed her position as a blinking dot in the middle of green wilderness, the trail a thin line perhaps 100 yards to her left, but when she walked left, the trees only grew thicker. When she walked right, the same. The forest had closed around her like a fist. "Okay," she whispered to herself. "Okay, you're not lost, you can't be lost. Just stay calm. Stay." The sound came from directly behind her. Not a voice this time. Something worse. The sound of small feet on wet leaves. Many feet. Moving fast. Samantha turned. For one frozen instant, she saw them. Shapes in the fog, gray and small, perhaps 3 feet tall, with faces that were almost human and eyes that were nothing like human at all. They didn't blink. They smiled, and their smiles had too many teeth. Then the fog swallowed them and she was alone again and the silence returned. But not for long. Never for long. Derek followed the light because there was nothing else to do. The trail behind him had vanished. He'd turned to retrace his steps and found only unmarked forest, trees he didn't recognize, terrain that sloped in directions his memory insisted were wrong. The light ahead was his only reference point, his only landmark in the featureless gray. He knew, on some level, that following it was exactly what they wanted. The stories were specific about this. They lure you off the path. They lead you in circles. They wear you down until you can't fight anymore. But the alternative was standing still and letting the fog consume him, and Derek was not the kind of man who could simply stand still. He walked for what felt like hours. The temperature dropped steadily. His breath came out in thick plumes now, and ice crystals formed on the edges of his beard. The light ahead stayed constant, always 30 yards away, always just beyond reach. Sometimes it split into 2 lights, then 3, then merged again. Sometimes it dimmed almost to nothing before flaring bright. It was playing with him. It knew he was following, and it was playing. At some point, he found Samantha's pack. It lay in the middle of a clearing he didn't remember the trail having, its contents scattered across the frozen ground. A water bottle, empty. A map, torn into precise strips. A small journal with handwritten entries, the last one reading simply, "The lights, the lights, the lights." And blood. Not much, but enough. A smear across the purple fabric, a spatter on the leaves nearby. Fresh. Derek crouched beside the pack and made himself breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. His training kicked in, the cold professional part of his mind that knew how to handle emergencies. He photographed everything. He marked his GPS position, though he knew it wouldn't match reality anymore. He looked for tracks and found dozens. Human footprints circling the clearing in frantic patterns, and among them smaller prints. Prints that weren't quite right. Too small for adults, too large for children, with too many toes. A sound behind him. He spun. Samantha Reeves stood at the edge of the clearing. She was pale, her lips blue with cold, her eyes wide and fixed on something behind Derek. She opened her mouth to speak. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't turn around. Don't look at them. Don't..." Her voice cut off. Derek watched as her expression changed from fear to something else. Blank, empty, a light going out behind her eyes. She smiled. The smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. "Derek," she said, in a voice that wasn't quite hers. "I've been looking everywhere. Come here, sweetheart." He ran. He ran through the fog and the trees and the impossible geometry of a forest that had become a trap, and behind him came the sound of laughter. Small laughter. Many voices. The laughter of things that had been waiting for a very long time and had finally gotten what they wanted. The light appeared in front of him, and this time he didn't follow it. He turned left, then right, then left again, running without direction, without hope. The cold burned in his lungs. The fog pressed close. And then, impossibly, he saw the trail. The real trail. Marked with orange blazes on the trees, worn smooth by 1,000 boots. He stumbled onto it and kept running, not daring to look back, not daring to stop until he burst out of the tree line and into the parking lot where his truck sat waiting, and Samantha's silver Civic still held its patient vigil. He drove. He didn't call dispatch until he was 3 miles away, and when they answered, his voice was steady even though his hands shook too badly to grip the wheel. "Dispatch, Ash River. I need SAR at the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Missing hiker. Possible remains. He stopped. Swallowed. "I need backup. Now." They never found Samantha Reeves. Search and rescue teams combed the Cruiser Lake trail for 4 days, using dogs and thermal drones and every tool available to modern wilderness recovery. They found her pack where Derek had left it. They found her footprints, which circled the same half-mile of forest hundreds of times before ending abruptly at a cliff face that shouldn't have existed on any map. They found the cairn of stones, though the finger bone was gone. The official report listed her as missing, presumed deceased, circumstances unknown. Derek signed it because he had to. Because the truth about the lights, the voices, the small shapes in the fog, the thing that had worn Samantha's face and spoken with his mother's voice, the truth was not something that belonged in an official report. He requested a transfer 2 weeks later. Desert assignment, somewhere with no trees, no fog, no ancient things hiding in the shadows of the wild. The request was denied. Budget cuts. He returned to Ash River the following spring. Sometimes on nights when the fog rolls in off Kabetogama Lake, Derek sees lights in the distance, yellow, warm, waiting. He doesn't follow them. He locks the door of the visitor center and turns up the radio until the static drowns out the sound of small feet on the deck outside. The fog is patient. It can wait. It remembers. Location: Gates of the Arctic National Park, Alaska. Date, October 23, 2009. The cold had a texture to it that far south people never understood. Nathan Vance had tried explaining it once to his sister in Phoenix, how at 15 below zero the air itself became a presence, a weight that pressed against exposed skin like something alive and hungry. She'd laughed and said cold was cold. 6 years in Gates of the Arctic had taught Nathan otherwise. Cold was not cold. Cold was a spectrum, and at certain points on that spectrum it stopped being a temperature and started being a predator. He stood outside the Bettles Ranger Station at 6:45 in the morning, watching his breath crystallize and fall. The sky was still dark. It would stay dark until nearly 11, and even then, daylight meant only a few hours of gray twilight before the blackness returned. The stars above were impossibly bright, undimmed by any light pollution for hundreds of miles in every direction. To the north, a faint green shimmer played along the horizon. Aurora season. The lights had been active for the past week, painting the sky in ribbons of green and purple that tourists paid thousands of dollars to witness. Nathan barely noticed them anymore. Beauty became mundane when you lived inside it. He checked his watch, then checked the thermometer mounted on the station wall. -12 Celsius, warmer than yesterday. A heat wave, relatively speaking. He allowed himself a grim smile and went back inside to finish preparing the gear. Allison Chen was already there, laying out equipment on the central table with the methodical precision that made her invaluable on search and rescue operations. Satellite phone, charged. GPS units, 3 of them, because redundancy kept people alive. Emergency bivouac supplies. First aid kit, the comprehensive one rated for trauma and hypothermia both. MREs. Water purification tablets, signal flares. The pile grew as Nathan watched, each item placed in exactly the position it would occupy in their packs. "Tyler's 5 minutes out," she said without looking up. "Chopper's fueled and ready. Pilot says weather window looks good until at least 1400, maybe longer if the front stalls." "And our missing persons?" Allison paused. Her hand stilled over the GPS units. Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore, both 28. Experienced backcountry hikers. They've done Denali, the Chilkoot Trail, half a dozen expeditions in the Brooks Range. They filed a flight plan with the Fairbanks office 6 days ago. Bush Pilot dropped them at Anaktivuk Pass on the 17th for a 5-day traverse to the Alatna River drainage. They were supposed to radio for pickup on the 21st. She finally looked up and Nathan saw something in her expression he rarely saw from Allison. Unease. They never called. Pilot flew the route twice. No sign, no signal, nothing. Nathan absorbed this. Experienced hikers didn't simply vanish. Not both of them. Not in conditions that had been relatively stable all week. Theories? Bear encounter. River crossing gone wrong. Equipment failure. Allison shrugged, but the gesture was tight, unconvincing. The usual. But Nathan, she hesitated. "I talked to the pilot, Charlie Ulick, out of Anaktivuk. He's flown this park for 30 years. He said something strange." "Strange how?" "He said the land felt wrong. Said he couldn't explain it better than that. The caribou herds were moving in patterns he'd never seen, south when they should be going north, bunched together like something was driving them. And he saw lights." "Aurora?" "That's what I said." He said no, not aurora. These were low, on the ground, moving between the hills, and they were the wrong color. Allison's voice dropped. He wouldn't say what color. He just said his grandmother used to warn him about lights like that. Lights that lead you somewhere you don't come back from. The door opened, letting in a blade of frozen air. Tyler Reeves, no relation to any Tyler, just an unfortunate coincidence of common names, stamped snow from his boots and pulled off his balaclava. At 24, he was the youngest member of the Gates of the Arctic SAR team, but what he lacked in years he made up for in an almost preternatural sense of direction. The kid could navigate by stars, by wind patterns, by the subtle variations in lichen growth on north-facing rocks. Nathan had seen him find his way out of whiteout conditions that would have killed more experienced rangers. "Heard we've got a weird one," Tyler said, pouring himself coffee from the station pot. Missing hikers, no trace, spooked bush pilot. That about covers it. Nathan began loading his pack. We fly to their last known position at Anaktuvuk Pass, then work outward along their planned route. Standard grid search pattern. We've got maybe 4 hours of usable light, so we move fast and smart. He paused, considering whether to mention what Allison had told him. Decided against it. Superstition had no place in search and rescue. Questions? Neither of them spoke. Then let's go find our people. Brandon Ellis had known they were lost approximately 40 minutes into the hike. He hadn't said anything to Chloe, not at first, because the thought was absurd. They had GPS, they had maps, they had a route he'd walked twice before years ago when the landscape had made sense. But now, standing in a valley that shouldn't exist according to any map in his possession, watching the sky do things the sky wasn't supposed to do, Brandon finally understood that none of those things mattered. The GPS showed their position as a blinking dot in the middle of empty tundra, exactly where they should be. But the terrain around that dot bore no resemblance to what the device claimed. The valley walls rose too steeply. The river that should have been on their left was on their right, flowing uphill in a way that hurt Brandon's eyes to watch. And the light was wrong. Not wrong like cloud cover or atmospheric distortion. Wrong like someone had taken a photograph of daylight and pasted it over a darkness that kept bleeding through at the edges. Brandon. Chloe's voice was steady, but he'd known her long enough to hear the tightness beneath it. Brandon, how long have we been walking? He checked his watch, checked it again. The digital display showed 10:47 a.m. October 17th. That was when they'd started hiking. That was 6 hours ago at least. But according to the numbers glowing on his wrist, not a single minute had passed. The watch is broken, he said. Mine too. Chloe held up her wrist. Same time, same date, same impossible stillness. And my phone and the GPS timestamp. She took a breath that fogged in the air, though the cold seemed less intense than it should be, muted somehow, as if they were experiencing it through glass. Brandon, I don't think we're lost. I think we're somewhere else. That was when they saw the caribou. It stood on a ridge perhaps 200 yards away, silhouetted against the strange gray sky. A bull, massive, its antlers spreading like bare winter branches. Brandon had seen hundreds of caribou in his years hiking Alaska. He knew their behavior, their posture, the way they watched humans with wary curiosity before moving on. This caribou was watching them. Not with wariness, not with curiosity, with something that looked horribly, impossibly like recognition. Don't look at it, Chloe whispered. Her hand found Brandon's arm, her grip painfully tight. Brandon, don't look at its face. He looked. He couldn't help it. The caribou's face was wrong, blurred somehow like a photograph taken in motion, features smearing into each other in ways that made his stomach lurch. And where its eyes should have been, there was only darkness. Not empty sockets. Darkness that moved, that watched, that knew. The caribou turned and walked away, disappearing over the ridge. But it didn't walk like a caribou. It walked like something that had learned to walk by watching caribou and hadn't quite gotten the movements right. Brandon and Chloe ran. They ran through the valley that shouldn't exist under the sky that wasn't a sky, while their watches stayed frozen at 10:47 a.m. and the cold pressed against them like hands trying to hold them in place. Behind them, always behind them, never visible but always present, something followed. Something patient, something that had all the time in the world, because in this place, time had stopped meaning anything at all. The helicopter set down in a flat area near Anaktuvuk Pass at 9:30. Nathan was first out, scanning the terrain while the rotor wash whipped snow into stinging clouds around him. The landscape was familiar. He'd run searches in this area before, but something about it felt off this morning. The proportions seemed wrong somehow. Distances compressed and expanded in ways that didn't match his mental map of the region. He chalked it up to the strange light of Arctic autumn and focused on the task. Tyler and Allison joined him, and together they established a base marker and oriented themselves to the planned search grid. The missing hikers had intended to follow a drainage northeast toward the Alatna River, a route that wound through several valleys before descending into the river's floodplain. Standard wilderness traverse, nothing technically difficult. The kind of trip experienced hikers did without incident all the time. "First sweep, standard pattern," Nathan said into the radio, testing communication with the chopper pilot who would remain on standby. "We follow the drainage, check the obvious trouble spots, river crossings, steep scree fields, anywhere they might have come to grief. Stay within visual range of each other. Radio check every 15 minutes. He looked at his team. "And stay alert. This one feels off." Allison nodded. Tyler's expression was unreadable, but his hand drifted to the signal flare in his vest pocket, a nervous habit Nathan had noticed before, on searches that turned strange. They moved out. The first hour passed without incident. The terrain matched their maps. The GPS readings were accurate. Nathan began to relax, allowing himself to hope this would be a simple case. Hikers holed up somewhere with a broken radio, waiting for rescue, embarrassed but alive. It happened more often than the public realized. Most search and rescue operations ended with handshakes and lessons learned, not body bags. Then Tyler stopped walking. "Nathan." The young ranger's voice was strange, flat, emptied of its usual energy. "Nathan, look at the sky." Nathan looked up. The sky was wrong. Not cloudy, not clear, wrong. The gray had a texture to it, a granularity, like static on an old television set. And through that static, something moved. Shapes that might have been birds or might have been something else entirely, circling in patterns that hurt to follow. "The hell is that?" Allison whispered. Before Nathan could respond, his radio crackled. Not static, a voice. A human voice, faint and distant, speaking words he almost understood. "Help us, please, we don't know how long. Can anyone hear? The caribou aren't caribou there. Please, someone." The voice cut off. Nathan keyed his radio, hands trembling with sudden cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. "This is Nathan Vance. Gates of the Arctic Search and Rescue. Identify yourself. Repeat. Identify yourself and your position." Nothing. Then, "Walked for 6 days, but it's only been... Watches don't work. Something's watching from the hills." "Brandon? Chloe? Is this Brandon Ellis or Chloe Whitmore?" Nathan was shouting now, the protocol forgotten. "Give me your position. We're here to help." The voice that responded was clearer this time. Clearer and horribly familiar, because it was his own voice, speaking from the radio in his hand. "Don't come looking. Nathan, don't come looking. They're already here." The radio died. Not to static, to silence. Absolute, complete. The silence of a void. Tyler was pointing at something. Nathan followed his gesture and felt his heart stop. Two figures stood on a ridge 300 yards distant, a man and a woman, their clothing the bright colors of backcountry hiking gear. They weren't moving. They were simply standing there facing the search team, perfectly still. "That's them," Allison breathed. "That has to be them." Nathan raised his binoculars. The magnification brought the figures into sharp focus, and what he saw made him lower the glasses with hands he could no longer keep steady. Their faces were blurred, smeared, like photographs left in the rain, features dissolving into each other, eyes that weren't eyes staring with a darkness that moved and watched and knew. And they were smiling. Both of them. Smiling with mouths that had too many teeth, that stretched too wide, that opened onto a blackness deeper than the Arctic night. The figures began walking toward them. Not like humans walk. Like something that had learned walking from a great distance, mimicking the motion without understanding its purpose. "Run," Nathan said. They ran. Back toward the helicopter, toward the pilot waiting with rotors ready, toward a world that still made sense. The sky above them churned with impossible shapes. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, distances stretching and compressing. valleys appearing where none had been before. Tyler fell once, twice, scrambling up each time with wild eyes that reflected a terror beyond words. Allison's breath came in ragged gasps that crystallized and fell like tears of ice. Nathan didn't look back. He didn't dare. But he heard them behind him, footsteps that weren't quite right, voices calling his name in tones that weren't quite human, the sound of something ancient and patient finally closing the distance it had waited so long to cross. The helicopter appeared ahead, blades already spinning. The pilot's face through the glass was pale with a fear that told Nathan he'd seen the things pursuing them. They threw themselves inside, and the chopper lurched upward, banking hard, climbing toward a sky that still churned with static and shadows. Below them, two figures stood in the snow. A man and a woman in colorful hiking gear. They weren't looking up at the helicopter. They were looking directly at Nathan. Through the metal, through the glass, through everything between them and him, and they were still smiling. They found Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore 2 days later, 3 miles from Anactovook Pass, sitting calmly beside a small fire as if waiting for a bus. They were unharmed, no frostbite, no dehydration, no signs of exposure despite 6 days in Arctic wilderness without shelter. Their watches showed 10:47 a.m. October 17th. Their phones showed the same. Their GPS units had stopped recording 5 minutes after they'd begun their hike. When Nathan asked them what happened, they looked at each other with expressions he couldn't read. "We walked for a while," Brandon said. His voice was flat, emptied of something essential. "We got turned around, but it was only a couple hours. The time just went somewhere else." 6 days, Nathan said carefully. "You've been missing for 6 days." Chloe smiled. The smile was wrong. It stretched too wide, showed too many teeth, and behind her eyes something dark moved that hadn't been there before. "Has it been that long?" she asked. "It felt like no time at all." The official report listed the incident as disorientation due to equipment failure and adverse conditions. Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore were evacuated to Fairbanks, examined by doctors who found nothing physically wrong with them, and released. They returned to their lives in Seattle. According to follow-up records, they remain in good health. Nathan never spoke to them again. He didn't want to. There was something in their eyes during that final conversation, something that watched from behind their faces like a passenger in a vehicle it was still learning to drive. He requested a transfer 6 months later. Arizona, desert country, open skies where nothing could hide, where the land was honest about its dangers, where time moved forward the way time was supposed to move. The request was approved. But sometimes, late at night, Nathan still dreams of the Brooks Range. He dreams of a valley that doesn't exist, under a sky made of static, where two figures wait with blurred faces and two wide smiles. They call his name in a voice that sounds like his own, and they tell him not to worry. They have all the time in the world. They have all the time that ever was, or will be, or might have been. And they're very, very patient. Location: Wrangell St. Elias National Park, Alaska. Date: October 27, 2019. The coffee had gone cold in Daniel's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the window of the Kennecott Ranger Station for nearly 20 minutes, watching the way the morning light crept across the stairway icefall in the distance. That peculiar Alaskan dawn that arrived reluctantly, as if the sun itself was hesitant to illuminate what lay beneath. At this latitude, in late October, daylight was a brief gift. By 3 in the afternoon, the mountains would swallow it again, and the 17-hour darkness would settle over Wrangell St. Elias like a held breath. He poured the cold coffee into the sink and started a fresh pot. The station's propane heater clicked and hummed, fighting against the 31 degrees outside. Daniel checked the weather radio out of habit. Overcast skies, temperatures dropping throughout the day, snow expected by evening. Nothing unusual for this time of year. The park was emptying. Most of the summer staff had transferred out weeks ago. The few remaining rangers were scattered across 13 million acres, skeleton crews maintaining stations that would close entirely by mid-November. Daniel had been with the Park Service for 7 years, the last 3 at Wrangell St. Elias. He'd requested the posting specifically. Other rangers wanted Yellowstone, Yosemite, parks with visitors and amenities and cell phone signals. Daniel wanted silence. He wanted mountains that had never been named, glaciers that moved with geological patience, valleys where the only footprints were his own. He'd found all of that here. He'd also found something else, something harder to name. The awareness that in a park larger than Switzerland, a man could disappear completely, could walk into the backcountry and simply cease to exist, leaving nothing behind but an abandoned vehicle and unanswered questions. He'd processed 3 such cases in his time here. Standard missing persons, hikers who overestimated their abilities, underestimated the terrain. The wilderness took what it wanted and the paperwork followed. The radio crackled at 0700 sharp, the morning check-in with dispatch in Copper Center. Kennecott Station, this is dispatch. Radio check, over. Daniel keyed the mic. Dispatch, Kennecott Station. I read you 5 by 5. All quiet here. Over. Copy that, Kennecott. Be advised, we've got a vehicle at the end of McCarthy Road registered to a Samantha Vance, 28, out of Anchorage. Checked in for a backcountry permit 3 days ago, solo hike to the Bonanza Mine area. Was due back yesterday. No contact. Over. Daniel set down his coffee. Solo hiker. 3 days overdue. October conditions. Copy, dispatch. I'll head to the trailhead, see if I can locate her vehicle and assess. Over. Affirmative. Check in at 1100. Dispatch out. He gathered his pack with the efficiency of long practice. First aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, GPS unit, satellite phone for areas where radio signals couldn't reach, extra batteries, protein bars, water purification tablets. He checked his flashlight twice, a habit he'd developed after his first Alaskan winter, when darkness came so early and completely that even a brief equipment failure could mean death. His boots were already by the door, broken in and waterproofed. He pulled on his NPS jacket, the green wool blend that still smelled faintly of wood smoke from last week's cabin inspection. Outside, the cold hit like a physical presence. Daniel paused to take in the view he never tired of. The abandoned copper mill buildings of Kennecott, red against the white of the Kennecott Glacier, the peaks of the Wrangell Mountains rising beyond like teeth. The air smelled of ice and something else, that particular mineral scent of glacial dust, rock ground fine as flour over millennia. Ravens circled overhead, black shapes against the gray sky, their calls echoing off the mountainsides. This was what he loved about Alaska, the scale of it, the way it reduced human concerns to insignificance. He took the service road toward McCarthy, driving slowly. The road was rough in places where recent frost heaves had cracked the surface. Patches of ice glinted in the weak sunlight. On either side, the forest pressed close, black spruce and alder, their branches heavy with the first dusting of snow that had fallen overnight. Through gaps in the trees, he caught glimpses of the river, its gray-green water already sluggish with the cold, ice forming along the banks in delicate fractal patterns. It took 40 minutes to reach the trailhead where Samantha Vance had parked. Her vehicle was exactly where dispatch had described, a silver Subaru Outback with Anchorage plates, pulled to the side of the gravel lot. Daniel parked beside it and stepped out into the silence. And it was silent. That was the first thing he noticed, the absolute absence of sound. No birds, no wind in the branches, no distant rush of water, just the tick of his cooling engine, and beneath that, nothing. He'd experienced quiet in Wrangell St. Elias before, but this was different. This was silence with weight to it, silence that seemed to be waiting. He approached the Subaru and cupped his hands against the driver's window. The interior was neat. A water bottle in the cup holder, a paperback book on the passenger seat, something about mountain photography, and a handwritten note on the dashboard. Back by Thursday evening, dinner at the Potato? S. Thursday was 2 days ago. Daniel photographed the vehicle and its contents with his phone, then walked to the trailhead sign. The registration box showed Samantha's permit, solo hiker, moderate experience, planned route to Bonanza Mine and back via the Jumbo Creek Trail. A 2-day trip at most for someone competent. She'd marked her expected return as October 24th, 3 days overdue. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Kennecott Station. I'm at the trailhead. Vehicle confirmed. No sign of the subject. I'm going to hike in, see if I can locate her on the trail." "Over." Static answered. Then faintly. "Copy. Kennecott. Advise caution. Weather." The signal broke apart into white noise. Daniel waited, tried again. More static. He checked the frequency. Correct. Checked the battery. Full. This happened sometimes in the mountains. Radio shadows, atmospheric interference. Nothing to worry about. He shouldered his pack and started up the trail. 3 days earlier, Samantha Vance had stood in this exact spot and felt nothing but anticipation. The morning had been clear, the kind of crystalline October day that made her grateful she'd moved to Alaska. She was a photographer, landscapes mostly, with a growing specialty in glacial formations, and Wrangell St. Elias had been on her list for years. The Bonanza Mine, the abandoned copper workings above the glacier, would give her the shots she needed for the gallery showing in February. She'd done her research, checked the weather, filed her permit, told her roommate exactly where she'd be and when she'd return. Everything by the book. The trail was well marked for the first 2 miles, switchbacking up through the spruce forest toward the alpine zone. Samantha moved at a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph the way the light fell through the branches, the patterns of frost on fallen logs. She was comfortable here. She'd hiked alone dozens of times, in Denali, in the Chugach, along the Chilkoot Trail. The wilderness didn't frighten her. It felt, if anything, like coming home. By midday, she'd reached the old mining structures, their wooden frames weathered silver gray against the rocky slopes. She spent 2 hours photographing them, moving around to catch different angles as the sun tracked across the sky. The wind picked up as clouds moved in from the west, and she decided to make camp early, setting up her tent in a sheltered spot below the main mill building. That night, she heard the river. It was strange because she hadn't remembered any river nearby. The map showed Jumbo Creek a half-mile to the north, but this sounded closer, a steady rush of water just beyond the tree line. She unzipped her tent and looked out into the darkness. Nothing visible. The sound continued, rhythmic and almost hypnotic, like something calling her to come and see. She zipped the tent closed and told herself it was just the wind. Daniel had been hiking for an hour when he found the first sign of trouble. The trail forked near the creek crossing, one path continuing toward the mine, the other branching northwest into unmarked backcountry. On a low-hanging spruce branch beside the northwest fork, he found a strip of orange fabric, the same color as the rain shell Samantha had listed on her permit. She'd gone off trail. He stood at the fork, considering. The responsible thing to do was mark the location, return to the station, report his findings, and wait for search and rescue to mobilize. That was protocol. But the weather was changing. He could smell the snow coming, feel the pressure dropping, and once the storm hit, any tracks or signs would be buried. He took the northwest fork. The trail, such as it was, vanished within a quarter mile. Daniel navigated by terrain, following the path of least resistance through the dense undergrowth. The forest here was different. Older, the spruce trees taller and more twisted, their branches interlocking overhead to block what little daylight remained. Moss hung from the limbs in thick curtains, gray-green and wet with condensation. The ground was soft, spongy with centuries of decomposition. And still, that silence, that waiting, watchful silence. He found her camera at the base of an enormous spruce, resting upright against the trunk as if carefully placed. The lens cap was on. The camera was undamaged. Daniel picked it up and scrolled through the images, the mine buildings, the glacier, close-ups of frost patterns, all the shots you'd expect from a landscape photographer on assignment. The last image was different. It was blurred, clearly taken in motion, but he could make out trees and, in the center of the frame, something that might have been a figure. Something standing where nothing should be standing. He checked the timestamp. October 25th, 4:47 p.m., 2 days ago, just before sunset. "Hello?" Daniel called out, his voice strange and flat in the dead air. "Samantha Vance? Park Service. If you can hear me, call out." Nothing answered. But somewhere to the north, far to the north, impossibly far given how sound should carry in this terrain, he heard something that might have been a voice. A woman's voice calling a name he couldn't quite make out. He started walking toward it. Samantha had woken on that second morning to find footprints around her tent. Not bear prints, not wolf prints. Human footprints, bare and narrow, circling her campsite in a pattern that made no logical sense. They came from the direction of the creek she couldn't see, and they returned the same way. She counted them. The same pair of feet had walked around her tent exactly 17 times during the night. She packed up quickly, abandoning her planned photography schedule. The smart thing to do was return to the trailhead, report the incident, try again another time. She'd done enough solo hiking to know when something was wrong, and something was very wrong. But the trail wasn't where she'd left it. She had marked her route carefully, tying orange ribbons to branches at regular intervals. Those ribbons were gone. Not untied, gone, as if they'd never existed. And the terrain itself seemed changed. The rocky outcropping she'd used as a landmark was now 30 degrees off from where it should be. Or she was 30 degrees off from where she should be, or both. Her GPS unit showed her position accurately. She knew exactly where she was. She simply couldn't reconcile that knowledge with what she was seeing. That was when she heard the voice. Samantha. Clear as if spoken from beside her. A woman's voice, warm and familiar, calling her name. She spun, camera raised like a weapon. No one there, just the trees, the rocks, the silence. "Samantha, come find me, I'm by the water." She knew that voice. She knew it in her bones, in the deepest part of her memory. It was her mother's voice, her mother who had been dead for 3 years, who had drowned in a boating accident in Prince William Sound, whose body had never been recovered. Samantha ran. Daniel found her tent at 1400 hours, partially collapsed against a stand of Devil's Club, the fabric torn in long parallel lines. Inside, her sleeping bag was shredded, her supplies scattered. Her hiking boots sat neatly beside the tent flap, perfectly paired, perfectly empty. No blood, no signs of animal predation, just destruction and absence. He tried his radio again. "Dispatch, this is Kennecott Station, over." Static hissed back at him, and beneath the static something else, a rhythm that almost sounded like breathing. He switched frequencies, tried the emergency channel. The same static, the same breathing. The satellite phone was in his pack. He pulled it out, powered it on, waited for it to acquire signal. The screen flickered, showed one bar, then none, then a GPS position that placed him somewhere in the middle of the Bering Sea. That wasn't possible. The unit was new, maintained, tested monthly. Daniel looked up from the phone and realized the light had changed. It was darker now, much darker than it should be at 2 in the afternoon, even with the cloud cover. The shadows between the trees had deepened into something absolute, something that seemed to pulse at the edges of his vision. "Samantha?" he called again, his voice cracking slightly. "Samantha Vance, can you hear me?" From deep in the forest, impossibly deep, a voice answered. Daniel. His name, in a voice he knew. In the voice of his brother Michael, who had died in Kandahar in 2007, who had been 23 years old and afraid, and so far from home when the IED detonated. "Daniel, I'm lost, help me, I'm so cold." Daniel didn't move, couldn't move. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth, in his fingertips, in the base of his skull. That was Michael's voice. That was exactly Michael's voice, the specific way he pronounced Daniel's name with the emphasis on the second syllable, the particular texture of his vowels that marked him as a kid from Fairbanks. But Michael was dead. Michael had been dead for 12 years. "Daniel, please. It's so dark here, I can't find my way back." The voice was moving now, circling to his left, coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Daniel's training kicked in through the fog of terror. Assess, evaluate, act. Whatever this was, it wasn't his brother. Whatever this was, it wanted him to follow. He turned and walked, not ran, walked, because running was what prey did, back the way he'd come. The trees seemed closer now, their branches reaching. The ground squelched under his boots with a wet, organic sound. Behind him, the voice of his dead brother called out with increasing desperation. "Danny, don't leave me. Danny, please, I'm scared." No one had called him Danny since Michael died. Samantha was still running when she found the river. It materialized out of nowhere. One moment, dense forest. The next, a wide expanse of gray water flowing silently between banks of black stone. She stopped at the edge, gasping, her lungs burning with cold air. This river wasn't on any map. This river didn't exist. But her mother stood on the opposite bank. Not a ghost, not a transparent apparition. Her mother as she'd looked in life, solid and real, wearing the same blue sweater she'd worn on that last trip to Valdez. She was smiling. She was holding out her hand. "Baby girl," her mother said. "I've been waiting for you. It took so long for you to find me." Samantha's feet moved without her permission. She took one step toward the water, then another. The river's surface was perfectly still despite its apparent flow, reflecting nothing. No sky, no trees, no Samantha. Just darkness. "That's it," her mother said. "Just a few more steps, it's warm here. You'll never be cold again." The water touched her boots. It was warm, impossibly warm, bathtub warm, in late October in Alaska. The warmth felt like sleep, like surrender. Somewhere, very far away, she thought she heard a man's voice calling her name. A stranger's voice. It didn't matter. Her mother was here. Her mother had been waiting. Samantha took another step, and the water rose to her knees. Daniel burst out of the tree line and saw her. She was waist-deep in a river that shouldn't exist, walking steadily forward, her arms outstretched toward something on the opposite bank. From where he stood, he could see the other side clearly. There was nothing there. Nothing but rocks and snow and a darkness that seemed to move with intention. "Samantha, stop." She didn't turn. The water was at her chest now. Daniel ran to the bank, fighting through the undergrowth, branches tearing at his jacket. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since he'd entered the forest. His breath came in visible clouds. The silence was absolute. He couldn't even hear his own footsteps, his own labored breathing. "Samantha, that's not real. Whatever you're seeing isn't real." She paused. The water lapped at her shoulders. "My mother," she said without turning. "She's been waiting for me." "Your mother's not there. Look at me, Samantha. Look at me." Slowly, she turned her head. Her eyes were wrong. Not blank exactly, but seeing something other than what was in front of her, seeing some other world layered over this one. "She says you can come too," Samantha said. "She says there's someone waiting for you, your brother, Michael." The cold that went through Daniel had nothing to do with the weather. "That's not my brother," he said, his voice shaking. "And that's not your mother. Samantha, please, walk toward me. Walk toward my voice." Something changed in the water. The stillness broke. Ripples appeared around her body, spreading outward in concentric circles, though nothing visible had disturbed the surface. The warmth was draining from the water. Samantha gasped as the true cold hit her, the Alaskan river cold that stopped hearts and numbed limbs in minutes. On the far bank, the darkness condensed. It didn't take a shape exactly. It was more like the absence of shape, a hole in the world where something should be standing. But Daniel could feel it looking at him. He could feel its patience, its ancient, inhuman hunger. It had waited here for so long, it could wait a little longer. "Daniel." Michael's voice came from everywhere now, from the trees and the water, and the inside of Daniel's own skull. I forgive you. I forgive you for living when I died. Just come into the water. Just come home." Samantha was shaking violently, hypothermia setting in. But she wasn't moving forward anymore. She wasn't moving at all. "Don't listen to it," Daniel said. He was at the water's edge now, reaching out his hand. "It only knows the voices. It doesn't know the people. It can't know the people." "She smells like her perfume," Samantha whispered. "Gardenias. She always wore gardenias." "It doesn't know what gardenias mean. It doesn't know Sunday mornings or birthday cards or inside jokes. It knows the shape of love, but not the substance. Samantha, take my hand." The darkness on the far bank pulsed. The voice of Daniel's brother shifted, became something else, not a voice at all, but a sound like ice cracking, like something enormous moving beneath deep water. The temperature dropped again. Frost formed on Daniel's eyelashes. Samantha took his hand. He pulled. She resisted for a moment, still staring at the far bank, still seeing something that called to the deepest part of her grief. And then she let go. She let herself be pulled backward, stumbling, falling against him as they both collapsed on the frozen rocks. The river vanished. One moment it was there, wide and gray and terrible. The next, there was only a shallow creek, barely 6 inches deep, flowing over ordinary stones. The opposite bank was just a rocky slope leading up into the trees. Nothing stood there. Nothing had ever stood there. But as Daniel helped Samantha to her feet, as he wrapped his emergency blanket around her shaking body and began the long walk back to the trailhead, he heard it one more time. "I'll remember you." Michael's voice, perfect and patient and old beyond measure. "I'll be here whenever you're ready. I'll be here." Samantha Vance was airlifted to Anchorage that evening with moderate hypothermia and exposure. Her official statement described becoming disoriented in the backcountry and falling into a creek. She was released after 2 days. She never returned to Alaska. Daniel's report listed the incident as subject located after becoming lost off trail. He did not mention the voices. He did not mention the river that appeared and vanished. He did not mention the shape in the darkness or the feeling that something had learned his name. 3 weeks later, he put in for a transfer. Desert, anywhere without water, anywhere without trees that seemed to close in at the edges of his vision. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic indifference. He returned to Kennecott Station on December 1st. The mountains were buried in snow. The darkness lasted 20 hours a day, and every night when the wind came down from the glaciers, he could swear he heard something moving in the forest, something patient, something that knew the shape of his grief and was learning slowly to wear it. Sometimes, just before sleep took him, he heard Michael's voice. "I'm waiting, Danny. I'll always be waiting." Daniel kept his flashlight on all night. He checked the batteries 3 times before bed. He told himself it was just the wind, but the wind didn't know his brother's voice. The wind didn't know about Kandahar. The wind didn't call him by the name only Michael had ever used. In the morning, he made his coffee, checked the radio, filed his reports. He did his job. He didn't go near the northwest fork of the Bonanza Trail. He didn't talk about what he'd seen. But at night, in the long Alaskan dark, he listened. And somewhere out there in the vast and patient wilderness, something listened back. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: March 14, 2009. The morning briefing room smelled like burnt coffee and limestone dust. That particular mineral dampness that clung to everything in Mammoth Cave National Park and never quite washed out of your clothes. Tyler Reeves sat in the back row, his new ranger uniform still stiff at the collar, watching the senior staff pass around photocopied maps of the cave system with sections highlighted in yellow and red. He'd been on the job for 11 weeks. 11 weeks of guided tours, of memorizing the names of formations, of learning to walk in absolute darkness by the sound of his own footsteps echoing off the walls. He'd thought he was ready for this. He wasn't ready for this. Two cavers entered the Violet City entrance yesterday at approximately 2 p.m., said District Ranger Patricia Odom, tapping the map with a pointer that trembled slightly in her hand. She was 53 years old and had worked Mammoth Cave for 26 years, and Tyler had never seen her hands shake before. Kevin Marsh, age 31, and Hannah Brennan, age 27, both experienced spelunkers, both permitted for a day exploration of the historic section with optional extension into the less developed passages near the Snowball Room. They were due to surface by 8 p.m. They did not. Tyler looked at the map. The cave system sprawled across the page like the root structure of some enormous tree, branching and rebranching into passages with names that sounded almost cheerful in the fluorescent light of the briefing room. Frozen Niagara, Fat Man's Misery, Bottomless Pit. But there were other passages too, unlabeled ones, sections where the lines simply stopped and the white space took over. Terra Incognita. Here be dragons. At 11 p.m., a maintenance crew reported hearing what they described as rhythmic tapping, coming from somewhere below the Methodist church area. Ranger Odom continued. They assumed it was the missing cavers signaling for help. A preliminary team was dispatched at midnight, but they were unable to locate the source of the sound. The tapping continued intermittently throughout the night, moving, or appearing to move, deeper into the system each time we attempted to triangulate. She paused, and in that pause Tyler heard something that didn't belong in a briefing room. The distant, muffled sound of dripping water, echoing up from somewhere far below the building's foundation. The visitor center was built directly over one of the cave's minor entrances, and sometimes, if you stood very still in the basement storage room, you could hear the cave breathing. Tyler, you'll be with Sergeant Hobbs on the secondary team. Your job is to maintain communication relay at Station Echo, approximately 2,000 feet into the Cleveland Avenue passage. You stay at that station unless directly ordered to move. Understood? Understood, Tyler said, and his voice came out steadier than he felt. Hannah Brennan had known something was wrong the moment the ceiling started to groan. She and Kevin had been deep in the system for nearly 5 hours by then, pushing through the narrow crawlway that connected the Snowball Room to a lesser-known chamber they'd read about in a 1987 survey report. The passage was tight, 18 inches at its narrowest point, barely enough room to turn your head, but Hannah had done tighter squeezes before. She'd been caving since she was 16, had explored systems in West Virginia, Tennessee, even a week-long expedition in Mexico. She knew the sounds a cave made when it was settling, the pops and cracks of limestone adjusting to pressure changes, the whisper of air moving through unseen passages. This sound was different. This sound was a low, sustained moan, like something enormous shifting its weight in its sleep. "Kevin?" she called, her headlamp cutting a cone of white light through the darkness ahead. He was maybe 20 feet in front of her, already through the tightest section. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" And then the ceiling came down. Not all of it. Not a full collapse, just a section maybe 10 feet long, directly between them. The roar of it was deafening in the enclosed space, and Hannah threw her arms over her head instinctively, pressing herself flat against the passage floor as dust and debris rained down around her. When she opened her eyes, coughing, her headlamp revealed a wall of broken stone where the passage had been, a wall that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. Kevin!" She could hear him on the other side, his voice muffled but audible through the rubble. "I'm okay. Hannah, I'm okay." "Are you hurt?" No. She ran her hands over her arms, her legs, checking for injuries she might not feel through the adrenaline. Nothing broken. Nothing bleeding. Just trapped. "I can't get through. The passage is completely blocked." Okay. Kevin's voice was doing that thing it did when he was trying to stay calm, that forced steadiness that meant he was terrified. "We have two options. Either I go forward and try to find another route back to you, or we both wait for rescue. They know we're down here. They'll come looking when we don't surface." Hannah pressed her palm against the rubble. It was cold and damp, and somewhere behind it she could hear Kevin's breathing, fast and shallow. How much battery do you have left? Maybe 4 hours on the main lamp, 6 on the backup. Same. She closed her eyes, calculating. They'd entered at 2 p.m. It was probably 7 or 8 p.m. now, which meant rescue wouldn't even be mobilized until after midnight. Even with a fast team, they were looking at 6 to 8 hours minimum before anyone reached this depth. And if Kevin tried to find an alternate route in unfamiliar passages with limited light. We wait, she said. We conserve our batteries, we stay warm, and we wait. They'll find us. Okay. A pause. Then, Hannah, I'm going to turn off my headlamp to save power, but I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I know. She reached out and touched the rubble again, pressing her palm flat against the stone. I know you're there. Kevin's light clicked off, and on the other side of the collapse, the darkness became absolute. That's when Hannah heard the tapping. Tyler had never experienced darkness like this. He'd been in dark places before. His grandfather's root cellar in rural Tennessee, a power outage that lasted 3 days after an ice storm, the back of a movie theater before the previews started. But none of that was real darkness. Real darkness was what waited at Station Echo, 2,000 feet into Cleveland Avenue, where the passage narrowed to a corridor barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, and the ceiling pressed down like a hand trying to crush you. He'd turned off his headlamp to conserve battery while he waited, and the darkness that rushed in to fill the space was so complete, so physical, that he could feel it pressing against his open eyes. There was no difference between having them open or closed. No reference points, no shapes, no shadows. Just nothing, absolute and eternal, and the sound of his own breathing echoing off the walls. Station Echo to base. Radio check. His voice was too loud in the silence, and he winced at the way it bounced off the limestone, fragmenting into a dozen smaller echoes that faded into the depths. The radio crackled. Base copies, Echo. Sergeant Hobbs and primary team are approaching the snowball room. Estimated contact with subjects in approximately 90 minutes. Hold your position. Copy that. Holding position. He clipped the radio back to his belt and sat in the darkness, listening. Somewhere ahead, deeper in the cave, farther down the passage, he could hear water dripping slow and steady, a rhythm almost like a heartbeat. And beneath that, something else. A sound so faint he might have imagined it. A distant tap, tap, tap that could have been anything. Rock settling, water drops hitting a resonant surface, the natural percussion of a living cave system. Or knocking, like knuckles on stone, like someone, something, trying to get his attention. Tyler switched on his headlamp, and the light that flooded the passage felt like a violation. Too bright, too harsh. The walls around him glistened with moisture, and the shadows that his lamp cast seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. He checked his watch. 11 more minutes until the next scheduled radio check. The tapping came again, louder now, more insistent. 3 quick knocks, a pause, 3 more. It was coming from somewhere to his left, from a side passage he hadn't noticed before, a crack in the limestone wall, maybe 2 feet wide, slanting downward into blackness. "Hello?" he called, and immediately felt foolish. The sound team was ahead, not behind, not in some random fissure. But the tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, and despite everything he'd been told in training about staying at his post, Tyler found himself moving toward the crack, drawn by a curiosity that felt less like his own thought and more like something being suggested to him from outside. The crack opened into a crawlway. The crawlway descended, and the tapping grew louder. Hannah had been counting the taps for what felt like hours. 3, 3, 3. Pause. 3, 3, 3. Pause. Over and over, coming from somewhere below her, somewhere deeper in the cave system than she'd ever intended to go. At first, she'd thought it was Kevin, trying to signal her through the rubble. But when she'd called his name, he'd answered immediately, his voice groggy with exhaustion. "Yeah? What's wrong? Do you hear that, the tapping?" A long pause. Then, "I don't hear anything, Hannah. Are you okay?" She wasn't okay. She hadn't been okay since the collapse, and the sound was making it worse. That constant rhythmic knocking that seemed to be getting closer with every passing hour. She'd read somewhere that caves could produce strange acoustics, that sounds could travel for miles through the right passages, bouncing and echoing until they seemed to come from everywhere at once. That's all it was. Some natural phenomenon, some quirk of geology, nothing more. But the sound had a pattern. 3, 3, 3, like someone signaling, like someone calling. She checked her watch. 2 a.m. Her headlamp battery was at 40%, and the cold had crept into her bones so deeply that she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. She'd put on every layer she had, tucked herself into the emergency bivouac sack from her pack, but the chill of the stone beneath her was relentless, patient, drawing the warmth out of her body 1 degree at a time. "Kevin?" she called. "Kevin, are you still there?" No answer. "Kevin!" The tapping stopped, and in the silence that followed, Hannah heard something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, echoing from somewhere ahead of her, from the passage that led deeper into the cave. Not from Kevin's direction. From the opposite direction. From the darkness beyond. She fumbled for her headlamp switch, and the light that erupted from it revealed the passage stretching out before her, empty and endless, the walls slick with moisture and carved with formations that looked almost like faces in the harsh white glare. Nothing there. No one there. But the footsteps continued, growing closer, and now she could hear something else beneath them. A faint, high-pitched wheezing, like air being forced through broken bellows, like lungs that hadn't worked properly in a very long time. "Who's there?" Her voice cracked on the second word. "Kevin? Is that you?" The footsteps stopped. The wheezing stopped. And from the darkness, just beyond the reach of her headlamp, came 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Tyler found the helmet at the bottom of the crawlway. It was old. Ancient, really. A leather and canvas miner's helmet with a carbide lamp fixture on the front. The kind that hadn't been used in commercial operations for 50 years or more. The leather was cracked and stiff with age, and when Tyler picked it up, something rattled inside it, dry and hollow, like stones in a gourd. He turned it over, and a cascade of small objects fell into his palm. Teeth. Human teeth, yellowed with age, with roots still attached. He dropped the helmet like it was on fire. Station Echo to base. "Come in, base." His voice was shaking now, and he didn't care. "I've found something in a side passage approximately 50 meters from Station Echo. Requesting guidance." Static. Then faintly a voice that wasn't the dispatcher, wasn't anyone he recognized. "Down here. We're all down here." The transmission cut off. Tyler stared at the radio in his hand, at the helmet lying on the cave floor, at the passage stretching out before him into darkness. And he heard the tapping again. Close now, so close, just around the bend in the crawlway, just beyond the reach of his headlamp. 333, pause, 333, he ran. He didn't remember the ascent, just the blind, animal panic of it, scrambling up the crawlway on hands and knees, his headlamp swinging wildly, casting shadows that seemed to chase him, to grab at him, to pull him back down. Behind him, the tapping grew faster, more insistent. 333 becoming a continuous rattle like bones shaking in a box. And he could hear footsteps now, dozens of them, the sound of many feet moving in unison through passages that shouldn't exist. He burst out of the fissure and collapsed onto the floor of Cleveland Avenue, gasping, his radio still clutched in his white-knuckled hand. The tapping had stopped. The footsteps had stopped. But when he shone his headlamp back at the crack in the wall, he saw something that made his bladder loosen in his uniform pants. The crack was gone. Solid limestone, unbroken, as if the passage had never existed at all. "Base to Station Echo. Tyler, do you copy? Report your status." He keyed the mic with trembling fingers. "I copy, base. I'm at my station. Everything is..." He stopped. What could he possibly say? "Everything is fine." "Copy that. Primary team has reached the collapse site. 1 subject located. Kevin Marsh. Responsive but disoriented." Second subject still unaccounted for. Tyler closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he could still see the teeth. Could still hear the voice on the radio, that wet whisper from somewhere far below. "We're all down here." "What about the second subject?" he asked. "Hannah Brennan?" A long pause. Then, "Passage beyond the collapse appears to have extended. Team is reporting anomalous formations, mapping discrepancies. Brennan is responsive via voice communication but cannot be visually located. She says she's been following someone. She says someone is showing her the way out." Tyler thought about the helmet, the teeth, the footsteps in the dark. "Tell her to stop," he said. "Tell her to stop following. Base, do you copy? Tell her to stop." But the static had swallowed his words, and somewhere in the depths of Mammoth Cave, the tapping began again. They found Hannah Brennan's headlamp 6 days later, 3 miles deeper into the system than any mapped passage should have allowed. The battery was dead, the lens cracked, and the strap was wrapped around a limestone formation that the recovery team described in their report as anthropomorphic in structure, displaying what appeared to be carved facial features of indeterminate age. They did not find Hannah. Kevin Marsh recovered fully from his ordeal, at least physically. He never spoke publicly about what happened in the cave, but his wife told reporters that he sometimes woke screaming, clawing at the air above his head as if trying to push something away. He never went underground again. He couldn't even walk past a storm drain without his heart racing. Tyler Reeves transferred out of Mammoth Cave 3 weeks after the incident. His exit interview cited personal reasons and family obligations, and no one pressed him for details. He took a position at Hot Springs National Park in Arkansas. Open sky, sunshine, no caves for 20 miles in any direction. He told himself it was a lateral move. He told himself it had nothing to do with what he'd heard in that impossible passage, what he'd seen when he closed his eyes at night. The helmet was never recovered. Neither were the teeth. The crack in the wall of Cleveland Avenue remained solid stone, and every geological survey confirmed that no passage had ever existed in that location. But sometimes, in the deepest sections of the cave system, tour guides report hearing strange sounds echoing up from the darkness below. A rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on stone, always in groups of 3. The official explanation is water drops hitting resonant surfaces. The old-timers who've worked the cave for decades have a different name for it. They call them the Tommy Knockers, the spirits of miners who died in the dark, who never found their way out, who knock on the walls to warn the living, or to call them down. The stories say that if you hear the knocking and follow it, you'll never surface again. You'll join them in the places below the places, in passages that exist only when the lights go out. Hannah Brennan heard the knocking. Hannah Brennan followed. And somewhere in the endless dark beneath Kentucky, in caverns that no map has ever charted, the Tommy Knockers are still tapping, still waiting, still hungry for company. Location: Boneyard Marsh Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. Date: September 28, 2016. The heat was a living thing in Boneyard Marsh, pressing against Marcus Reeves's skin like wet fabric, filling his lungs with air so thick it felt like breathing through a sponge. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for the 3rd time in 5 minutes and checked the fuel gauge on the airboat. 3/4 full. Enough to get them deep into the refuge and back, assuming nothing went wrong. Nothing ever went wrong the way you expected in the bayou. The refuge headquarters sat on the only solid ground for miles, a concrete block building with a dock extending into the brown water of Catfish Channel. Marcus had worked out of this station for 11 years, longer than anyone else on the current roster. He knew Boneyard Marsh the way a man knows his own house. Every twist of the waterways, every cypress stand, every patch of quicksand masquerading as solid ground. He knew where the gators nested in spring, where the wild boar rooted in fall, where the water moccasins coiled in the summer shade. He knew the sounds, the chorus of frogs at dusk, the splash of nutria, the prehistoric grunt of bull gators calling for mates. He also knew the stories. Every Cajun kid grew up hearing them. "Team's ready," called Denise from the dock. She was already loading the medical kit into the second airboat, her movements efficient despite the heat. Denise Thibodeau had been the refuge's emergency medic for 6 years, a former Army combat medic who'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan before coming home to Louisiana. Nothing rattled her. Marcus had seen her set a compound fracture while armadillos fought 3 feet away, calm as Sunday morning. The rest of the team assembled on the dock. Ray Fontenot, their tracker, a wiry 62-year-old who'd grown up in these swamps and knew them better than the maps did. Elena Castillo, a wildlife officer on loan from Texas Parks, and Jerome Washington, the youngest of them at 26, a volunteer firefighter who'd trained with search and rescue for 2 years. 5 people, 2 airboats, 1 mission that had already gone wrong once. All right, listen up. Marcus spread the laminated map across the dock's weathered planks. Henderson family, parents and 2 teenagers, went out kayaking Sunday morning. They were supposed to stay on the marked trail through Heron Bay, loop back by afternoon. Never returned. Derek took his team in yesterday at 600 to search the standard lost kayaker grids. He tapped the map. Last radio contact with Derek was 1800 hours yesterday. They'd found one of the Henderson kayaks abandoned near Whisper Island. His finger moved to a small landmass deep in the refuge's interior. After that, nothing. No response on any channel. Emergency beacon never activated. That's 14 hours of silence, Elena said. Her hand rested on the sidearm at her hip. 5 trained SAR personnel don't just go quiet for 14 hours. No, Marcus agreed. They don't. Ray Fontenot spat into the water. Whisper Island, he said, and the way he said it made the others look at him. My grandpère used to tell stories about that place. Said the old Huma people wouldn't go there. Said something lives in those waters that ain't natural. Ray, Marcus started. I know. Superstition, old Cajun nonsense. Ray's eyes were flat and serious. But I also know Derek Guidry. Known him 20 years. That man don't spook easy, and he don't miss radio check-ins. Something happened out there, Marcus. Something bad. The humidity pressed down. Somewhere in the refuge, a bird screamed, a harsh alien sound that echoed across the water and died. We move in 2 boats, Marcus said. I'll take lead with Ray and Jerome. Denise, you're with Elena in the second boat 30 meters back. We maintain visual contact at all times. Nobody goes anywhere alone. Clear? 4 nods. Radio's on channel 7. Check in every 15 minutes. If you see anything at all, you call it out. He folded the map. Storm's coming in tonight. We've got maybe 8 hours of decent weather. Let's move. The airboat engines roared to life, shattering the swamp's silence, and they pushed off into the brown water of Catfish Channel. 40 hours earlier, the Henderson family had been laughing. Tom Henderson had planned this trip for months. A kayaking adventure through the Louisiana bayou, something different from their usual beach vacations, something the kids would remember. His wife, Sarah, had been skeptical at first, but she'd warmed to the idea. Their son, Jake, 17, had been excited. Their daughter, Lily, 15, had complained about the lack of Wi-Fi but brought her waterproof camera anyway. They'd launched from the refuge dock at 8 a.m. Sunday, following the marked buoys through Heron Bay. The water was calm. The cypress trees rose around them like cathedral columns, draped in Spanish moss that swayed in the faint breeze. Tom had felt for the first time in months genuinely relaxed. The trouble started when Jake spotted the side channel. Dad, look, there's a path through there. Can we check it out? The channel was narrow, barely wide enough for a single kayak, branching off from the main waterway into deeper forest. The buoy system didn't extend there. It wasn't on Tom's map. We should stick to the marked trail, Sarah said. But Jake was already paddling toward the opening and Lily was following, and Tom found himself thinking, what's the harm? They were experienced kayakers. They had supplies. They could explore for a bit and circle back. They entered the side channel at 10:47 a.m. By noon, they were lost. The channel had branched and branched again and again, each fork looking identical to the last. Tom's compass showed consistent headings, but the sun's position didn't match. The GPS on his phone showed no signal. The cypress trees pressed closer, their roots forming twisted walls on either side, and the water grew darker, stained almost black with tannins. "Dad?" Lily's voice was small. "Something's following us." Tom looked back. The water behind them was still. Too still. No ripples, no insects skating across the surface, no fish breaking for air. "There's nothing there, honey." There was. I saw it. Something big. They paddled faster. By 3 p.m. they'd found the island, a mound of solid earth rising from the swamp, covered in scrub brush and a few twisted oaks. It wasn't on any map Tom had, but they were exhausted, dehydrated, and the water around them had started to feel wrong, as if something beneath the surface was tracking their movements. They pulled the kayaks onto the muddy shore and made camp. Tom tried the emergency whistle. 3 blasts, the universal distress signal. The sound died in the heavy air, swallowed by the swamp. That night they heard the howling. It started around 2 a.m., a sound that wasn't quite a wolf, wasn't quite human, rising from somewhere in the darkness beyond the island's edge. Sarah clutched Tom's arm. Jake and Lily pressed close. The sound circled them, moving through the trees at the island's perimeter, sometimes close enough that Tom swore he could hear breathing beneath the howl. Then it spoke. Tom. His name. His actual name. In a voice that sounded like gravel dragged across bone. "Tom. Bring me the children." Sarah screamed. Tom grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, lit it, held it high. The red light pushed back the darkness for perhaps 30 feet. At the edge of that light, something stood. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8. It might have been human once or worn human shape, but the proportions were wrong. Arms too long, legs jointed backward, a face that was mostly mouth. Its eyes caught the flare light and reflected it back, yellow and intelligent and hungry. Tom threw the flare at it. The creature caught it, held the burning cylinder in a hand with too many fingers, smiled with a mouth that opened too wide. "Running makes it sweeter," it said. And then it was gone, moving into the darkness faster than anything that size should move. The Hendersons ran. They left everything. Kayaks, supplies, sanity. And they ran into the swamp, splashing through knee-deep water, tripping over roots, Sarah dragging Lily, Tom dragging Jake. They ran until the island was far behind them, until their lungs burned and their legs screamed, until they collapsed against a cypress trunk and could go no further. It was still dark. It was always dark here. And somewhere behind them, something was following, patient and amused, herding them deeper into the marsh. Marcus's airboat rounded the bend into Whisper Channel and he cut the engine. Ahead, wedged against a fallen cypress, was Derek's airboat. It was intact, no visible damage, no signs of collision. Just abandoned, drifting gently in the current, the emergency lights still blinking their slow red pulse. "Jesus," Jerome breathed. Marcus keyed his radio. "Denise, hold position. We're going to check the boat." "Copy. We see it. Marcus, the supplies are still there." She was right. As they drifted closer, Marcus could see the cases of water, the first aid kit, the rescue equipment, all untouched. Derek's team had 5 people. They hadn't taken anything. "Ray, what do you see?" The old tracker was leaning over the side of their boat, studying the water, the vegetation, the patterns only he could read. "Mud's disturbed on that bank," he said, pointing. "Multiple sets of boots going into the water, not coming out. Could have swam to the island. Could have." Ray's voice said he didn't believe it. "Could have also been dragged." Marcus climbed onto Derek's airboat. The deck was slick with morning dew, but beneath that, something else. A dark stain on the aluminum, dried and cracked in the heat. He crouched, touched it, lifted his fingers to the light. Blood. A lot of blood. "Found something," Jerome called. He was at the boat's control console, holding up a handheld radio. The casing was cracked, the antenna snapped off, but the power light was still on, blinking weakly. Marcus took it, turned up the volume. Static hissed from the speaker, and beneath the static something else. A voice, repeating. "Don't come. It knows you're... Don't..." Derek's voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably Derek. "Derek!" Marcus shouted into the radio. "Derek, this is Marcus. What's your position? Over." The static swelled. The voice changed. "Marcus!" Not Derek now. Something else wearing Derek's vocal cords, speaking with Derek's mouth. "Come find me, brother. I've been waiting." The temperature dropped. In the Louisiana swamp in late September, the temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and Marcus's breath came out in a visible cloud. "Come into the water, Marcus. It's so warm here. You'll never be alone again." He threw the radio into the swamp. It sank without a ripple. "Back to the boats," he said. "Now." They found the first body at 1400 hours. Elena spotted it, a shape caught in the roots of a cypress, pale against the dark water. Jerome pulled alongside, and Marcus reached down to turn it over. It was Pete Arsenault, one of Derek's team. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, mouth open in a scream that would never end. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the wounds. His chest had been opened, not slashed, opened. The rib cage spread wide like someone had needed to see what was inside. But there was no blood in the water, no blood anywhere, as if something had drained him completely before discarding the shell. Denise checked for vitals anyway. Professional habit. He's been dead at least 12 hours, maybe more. What could do this? Jerome's voice cracked. "What animal?" "No animal," Ray said. He'd gone pale beneath his tan, his weathered face suddenly old. I told you about Whisper Island. My grandpère, Ray." Marcus gripped the old man's shoulder. "Stay with me. What did your grandfather say?" "Larugaroo." The word came out like a prayer, like a curse. "The wolf man. It lives in the dark places, the places between. It hunts during the new moon, when there's no light to show its true face. It takes you apart, drinks what makes you human, leaves the rest. That's folklore. Pete Arsenault is folklore now." Ray's eyes were wild. "Look at him, Marcus. Look at what was done to him. That ain't a gator. That ain't a boar. That's something that wanted him to suffer. That's something that enjoyed it." The swamp was silent around them. No birds, no frogs, no insects. Just the five of them, floating in the shadow of the cypress, with a mutilated corpse and the growing certainty that they were not alone. Marcus's radio crackled. "Marcus," Derek's voice again, or what used Derek's voice. "You found Pete. Good. He screamed for hours. Will you scream too? I hope so. I like it when they scream." "Where are you?" Marcus shouted into the radio. "Where's the rest of the team?" Laughter, low and wet and wrong. "Close, so close. Can you feel me watching, Marcus? I've been watching since you entered the marsh. I know your team. Denise, who lost her brother in Kandahar. Ray, who drinks to forget his wife. Jerome, who's afraid of the dark, still after all these years. Elena, who left Texas because of what her father did to her. The voice knew them, knew things it couldn't know. And you, Marcus. You who stayed when your mother was dying. You who chose the swamp over her hospital bed. She called for you at the end, did you know that? She called, and you never came." Marcus's hand was shaking. The radio felt like ice in his grip. "Tonight is the new moon," the voice said. "Tonight there is no light. Tonight we hunt." The transmission ended. For a long moment no one spoke. The heat pressed down, but Marcus couldn't stop shivering. "We need to get out," Elena said. "Now. Forget the Hendersons. Forget Derek's team. We need to get back to the dock before... We can't." Jerome was pointing at the sky. The storm had arrived faster than predicted. Black clouds were boiling up from the Gulf, and even as they watched, the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The wind picked up, whipping the Spanish moss into writhing streamers. Main channel's going to flood within the hour, Ray said. Current will be too strong for the airboats. We'll have to find high ground. Wait it out. High ground, Marcus repeated. He looked at the map, though he already knew what it would show. The only high ground for miles is Whisper Island. The rain fell harder. The sky darkened toward premature twilight. And somewhere in the swamp, something laughed. They reached Whisper Island at 16:30 hours, just as the storm broke in earnest. The island was perhaps 2 acres of solid ground, ringed by cypress and choked with undergrowth. They pulled the airboats as far onto the shore as they could and began securing camp. The rain came down in sheets, warm and relentless, turning the ground to mud, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. It was Jerome who found the kayaks, 4 of them, pulled up on the opposite shore, half hidden in the brush. "The Hendersons made it here," he called. Marcus jogged over, rain streaming down his face. The kayaks were empty, abandoned. Nearby in the mud, he could see footprints, adult and child running toward the island's interior, and alongside those prints, something else. The tracks were humanoid but wrong. The feet were too large, the stride too long, and at the end of each toe print was a deep gouge, as if claws had sunk into the earth with every step. "It herded them here," Marcus said. "Drove them onto the island." "Why?" Denise asked. "If it wanted to kill them." "Because it's not just about killing." Ray's voice was barely audible over the rain. "Larugaru don't just hunt, it plays. It wants fear. It feeds on terror as much as flesh. It brings them here to its place where it knows every shadow, and then it takes its time." The wind screamed through the trees. The rain intensified, and from somewhere deep in the island's interior, a girl screamed. "Lily Henderson," Marcus drew his sidearm. "Jerome, Elena with me. Denise, Ray, stay with the boats. Anyone approaches who isn't us, you get on the water and you don't look back." "Marcus, that's an order." He plunged into the undergrowth, Jerome and Elena close behind. The rain was a wall now, the darkness nearly complete. Marcus's flashlight cut a feeble path through the storm, illuminating twisted branches and hanging moss and glimpses of movement that vanished when he turned toward them. The girl screamed again, closer. They burst into a clearing and stopped. Tom Henderson stood in the center of the open space, rain streaming down his face, arms hanging limp at his sides. His wife and son knelt behind him, clutching each other, faces blank with shock. Lily was nowhere. "Mr. Henderson?" Marcus approached slowly, weapon raised. "Tom Henderson? I'm with Search and Rescue. We're here to help." Tom turned. His eyes were wrong, too wide, too dark, the pupils blown out to the edges of the iris. "It let us live," he said. His voice was flat, mechanical. "It said to wait for you. It said you would come. Where's your daughter, Tom? Where's Lily?" Tom smiled. It wasn't a human expression. It was something learned, rehearsed, performed by muscles that didn't quite remember how. "She's with it now," he said. "She stopped screaming an hour ago. It said if we waited, if we brought you here, it would let the rest of us go. Tom, it's right behind you." Marcus spun. The thing that had been hiding in the rain stepped forward, and Marcus understood why the Cajun people had feared this creature for 300 years. It stood 8 feet tall, hunched beneath its own impossible weight. Its body was a ruin of human and wolf and something older, something that predated both. Arms that ended in hands with 6 clawed fingers, legs that bent the wrong way at the knee, a face that was mostly mouth, rows of teeth descending into a throat that seemed to go on forever. Its skin was gray and slick with rain, and its eyes, its yellow, intelligent, ancient eyes, fixed on Marcus with recognition. "Marcus Reeves," it said. Its voice was every voice. Derek's, Pete's, the Hendersons', Marcus's own mother calling him home. "I've been waiting for you. They always send their best last. And you, Marcus, you taste like guilt. My favorite." Elena opened fire. 3 shots, center mass. The creature didn't flinch. It looked down at the holes in its chest, watched them close, and laughed. "Silver," it said. "You would need silver. But you don't believe in monsters, do you? None of you do. That's what makes it so delicious." It moved. Marcus had never seen anything move that fast. One moment it was 10 feet away, the next it was beside Elena, its hand around her throat, lifting her off the ground like a doll. She kicked, gasped, clawed at the grip. "I could drain her right now," the Rougarou said. "I could open her up while you watch, but where's the sport in that?" It tossed Elena aside like garbage. She hit a cypress trunk and didn't get up. "Run," the creature said. "I'll give you until full dark. And then the hunt begins." Jerome was already running. Marcus grabbed Elena, still breathing, thank God, and dragged her toward the clearing's edge. Behind them, the Rougarou began to howl, a sound that split the night and echoed across the flooded swamp. The hunt had begun. They found shelter in the hollow of a massive fallen cypress, the trunk rotted enough to create a cave of sorts. Marcus, Jerome, and Elena, who'd regained consciousness but couldn't walk without support, pressed together in the darkness while the storm raged outside. The Hendersons were gone. They'd scattered when the creature appeared, and in the chaos of the rain, Marcus had lost them. Tom, Sarah, Jake, swallowed by the swamp. Whether they were running or had been taken, he didn't know. "Radio Denise," Jerome whispered. "Tell them to go. Get help." Marcus tried. Static answered. The storm or something else was blocking all signals. "We wait till dawn," Marcus said. "First light, we move for the boats, if they're still there." "And if that thing finds us first?" Marcus didn't answer. He didn't have one. The hours passed in terror. The rain slowed, then stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a sky with no moon, only stars that seemed impossibly distant. In that absolute darkness, they heard the hunt continuing. Screams in the distance. Jake Henderson's voice, then silence. Howling, circling their position, moving closer with each pass. And once, just once, something scraped against the outside of their log, claws dragging across rotted wood, a voice whispering, "I know you're in there, Marcus. I can smell your guilt. Come out and face me. Die like your mother wanted you to live, with courage." Marcus pressed his hand over his mouth to keep from screaming. Dawn came at 0612. The gray light filtered through the cypress canopy like a blessing. Marcus crawled from the log first, sidearm ready, and found nothing. The island was empty. The creature was gone. And on the muddy ground in front of their hiding spot, arranged in a neat row, were 4 objects. Tom Henderson's wedding ring, Sarah Henderson's glasses, Jake Henderson's sneaker, and a child's hair ribbon, pink and stained with something dark. No bodies, no blood, just trophies. They reached the boats at 700. Denise and Ray were alive. They'd spent the night in the airboats, engines idling, ready to flee. Denise had heard the screams. She'd heard things moving in the water around them, but nothing had attacked. "It wasn't interested in us," Ray said, his face gray. "We weren't the ones it wanted." They returned to the dock at 0830. Marcus filed his report. 4 Henderson family members, missing and presumed dead. Derek Guidry's team, Pete Arsenault recovered, 4 others missing and presumed dead. 'Cause undetermined. The official conclusion would be animal attack, species unknown. Elena recovered fully. She transferred to a desk job in Baton Rouge and never spoke of that night. Jerome quit search and rescue. He works at a hardware store in Lafayette now. He still doesn't sleep without the lights on. Ray Fontenot died 6 months later. Heart attack, the doctors said. But his daughter told Marcus that at the end, Ray kept talking about yellow eyes at the window. Yellow eyes, watching, waiting. Denise stayed. She and Marcus still work at Boneyard Marsh. They don't take assignments near Whisper Island. But every new moon, when the darkness is complete, Marcus hears the howling. It comes from somewhere deep in the refuge, somewhere the maps don't show, and it always calls his name. Marcus, come find me. I'm still waiting. I'll always be waiting. He knows someday he'll have to answer. The marsh remembers. The marsh hungers. And in the places between the marked trails where the old things live, something ancient is patient. It has forever. Location: Boneyard Marsh Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. Date: September 28, 2016. The heat was a living thing in Boneyard Marsh, pressing against Marcus Reeves's skin like wet fabric, filling his lungs with air so thick it felt like breathing through a sponge. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for the third time in 5 minutes and checked the fuel gauge on the airboat. 3/4 full, enough to get them deep into the refuge and back, assuming nothing went wrong. Nothing ever went wrong the way you expected in the bayou. The refuge headquarters sat on the only solid ground for miles, a concrete block building with a dock extending into the brown water of Catfish Channel. Marcus had worked out of this station for 11 years, longer than anyone else on the current roster. He knew Boneyard Marsh the way a man knows his own house. Every twist of the waterways, every cypress stand, every patch of quicksand masquerading as solid ground. He knew where the gators nested in spring, where the wild boar rooted in fall, where the water moccasins coiled in the summer shade. He knew the sounds, the chorus of frogs at dusk, the splash of nutria, the prehistoric grunt of bull gators calling for mates. He also knew the stories. Every Cajun kid grew up hearing them. "Team's ready," called Denise from the dock. She was already loading the medical kit into the second airboat, her movements efficient despite the heat. Denise Thibodeau had been the refuge's emergency medic for 6 years, a former Army combat medic who'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan before coming home to Louisiana. Nothing rattled her. Marcus had seen her set a compound fracture while armadillos fought 3 feet away, calm as Sunday morning. The rest of the team assembled on the dock. Ray Fontenot, their tracker, a wiry 62-year-old who'd grown up in these swamps and knew them better than the maps did. Elena Castillo, a wildlife officer on loan from Texas Parks, and Jerome Washington, the youngest of them at 26, a volunteer firefighter who'd trained with search and rescue for 2 years. 5 people. 2 airboats. 1 mission that had already gone wrong once. "All right, listen up." Marcus spread the laminated map across the dock's weathered planks. Henderson family, parents and 2 teenagers, went out kayaking Sunday morning. They were supposed to stay on the marked trail through Heron Bay, loop back by afternoon. Never returned. Derek took his team in yesterday at 600 to search the standard lost kayaker grids. He tapped the map. Last radio contact with Derek was 1800 hours yesterday. They'd found one of the Henderson kayaks abandoned near Whisper Island. His finger moved to a small landmass deep in the refuge's interior. After that, nothing. No response on any channel. Emergency beacon never activated. "That's 14 hours of silence," Elena said. Her hand rested on the sidearm at her hip. 5 trained SAR personnel don't just go quiet for 14 hours. "No," Marcus agreed. "They don't." Ray Fontenot spat into the water. "Whisper Island," he said, and the way he said it made the others look at him. "My grandpère used to tell stories about that place. Said the old Huma people wouldn't go there. Said something lives in those waters that ain't natural." "Ray," Marcus started. I know. Superstition. Old Cajun nonsense." Ray's eyes were flat and serious. "But I also know Derek Guidry. Known him 20 years. That man don't spook easy, and he don't miss radio check-ins. Something happened out there, Marcus. Something bad." The humidity pressed down. Somewhere in the refuge, a bird screamed, a harsh alien sound that echoed across the water and died. "We move in 2 boats," Marcus said. "I'll take lead with Ray and Jerome. Denise, you're with Elena in the second boat 30 meters back. We maintain visual contact at all times. Nobody goes anywhere alone. Clear?" 4 nods. "Radio's on channel 7. Check in every 15 minutes. If you see anything at all, you call it out." He folded the map. Storm's coming in tonight. We've got maybe 8 hours of decent weather. Let's move." The airboat engines roared to life, shattering the swamp's silence, and they pushed off into the brown water of Catfish Channel. 40 hours earlier, the Henderson family had been laughing. Tom Henderson had planned this trip for months, a kayaking adventure through the Louisiana Bayou, something different from their usual beach vacations, something the kids would remember. His wife, Sarah, had been skeptical at first, but she'd warmed to the idea. Their son, Jake, 17, had been excited. Their daughter, Lily, 15, had complained about the lack of Wi-Fi but brought her waterproof camera anyway. They'd launched from the refuge dock at 8 a.m. Sunday, following the marked buoys through Heron Bay. The water was calm. The cypress trees rose around them like cathedral columns, draped in Spanish moss that swayed in the faint breeze. Tom had felt for the first time in months genuinely relaxed. The trouble started when Jake spotted the side channel. "Dad, look, there's a path through there. Can we check it out?" The channel was narrow, barely wide enough for a single kayak, branching off from the main waterway into deeper forest. The buoy system didn't extend there. It wasn't on Tom's map. "We should stick to the marked trail," Sarah said. But Jake was already paddling toward the opening and Lily was following, and Tom found himself thinking, what's the harm? They were experienced kayakers. They had supplies. They could explore for a bit and circle back. They entered the side channel at 10:47 a.m. By noon, they were lost. The channel had branched and branched again and again, each fork looking identical to the last. Tom's compass showed consistent headings, but the sun's position didn't match. The GPS on his phone showed no signal. The cypress trees pressed closer, their roots forming twisted walls on either side, and the water grew darker, stained almost black with tannins. "Dad," Lily's voice was small. "Something's following us." Tom looked back. The water behind them was still. Too still. No ripples, no insects skating across the surface, no fish breaking for air. "There's nothing there, honey." There was. I saw it. Something big. They paddled faster. By 3 p.m. they'd found the island, a mound of solid earth rising from the swamp, covered in scrub brush and a few twisted oaks. It wasn't on any map Tom had, but they were exhausted, dehydrated, and the water around them had started to feel wrong, as if something beneath the surface was tracking their movements. They pulled the kayaks onto the muddy shore and made camp. Tom tried the emergency whistle. 3 blasts, the universal distress signal. The sound died in the heavy air, swallowed by the swamp. That night they heard the howling. It started around 2 a.m., a sound that wasn't quite a wolf, wasn't quite human, rising from somewhere in the darkness beyond the island's edge. Sarah clutched Tom's arm. Jake and Lily pressed close. The sound circled them, moving through the trees at the island's perimeter, sometimes close enough that Tom swore he could hear breathing beneath the howl. Then it spoke. Tom. His name. His actual name. In a voice that sounded like gravel dragged across bone. "Tom. Bring me the children." Sarah screamed. Tom grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, lit it, held it high. The red light pushed back the darkness for perhaps 30 feet. At the edge of that light, something stood. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8. It might have been human once or worn human shape, but the proportions were wrong. Arms too long, legs jointed backward, a face that was mostly mouth. Its eyes caught the flare light and reflected it back, yellow and intelligent and hungry. Tom threw the flare at it. The creature caught it, held the burning cylinder in a hand with too many fingers, smiled with a mouth that opened too wide. "Running makes it sweeter," it said. And then it was gone, moving into the darkness faster than anything that size should move. The Hendersons ran. They left everything. Kayaks, supplies, sanity. And they ran into the swamp, splashing through knee-deep water, tripping over roots, Sarah dragging Lily, Tom dragging Jake. They ran until the island was far behind them, until their lungs burned and their legs screamed, until they collapsed against a cypress trunk and could go no further. It was still dark. It was always dark here. And somewhere behind them, Something was following, patient and amused, herding them deeper into the marsh. Marcus's airboat rounded the bend into Whisper Channel and he cut the engine. Ahead, wedged against a fallen cypress, was Derek's airboat. It was intact, no visible damage, no signs of collision. Just abandoned, drifting gently in the current, the emergency lights still blinking their slow red pulse. Jesus, Jerome breathed. Marcus keyed his radio. Denise, hold position. We're going to check the boat. Copy. We see it. Marcus, the supplies are still there. She was right. As they drifted closer, Marcus could see the cases of water, the first aid kit, the rescue equipment, all untouched. Derek's team had 5 people. They hadn't taken anything. Ray, what do you see? The old tracker was leaning over the side of their boat, studying the water, the vegetation, the patterns only he could read. Mud's disturbed on that bank, he said, pointing. Multiple sets of boots going into the water, not coming out. Could have swam to the island. Could have. Ray's voice said he didn't believe it. Could have also been dragged. Marcus climbed onto Derek's airboat. The deck was slick with morning dew, but beneath that, something else. A dark stain on the aluminum, dried and cracked in the heat. He crouched, touched it, lifted his fingers to the light. Blood. A lot of blood. Found something, Jerome called. He was at the boat's control console, holding up a handheld radio. The casing was cracked, the antenna snapped off, but the power light was still on, blinking weakly. Marcus took it, turned up the volume. Static hissed from the speaker, and beneath the static, something else. A voice, repeating. Don't come. It knows you're... Don't... Derek's voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably Derek. Derek, Marcus shouted into the radio. Derek, this is Marcus. What's your position? Over. The static swelled. The voice changed. Marcus. Not Derek now. Something else wearing Derek's vocal cords, speaking with Derek's mouth. Come find me, brother. I've been waiting. The temperature dropped. In the Louisiana swamp in late September, the temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and Marcus's breath came out in a visible cloud. Come into the water, Marcus. It's so warm here. You'll never be alone again. He threw the radio into the swamp. It sank without a ripple. Back to the boats, he said. Now. They found the first body at 1400 hours. Elena spotted it, a shape caught in the roots of a cypress, pale against the dark water. Jerome pulled alongside, and Marcus reached down to turn it over. It was Pete Arsenault, one of Derek's team. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, mouth open in a scream that would never end. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the wounds. His chest had been opened, not slashed, opened. The rib cage spread wide like someone had needed to see what was inside. But there was no blood in the water, no blood anywhere. As if something had drained him completely before discarding the shell. Denise checked for vitals anyway. Professional habit. He's been dead at least 12 hours, maybe more. What could do this? Jerome's voice cracked. What animal? No animal, Ray said. He'd gone pale beneath his tan, his weathered face suddenly old. I told you about Whisper Island. My grandpère, Ray. Marcus gripped the old man's shoulder. Stay with me. What did your grandfather say? Larugaroo. The word came out like a prayer, like a curse. The wolf man. It lives in the dark places, the places between. It hunts during the new moon, when there's no light to show its true face. It takes you apart, drinks what makes you human, leaves the rest. That's folklore. Pete Arsenault is folklore now. Ray's eyes were wild. Look at him, Marcus. Look at what was done to him. That ain't a gator. That ain't a boar. That's something that wanted him to suffer. That's something that enjoyed it. The swamp was silent around them. No birds, no frogs, no insects. Just the 5 of them, floating in the shadow of the cypress, with a mutilated corpse and the growing certainty that they were not alone. Marcus's radio crackled. Marcus, Derek's voice again, or what used Derek's voice. You found Pete. Good. He screamed for hours. Will you scream too? I hope so. I like it when they scream. Where are you? Marcus shouted into the radio. Where's the rest of the team? Laughter, low and wet and wrong. Close, so close. Can you feel me watching, Marcus? I've been watching since you entered the marsh. I know your team. Denise, who lost her brother in Kandahar. Ray, who drinks to forget his wife. Jerome, who's afraid of the dark. Still after all these years. Elena, who left Texas because of what her father did to her. The voice knew them. Knew things it couldn't know. And you, Marcus. You who stayed when your mother was dying. You who chose the swamp over her hospital bed. She called for you at the end, did you know that? She called and you never came. Marcus's hand was shaking. The radio felt like ice in his grip. Tonight is the new moon, the voice said. Tonight there is no light. Tonight we hunt. The transmission ended. For a long moment no one spoke. The heat pressed down, but Marcus couldn't stop shivering. We need to get out, Elena said. Now, forget the Hendersons, forget Derek's team. We need to get back to the dock before... We can't. Jerome was pointing at the sky. The storm had arrived faster than predicted. Black clouds were boiling up from the Gulf, and even as they watched, the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The wind picked up, whipping the Spanish moss into writhing streamers. Main channel's going to flood within the hour, Ray said. Current will be too strong for the airboats. We'll have to find high ground. Wait it out. High ground, Marcus repeated. He looked at the map, though he already knew what it would show. The only high ground for miles is Whisper Island. The rain fell harder. The sky darkened toward premature twilight. And somewhere in the swamp, something laughed. They reached Whisper Island at 16:30 hours, just as the storm broke in earnest. The island was perhaps 2 acres of solid ground, ringed by cypress and choked with undergrowth. They pulled the airboats as far onto the shore as they could and began securing camp. The rain came down in sheets, warm and relentless, turning the ground to mud, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. It was Jerome who found the kayaks, 4 of them, pulled up on the opposite shore, half hidden in the brush. The Hendersons made it here, he called. Marcus jogged over, rain streaming down his face. The kayaks were empty, abandoned. Nearby in the mud he could see footprints, adult and child running toward the island's interior, and alongside those prints, something else. The tracks were humanoid but wrong. The feet were too large, the stride too long, and at the end of each toe print was a deep gouge, as if claws had sunk into the earth with every step. It herded them here, Marcus said. Drove them onto the island. Why? Denise asked. If it wanted to kill them. Because it's not just about killing. Ray's voice was barely audible over the rain. Larugaru don't just hunt, it plays. It wants fear. It feeds on terror as much as flesh. It brings them here to its place where it knows every shadow, and then it takes its time. The wind screamed through the trees. The rain intensified, and from somewhere deep in the island's interior, a girl screamed. Lily Henderson. Marcus drew his sidearm. Jerome, Elena with me. Denise, Ray, stay with the boats. Anyone approaches who isn't us, you get on the water and you don't look back. Marcus. That's an order. He plunged into the undergrowth, Jerome and Elena close behind. The rain was a wall now, the darkness nearly complete. Marcus's flashlight cut a feeble path through the storm, illuminating twisted branches and hanging moss and glimpses of movement that vanished when he turned toward them. The girl screamed again, closer. They burst into a clearing and stopped. Tom Henderson stood in the center of the open space, rain streaming down his face, arms hanging limp at his sides. His wife and son knelt behind him, clutching each other, faces blank with shock. Lily was nowhere. Mr. Henderson? Marcus approached slowly, weapon raised. Tom Henderson? I'm with Search and Rescue. We're here to help. Tom turned. His eyes were wrong, too wide, too dark, the pupils blown out to the edges of the iris. It let us live, he said. His voice was flat, mechanical. It said to wait for you. It said you would come. Where's your daughter, Tom? Where's Lily? Tom smiled. It wasn't a human expression. It was something learned, rehearsed, performed by muscles that didn't quite remember how. She's with it now, he said. She stopped screaming an hour ago. It said if we waited, if we brought you here, it would let the rest of us go. Tom, it's right behind you. Marcus spun. The thing that had been hiding in the rain stepped forward, and Marcus understood why the Cajun people had feared this creature for 300 years. It stood 8 feet tall, hunched beneath its own impossible weight. Its body was a ruin of human and wolf and something older, something that predated both. Arms that ended in hands with 6 clawed fingers, legs that bent the wrong way at the knee, a face that was mostly mouth, rows of teeth descending into a throat that seemed to go on forever. Its skin was gray and slick with rain, and its eyes, its yellow, intelligent, ancient eyes, fixed on Marcus with recognition. Marcus Reeves, it said. Its voice was every voice. Derek's, Pete's, the Hendersons', Marcus's own mother calling him home. I've been waiting for you. They always send their best last. And you, Marcus, you taste like guilt. My favorite. Elena opened fire. 3 shots, center mass. The creature didn't flinch. It looked down at the holes in its chest, watched them close, and laughed. Silver, it said. You would need silver. But you don't believe in monsters, do you? None of you do. That's what makes it so delicious. It moved. Marcus had never seen anything move that fast. One moment it was 10 feet away, the next it was beside Elena, its hand around her throat, lifting her off the ground like a doll. She kicked, gasped, clawed at the grip. I could drain her right now, the Rougarou said. I could open her up while you watch, but where's the sport in that? It tossed Elena aside like garbage. She hit a cypress trunk and didn't get up. Run, the creature said. I'll give you until full dark. And then the hunt begins. Jerome was already running. Marcus grabbed Elena, still breathing, thank God, and dragged her toward the clearing's edge. Behind them, the Rougarou began to howl, a sound that split the night and echoed across the flooded swamp. The hunt had begun. They found shelter in the hollow of a massive fallen cypress, the trunk rotted enough to create a cave of sorts. Marcus, Jerome, and Elena, who'd regained consciousness but couldn't walk without support, pressed together in the darkness while the storm raged outside. The Hendersons were gone. They'd scattered when the creature appeared, and in the chaos of the rain, Marcus had lost them. Tom, Sarah, Jake, swallowed by the swamp. Whether they were running or had been taken, he didn't know. Radio Denise, Jerome whispered. Tell them to go. Get help. Marcus tried. Static answered. The storm or something else was blocking all signals. We wait till dawn, Marcus said. First light, we move for the boats, if they're still there. And if that thing finds us first? Marcus didn't answer. He didn't have one. The hours passed in terror. The rain slowed, then stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a sky with no moon, only stars that seemed impossibly distant. In that absolute darkness, they heard the hunt continuing. Screams in the distance. Jake Henderson's voice, then silence. Howling, circling their position, moving closer with each pass. And once, just once, something scraped against the outside of their log, claws dragging across rotted wood, a voice whispering, I know you're in there, Marcus. I can smell your guilt. Come out and face me. Die like your mother wanted you to live, with courage. Marcus pressed his hand over his mouth to keep from screaming. Dawn came at 0612. The gray light filtered through the cypress canopy like a blessing. Marcus crawled from the log first, sidearm ready, and found nothing. The island was empty. The creature was gone. and on the muddy ground in front of their hiding spot, arranged in a neat row, were 4 objects: Tom Henderson's wedding ring, Sarah Henderson's glasses, Jake Henderson's sneaker, and a child's hair ribbon, pink and stained with something dark. No bodies, no blood, just trophies. They reached the boats at 700. Denise and Ray were alive. They'd spent the night in the airboats, engines idling, ready to flee. Denise had heard the screams. She'd heard things moving in the water around them, but nothing had attacked. "It wasn't interested in us," Ray said, his face gray. "We weren't the ones it wanted." They returned to the dock at 0830. Marcus filed his report. 4 Henderson family members, missing and presumed dead. Derek Guidry's team, Pete Arsenault recovered, 4 others missing and presumed dead. 'Cause undetermined, the official conclusion would be animal attack, species unknown. Elena recovered fully. She transferred to a desk job in Baton Rouge and never spoke of that night. Jerome quit search and rescue. He works at a hardware store in Lafayette now. He still doesn't sleep without the lights on. Ray Fontenot died 6 months later. Heart attack, the doctors said. But his daughter told Marcus that at the end, Ray kept talking about yellow eyes at the window. Yellow eyes, watching, waiting. Denise stayed. She and Marcus still work at Boneyard Marsh. They don't take assignments near Whisper Island. But every new moon, when the darkness is complete, Marcus hears the howling. It comes from somewhere deep in the refuge, somewhere the maps don't show, and it always calls his name. "Marcus, come find me. I'm still waiting. I'll always be waiting." He knows someday he'll have to answer. The marsh remembers. The marsh hungers, and in the places between the marked trails where the old things live, something ancient is patient. It has forever. The fog came in from Lake Superior like something with intention. Tyler Brandt stood at the dock of Rock Harbor, watching the gray wall advance across the water, swallowing the distant silhouette of the mainland until there was nothing left but white. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees since sunrise, and his breath came out in visible plumes that seemed to hang in the still air longer than they should. His 5th day alone on the island. His 5th day as the youngest member of the skeleton crew that maintained Isle Royale through the long winter closure. And already he understood why the senior rangers had looked at him with something like pity when he'd volunteered for the assignment. The island was 45 miles long and 9 miles wide. A wilderness of boreal forest and rocky ridges rising from the largest freshwater lake in the world. No roads connected it to anywhere. The last ferry had departed 3 days ago, carrying the final tourists of the season back to Copper Harbor on the Michigan mainland. The seaplane wouldn't return until spring unless there was an emergency, and the radio tower on Mount Ojibwe was the only reliable connection to the outside world. Tyler had wanted isolation. He had wanted to prove himself capable of handling a remote posting, to show the district supervisor that a 23-year-old rookie could be trusted with real responsibility. Now, watching the fog erase the world beyond the harbor, he wondered if he had understood what isolation actually meant. His morning routine had become ritual in less than a week. Coffee from the ancient percolator in the ranger station, weather check on the shortwave, inspection of the dock and the 2 boats that remained in winter storage. The other rangers, Karen at the Wendigo station on the island's western end, and old Marcus, who lived year-round in a cabin near Siskiwit Lake, checked in twice daily, their voices crackling through the static like transmissions from another planet. Today's weather report had warned of the approaching fog bank, advising limited movement until visibility improved. Tyler had logged the warning, finished his coffee, and was preparing to hunker down with paperwork when the radio crackled to life with something other than scheduled check-ins. "Rock Harbor, this is Wendigo. Karen here. You getting this?" Tyler grabbed the handset. "Wendigo, Rock Harbor. I copy. What's up? Got a situation? Hiker came into my station about 20 minutes ago. Female mid-20s says she got separated from her group yesterday and spent the night in the backcountry. She's disoriented, maybe hypothermic. I'm going to keep her here for observation, but Tyler..." Karen's voice hesitated, which was unusual. Karen Chen was a 15-year veteran who had seen everything the island could throw at a person. There's something off about her story. Off how? She keeps asking what year it is, and when I told her, she started crying. Tyler felt the first cold finger of unease trace down his spine. What do you mean, what year? Like she hit her head? Maybe, but she's got a park permit in her pack. Valid permit, proper signatures, everything in order. Another pause. Tyler, the permit is dated October 2019. Static filled the channel. Tyler stared at the handset, certain he had misheard. Say again, Wendigo. Did you say 2019? Affirmative. October 15th, 2019. 12 years from now. I've got the permit right here in my hand, and I'm looking at a date that doesn't exist yet. Karen's voice had taken on a quality Tyler had never heard from her before. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. I'm going to send you a description of the hiker and her gear. I want you to check the emergency logs, see if anything matches. And Tyler, stay close to your radio. Something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. And Hannah Reeves had known something was wrong the moment the trail disappeared. She had been hiking the Greenstone Ridge, the spine of rock that ran the length of Isle Royale, following the familiar path she had walked twice before in previous summers. The October light was different from what she remembered. Sharper, more golden, the birch trees blazing yellow against the dark green of the spruce. But the trail itself should have been the same, 35 miles of well-maintained path connecting one end of the island to the other, marked with cairns and signs at every junction. Impossible to lose. And yet, the junction at Lake Dezor should have appeared 2 miles back. She had been watching for it, checking her map, counting the landmarks. The distinctive split boulder was where it should be. The view of the lake to the south matched her memory exactly, but where the trail should have branched north toward Hatchet Lake, there was nothing. Just unbroken forest, dense spruce and fir pressing close on both sides, as if the path had never existed. Hannah stopped, pulled out her GPS unit, and waited for it to acquire satellites. The screen flickered, showed her position, and then displayed coordinates that made no sense. According to the device, she was standing in the middle of Lake Superior, 3 miles from the island's shore. She turned the unit off and on again. Same result. She checked her compass. The needle spun lazily, unable to find north, as if the magnetic field itself had become confused. The silence was what frightened her most. Isle Royale was never truly quiet. There were always birds, the rustle of small animals, the distant sound of waves against rock. But standing at the junction that didn't exist, holding equipment that couldn't find reality, Hannah heard nothing at all. The wind had stopped. The birds had stopped. Even her own heartbeat seemed muffled, as if the sound couldn't quite reach her ears. She became aware, gradually, that the light was wrong. Not wrong in any way she could easily describe. Just wrong. The shadows fell at angles that didn't match the sun's position. The golden afternoon light seemed to flicker at the edges of her vision, as if she were watching a film with frames missing. And when she looked directly at the trees ahead of her, she could have sworn they were closer than they had been a moment ago. Not moving. Nothing so obvious as that. Just closer. As if space itself were quietly, patiently, compressing around her. Hannah began to walk back the way she had come. The trail was still there behind her. She could see her own boot prints in the muddy sections, proof that she had passed this way. She focused on those prints, following them like breadcrumbs, refusing to look at the trees that seemed to lean inward with every step, refusing to acknowledge the way the silence had begun to feel like something listening. She walked for an hour, then 2. The trail never changed. The same landmarks appeared and reappeared, the split boulder, the view of the lake, the distinctive twisted pine that had been struck by lightning sometime in the distant past. She passed them once, twice, 3 times, always walking forward, never turning back, and yet somehow circling through the same quarter-mile of trail like a needle stuck in a groove. On the 4th pass, the woman appeared. She was standing beside the split boulder, a hiker dressed in gear that looked subtly different from anything Hannah recognized. Older styles, maybe, or brands she didn't know. The woman was staring at Hannah with an expression of absolute terror, mouth open as if to scream, eyes wide and wet with tears. "Help me," the woman said. "Please. I've been walking for 3 days. The trail won't let me leave." Hannah opened her mouth to respond, and the woman flickered like a television losing signal and was gone. The split boulder stood alone, exactly as it had always been, but now, carved into its surface in letters that looked decades old, were 2 words that hadn't been there before. Still here. Tyler spent 2 hours searching the emergency logs, the incident reports, the records of every missing person case Isle Royale had seen in the past 50 years. He found nothing that matched Karen's description of the hiker at Wendigo. Female, mid-20s, dark hair, green jacket, hiking boots with a distinctive red stripe. Nothing about a Hannah Reeves from Duluth, Minnesota, which was the name on the impossible permit. But he found other things. A report from 1987. 2 hikers on the Greenstone Ridge reported seeing a woman in old-fashioned clothes who asked them what year it was, then walked into the trees and didn't come out the other side. A note from 1963. A ranger discovered a campsite near Lake des Ors that contained equipment of unfamiliar manufacture, including a water bottle made of a material he couldn't identify. And oldest of all, a handwritten entry from 1943, when Isle Royale was still under the jurisdiction of the Michigan Department of Conservation. 3rd report this season of hikers encountering displaced persons. Recommend investigation of Lake des Ors area. Something is wrong with time on this island. Tyler stared at that last entry for a long time. Something is wrong with time. He thought about Karen's voice on the radio, the fear she hadn't quite been able to hide. He thought about the fog outside, which had thickened until he couldn't see the end of the dock from the station window. He thought about Hannah Reeves, sitting in the Wendigo station with a permit from a year that didn't exist yet, asking what year it was and crying when she heard the answer. He keyed the radio. "Wendigo, this is Rock Harbor. Karen, you copy?" Static. A long hiss of white noise that seemed to pulse and breathe. "Karen, this is Tyler. Respond, please." The static shifted, resolved into something that might have been a voice. Faint, impossibly distant, as if coming from very far away, or very long ago. Tyler pressed the handset against his ear, straining to hear. "Still here." The voice was female, but not Karen's. Younger, rougher with fear. 3 days. The trail won't let me. Please, I'm still here. The transmission cut out. When Tyler tried again, there was nothing but silence on the channel. He tried the emergency frequency, the backup channel, the direct line to the mainland. Nothing. The fog pressed against the windows like something trying to get in, and Tyler Brandt sat alone in the Rock Harbor station, listening to the absence of sound, understanding for the first time that he was trapped on an island with something that didn't obey the rules of reality. The woman came back on the 7th pass. Hannah had stopped counting after the 5th loop through the same stretch of trail. She had stopped trying to use her GPS, her compass, her map. She had even stopped looking at the trees that pressed closer with each circuit, the shadows that fell wrong, the light that flickered at the edges of everything. She simply walked, putting one foot in front of the other, because stopping felt worse. The woman was sitting on the split boulder this time, her legs dangling over the edge like a child on a swing. She looked older than before. The same face, the same terrified eyes, but lined now with years that hadn't been there an hour ago. Gray streaked her hair. Her hands folded in her lap were spotted with age. "You're new," the woman said. Her voice was rusty, as if she hadn't spoken in a very long time. "I remember being new. I remember thinking I could find the way out." Hannah stopped walking. She was too tired for fear now, too exhausted for anything but a dull, distant curiosity. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know anymore. The light changes, but it never gets dark. I've counted 1,000 sunsets that never finish setting." The woman looked at Hannah with something like pity. "I've seen others come through. Some of them find the thin place before it closes. They walk out and it's a different year. But at least they walk out. The rest of us..." She gestured at the trees, at the looping trail, at the endless gray sky. The rest of us stay. The thin place, Hannah repeated. What does that mean? The Ojibwe knew about this island before anyone else. They didn't come here often. Said it was a spirit road, a place where the path between worlds wore thin. The woman smiled, and it was the saddest smile Hannah had ever seen. Sometimes the road opens. Sometimes you can slip through, go back to where time still works. But you have to find it while you're still attached, while you still remember what year you came from, what day it was, who you were. Her eyes focused on something Hannah couldn't see. I don't remember anymore. I've been here so long I've forgotten what I was trying to get back to. The woman flickered again, that same television static shimmer, and for a moment Hannah saw her as she had been, young, frightened, still believing she could escape. Then the image stabilized and the old woman remained, sitting on her boulder waiting for a sunset that would never quite arrive. The fog, the woman said. When the fog comes in from the lake, the thin place is open. If you're going to find your way back, it has to be now. She pointed toward the west, toward a gap in the trees that Hannah was certain hadn't been there before. That way. Walk until you can't see the trail anymore, and then keep walking. Don't look back, don't stop. And whatever you do, don't let it convince you that you've already left. Let what convince me? But the woman was gone. Only the carved words remained. Still here, and now beneath them, fresh cuts in the rock, as if made moments ago. Run. Tyler found the thin place at 4:47 p.m. He had left the Rock Harbor station against every protocol, every instinct, every piece of training he had received. But the radio was dead. The fog had reduced visibility to inches, and somewhere out there, in a future that hadn't happened yet, or a past that had already closed, a woman named Hannah Reeves was trapped in a loop she couldn't escape. He followed the trail toward Lake Desor, because the old records all mentioned Lake Desor, because something in those yellowed pages suggested that the lake was the center, the source, the place where time grew thinnest. The fog swallowed everything, the trees, the path, his own hands in front of his face. He walked by feel, by the texture of the ground beneath his boots, by something deeper that might have been instinct, or might have been madness. The coordinates on his GPS made no sense. His compass spun uselessly. His watch had stopped at 4:47 and refused to move again, but he kept walking, because somewhere ahead of him he could hear something, a voice, faint and female, calling for help in a year that didn't belong here. He found her at the split boulder. She was young, mid-20s, dark hair, green jacket, boots with a red stripe. She was sitting on the ground with her back against the rock, her face pale, her eyes unfocused, her lips moving in words he couldn't quite hear. Behind her, carved into the stone, words that shouldn't exist, still here. Run. Hannah? Tyler knelt beside her, touched her shoulder. Her skin was ice cold. Hannah Reeves? I'm Tyler Brandt, park ranger. I'm here to help you. Her eyes focused on him slowly, as if she were looking up from the bottom of a very deep well. What year is it? 2007, October 29th, 2007. She started to cry. I was supposed to be here in 2019. I was supposed to be hiking with my daughter. She's 8 years old. Hannah's voice broke. She won't be born for another 6 years. I left her. I left her in a year that doesn't exist for me anymore. Tyler didn't understand. He couldn't understand. The scale of what she was saying was too vast, too wrong, too far outside the boundaries of any reality he had ever known. But he understood the fog pressing close around them, the way the light seemed to flicker and skip, the feeling of something vast and patient watching from the spaces between moments. We need to move, he said. Can you walk? It doesn't matter. Hannah's voice was flat, drained of hope. I've been walking for days. The trail loops back. It always loops back. The only way out is through the thin place, and I can't find it. I can't. I'll find it. Tyler pulled her to her feet, steadied her when she swayed. The fog opened a path. That's what the records say. When the fog comes in, the thin places open. We just have to keep moving until we find the other side. They walked together into the white nothing. Tyler counted his steps, anchored himself to that simple rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fog was absolute, a blank page where reality should have been. He could feel Hannah's weight against his shoulder, could hear her breathing, could smell the cold metal scent of Lake Superior somewhere impossibly close. He held on to these sensations like a lifeline, refused to let go, refused to look at the shapes that sometimes moved at the edge of the whiteness, figures that might have been hikers, might have been ghosts, might have been other versions of themselves lost in other loops of the same endless trail. At step 743, the fog thinned. Light appeared ahead, real light, golden afternoon light that fell at the correct angle, that cast shadows in the right direction. Tyler stumbled toward it, dragging Hannah with him. And then they were through. They were standing on solid ground at the Lake Desor junction, and the trail stretched ahead of them exactly as it should be, exactly as the maps said it was, leading back toward civilization and sanity and time that flowed in only one direction. Hannah collapsed against him, sobbing. Tyler held her upright and stared at the sun, confirming its position, confirming reality. His watch had started again. 4:52 p.m. 5 minutes. They had walked through whatever that was for 5 minutes, though it had felt like hours, like days, like years. Behind them the fog remained, a wall of white at the edge of the trail. And in the fog, just for a moment, Tyler saw a figure standing motionless, a woman old and gray, watching them with eyes that held 12 years of trapped forever. Then the fog closed, and she was gone. Karen found them at the Wendigo station just before dark. Hannah was suffering from severe hypothermia, dehydration, and what the mainland hospital would later describe as acute psychological distress of unknown origin. She was evacuated by emergency seaplane the following morning, and Tyler never saw her again. The official report listed her as a lost hiker rescued from the Lake Desor area after becoming disoriented in heavy fog. The permit with the impossible date was never mentioned. The carved words on the split boulder were attributed to vandalism by unknown parties. Tyler Brandt finished the winter season at Isle Royale. He told himself it was because quitting would look bad on his record, would confirm every doubt his supervisors had about giving a rookie such a remote assignment. He told himself he wasn't afraid, that what he had seen in the fog was explainable, that time didn't slip, and trail didn't loop, and women didn't walk out of years that hadn't happened yet. But sometimes, on the days when the fog rolled in from Lake Superior, Tyler found himself checking his watch more often than necessary, counting the minutes, making sure they still moved forward. And sometimes, late at night, he thought about the old woman on the split boulder, the one who had been young once, the one who had forgotten what year she came from. He thought about how she had said some people find the thin place before it closes, and the rest of them stay. He thought about Hannah Reeves somewhere in the future, hiking with a daughter she hadn't yet given birth to, walking a trail that Tyler had already walked 12 years before she arrived. He thought about the words carved in stone, still here. And he wondered, with a chill that had nothing to do with the October cold, how many versions of himself might be walking that looped trail right now, counting steps that never ended, waiting for a fog that never lifted, carved into the rock of an island that remembered every moment that had ever happened, and every moment that never would. Location: North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date: September 28, 2013. The rain had been falling for 6 days when Ryan Caldwell first heard his own voice coming through the radio. He had grown accustomed to the rain by then, the way it wrapped around Desolation Peak like a living thing, turning the world beyond his windows into a gray blur of shifting water and half-seen trees. The fire lookout tower stood at 6,200 feet, above the tree line in summer but swallowed by clouds in autumn. And from late September onward, the mountain existed in a perpetual state of drowning. Ryan had signed on for the solitude, 3 months alone, watching for fires that never came in a forest too wet to burn. The Park Service called it maintaining presence in the backcountry. Ryan called it exactly what he needed: silence, distance, time to think without the noise of the world below. The tower itself was a 14 by 14 foot cabin perched on a steel frame, accessible only by a 4-mile trail that switchbacked up through old-growth forest before emerging onto the exposed ridge. Inside, Ryan had everything he needed: a cot, a propane stove, a small table with topographic maps spread across it, shelves of canned food and freeze-dried meals, and the radio, the Motorola base unit that connected him to the ranger station in Marble Mount, 40 miles away and 3,000 feet below. He checked in twice daily, 0800 and 2000, reporting weather conditions and visibility. Most days, those 2 brief exchanges were his only human contact. He had been here since July 1st, 89 days of watching the valleys fill with morning mist and empty again by noon. 89 days of tracking the movement of clouds across peaks whose names he had memorized from the maps: Jack Mountain, Crater Peak, Ruby Mountain, the jagged spine of the Picket Range to the north. He knew the sounds of the tower intimately by now: the creak of the steel frame in wind, the particular rhythm of rain on the metal roof, the skitter of mice in the walls that he had stopped trying to eliminate. He knew the silences too, the way the forest below would go quiet before a storm, the absence of birdsong that preceded the first drops of rain. What he did not know until that morning was the sound of his own voice speaking words he had not yet said. It happened at 0743, 17 minutes before his scheduled check-in. Ryan was heating water for coffee on the propane burner, watching the blue flame and listening to the rain, when the radio crackled to life. "Marble Mount, this is Desolation." His voice, unmistakably his voice with the slight roughness that came from days of not speaking. "Requesting immediate evacuation. There's something wrong up here. I can hear them in the trees." Ryan froze, the kettle suspended in his hand. The transmission continued, his voice growing more strained, more urgent. "I know how this sounds, I know. But Travis was right. He was right about all of it. They've been watching me for weeks and now they're..." Static swallowed the rest of the sentence, then silence. He set down the kettle with hands that weren't quite steady and crossed to the radio. The channel indicator showed his frequency, the dedicated lookout channel, not one of the park's general bands. He picked up the handset. "Marble Mount, this is Desolation. Did you copy that last transmission?" A pause. Then Linda's voice, the morning dispatcher. "Desolation, Marble Mount. Negative on any transmission. You're early. Everything okay up there?" He looked at the radio, at the speaker that had just broadcast his voice saying things he hadn't said. Yeah, everything's fine. Disregard. Just testing the equipment." "Copy. Desolation. Standing by for your 0800 check-in." Ryan set down the handset and stood very still in the center of his small cabin, listening to the rain and the creak of the tower, and his own heartbeat loud in his ears. He had heard his voice. He was certain of it. And the transmission had mentioned Travis. Travis Mendez had been the previous summer's lookout, the man whose job Ryan had taken when the posting came up in the spring hiring cycle. Ryan had never met him. Travis had left the park before Ryan arrived, supposedly transferred to a desk position in Cedro Woolley. But there had been something off about the way the other rangers talked about him, or rather didn't talk about him. A hesitation when his name came up, a tendency to change the subject. Ryan had found Travis's journal 3 weeks into his posting, wedged behind a loose board in the cabin's floor. A spiral notebook filled with increasingly erratic handwriting. At first the entries were mundane: weather observations, wildlife sightings, complaints about the propane delivery schedule. But by August of the previous year, something had changed. August 15th, heard whistling in the trees again last night. High-pitched, almost like a flute. Asked Marble Mount if there were any other personnel in the area. Negative. No one for miles. August 19th. The whistling is closer now. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from just below the tower. When I shine my light down, I see nothing, but I can feel them looking back. August 23rd, woke up to my own voice on the radio, a transmission I don't remember making, In it, I was crying, begging them to let me leave. Marblemount says they received nothing. August 28th. I know what they are now. The Salish people have names for them. Stiaha, Tsiatko, the ones who live in the deep forest. The Stick Indians. They don't kill you. They don't need to. They get inside your head. They make you hear things, see things. They make you doubt everything until you can't tell what's real anymore. I think they've been here for a very long time. August 31st. I'm leaving. I don't care about the job. I don't care about anything except getting off this mountain. If anyone finds this, don't stay. Don't listen to the whistling. And whatever you do, don't answer when you hear your own voice. Ryan had dismissed the journal as the product of isolation-induced paranoia. 3 months alone could do strange things to a person's mind. He had filed it away and tried not to think about it, tried not to notice the way the other rangers avoided mentioning Travis's name. Now, standing in his cabin with the echo of his own voice still ringing in his ears, he pulled the journal from its hiding place and read the final entry again. Don't answer when you hear your own voice. Travis Mendez had known something was wrong by his 3rd week on the mountain. It started with the whistling, high and thin and utterly inhuman, drifting up from the forest below the tower in the hours after midnight. At first he assumed it was wind through the trees, some acoustic trick of the terrain. But wind didn't whistle in patterns. Wind didn't repeat the same 4-note sequence over and over, night after night, like something trying to get his attention. He reported it to Marblemount on August 3rd. Atmospheric anomaly, he called it. The dispatcher, not Linda worked days, had noted it in the log and moved on. No one seemed concerned. No one offered an explanation. By August 10th, Travis had stopped sleeping through the night. The whistling came closer each evening, and with it came a sensation he couldn't quite name. A feeling of being observed, of eyes on his skin that he couldn't locate. He would stand at the tower's windows for hours, scanning the tree line with his binoculars, searching for any sign of movement. He never saw anything, but the feeling never went away. The first time he heard his own voice was August 23rd, just after 0300. He had finally drifted into an uneasy sleep when the radio woke him. His voice, mid-sentence, speaking words he had no memory of saying. Can't make them stop. Every night they get closer. Every night the whistling is louder. I don't know what they want, but I think they want me to come down. They want me to walk into the trees. Travis grabbed the handset. This is desolation. Who's transmitting on this frequency? Static. Then his own voice again, but different now. Softer, almost gentle. You know who this is, Travis. You know what's happening. You've known for weeks. Come down. Come into the trees. We're waiting for you. He didn't sleep again that night. He sat in the corner farthest from the windows, his back against the wall, watching the darkness beyond the glass and listening to the whistling grow louder, closer, until it seemed to be coming from just outside the door. In the morning, Marblemount confirmed they had received no transmissions from his frequency. The radio log showed nothing between his 2000 check-in and his 0800 report. Whatever he had heard existed only for him. The rain stopped on the 7th day, and Ryan almost wished it hadn't. Without the constant percussion on the roof, the silence of the mountain pressed in. A thick, waiting silence that seemed to absorb sound rather than merely lack it. He could hear his own breathing too loudly, his own footsteps on the wooden floor, the scrape of his chair when he sat at the table to eat meals he no longer had an appetite for. He hadn't heard the transmission again. 5 days since his own voice had come through the radio, speaking about Travis, about them in the trees. He had almost convinced himself it was a fluke, some atmospheric bounce, a stray signal from another frequency, his sleep-deprived mind filling in words that weren't there. Almost. Then he found the recording. The lookout tower had an old cassette recorder, a relic from the 1980s that someone had left in a drawer beneath the radio equipment. Ryan had noticed it his first week but never touched it. He had his phone for music, not that he bothered much anymore. But on the 7th day, in the oppressive silence that followed the rain, he opened the drawer and saw that a tape was already loaded. He pressed play. His own voice filled the cabin. Day 92. They're getting bolder now. I can see them sometimes at the edge of the tree line, just standing there. They look like people at first, but the proportions are wrong. Too thin, too tall, and they don't move right. They kind of shift like they're not quite solid. Ryan's throat went dry. He checked the date on his watch. September 28th. Day 89 of his posting. The recording continued. I've stopped doing the radio check-ins. There's no point. Whatever I say, Marble Mount hears something different. I told them I was fine this morning. Linda said I was screaming. She said I was begging for help, saying there was someone in the tower with me. A long pause. Maybe there is. I can't always tell anymore. I'll be sitting here alone and then I'll look up and there's a reflection in the window that doesn't match my movements. Or I'll hear footsteps on the stairs, but when I check, there's no one there. Except there is. There's always someone there. I just can't see them until they want me to. Another pause. When the voice resumed, it was barely above a whisper. Travis tried to warn me. He wrote it all down, left the journal where he knew someone would find it. But I didn't listen. I thought he was crazy. I thought 3 months alone had broken him. And maybe it did. Maybe that's what they do. They break you piece by piece until you can't tell what's you and what's them. Until you walk into the trees because it seems like the only way to make it stop. A sound in the background of the recording. A high, thin whistle. 4 notes repeating. They're here now. I can see them at the window. 3 of them just standing on the observation deck looking in. They look like me. They all look like me. The recording ended. Ryan sat motionless, the recorder clutched in his hands, staring at the window across the cabin, at his own reflection staring back. The reflection smiled. Ryan didn't. He called Marble Mount at Oro 900, an hour after his scheduled check-in. Desolation, this is Marble Mount. Ryan, we've been trying to reach you. Is everything okay? What do you mean? His voice came out strange, distant, like he was listening to someone else speak. I checked in at 0800, standard report, fog lifting, visibility improving. A pause. Negative, desolation. We received no transmission at 0800. We've been calling you for an hour. Linda was about to send a search team up. Ryan looked at the radio log in front of him, the handwritten entries he made after each transmission. The 800 slot was filled in, his handwriting recording a check-in he had no memory of making. I'm here. I'm fine. Must have been equipment malfunction. Copy, desolation. Another pause, longer this time. Ryan, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Have you been hearing anything unusual up there? Sounds that don't have a source? The whistling had started again last night. He hadn't written it in the log. No, nothing unusual. Everything's fine. Okay, just check your batteries, check your antenna, make sure everything's working. And Ryan, take care of yourself up there. We're coming to close out the station in 5 days. End of season. You'll be off that mountain soon. 5 days. Ryan set down the handset and looked at the window. The fog had lifted as his phantom check-in had apparently reported, and for the first time in a week, he could see the tree line below the tower. The ancient Douglas firs and western red cedars, their branches heavy with moisture, their shadows pooling beneath them like dark water. Standing at the edge of the forest where the trees met the alpine meadow, 3 figures watched the tower. They were too thin, too tall. They stood perfectly motionless, their shapes almost blending with the tree trunks behind them, and Ryan couldn't tell if they had faces because the fog still clung to the lower elevations, softening edges, blurring details, but he knew they were looking at him. He knew they had been looking at him for weeks. He reached for Travis's journal and opened it to the last entry, the one he had read a dozen times now. They don't kill you. They don't need to. They get inside your head. They make you hear things, see things. They make you doubt everything until you can't tell what's real anymore. Ryan looked at the window, at the figures by the tree line, at his own reflection, which was still smiling even though his face wasn't, which was mouthing words he couldn't hear through the glass. And from the radio, his own voice began to speak. Day 94. I'm going down today. I can hear them calling, and it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. Travis was wrong. He was wrong about everything. They don't want to hurt us. They just want us to come home. Ryan watched himself stand, watched himself walk toward the door of the tower. His body was moving without his permission, his hand reaching for the latch, and somewhere in the back of his mind, the last part of him that was still Ryan, still separate, he was screaming. The door opened. The cold mountain air rushed in, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine and something else beneath it, something old and patient and vast. The whistling rose from the trees, 4 notes repeating, welcoming him. Ryan Caldwell stepped out onto the observation deck. Below him, at the edge of the forest, the figures raised their 2 long arms in greeting. His reflection stayed behind, watching from the window, still smiling. The search team found the tower empty on October 3rd. Ryan's gear was still there, his pack, his clothes, his radio still functional, his log entries stopping abruptly on September 28th. The cassette recorder was found in the center of the floor, the tape removed. It was never recovered. The official report listed Ryan Caldwell as a missing person, presumed lost in the wilderness. The terrain around Desolation Peak was notoriously difficult. People vanished in the North Cascades every year, and the park's 700,000 acres held more secrets than any search team could uncover. A ranger named Mendez, Travis Mendez, working a desk job in Cedro Woolley, requested the file but was denied. His own disappearance and subsequent recovery were still being investigated. He had been found in November of the previous year, walking along Highway 20 with no memory of the preceding 3 months. He couldn't explain where he had been. He couldn't explain the scars on his arms, thin, parallel lines like something had held him in place with too many fingers. He couldn't explain why sometimes he still heard whistling in his sleep. He couldn't explain why on certain nights he would wake to find his own voice coming from the phone on his nightstand, leaving voicemails he had no memory of recording. Come back to the mountain, Travis. We're still here. We're still waiting. Come home. The lookout position at Desolation Peak was quietly discontinued the following spring. Budget cuts, the official statement said. The tower still stands. The radio still works if you know the frequency. Some nights, if the atmospheric conditions are right, transmissions come through from the mountain. A man's voice, calm and steady, reporting weather conditions and visibility. The voice identifies itself as Desolation Station. No one has been posted to Desolation Station in 11 years. The transmissions continue anyway. And in the deep forest below the peak, in places where no trails exist and no hikers venture, something still whistles in the darkness. 4 notes, repeating, waiting for the next one to listen. Location: Wind Cave National Park, South Dakota. Date: October 9th, 2011. The cave breathed out that morning, a steady exhalation of 53-degree air that fogged against the October cold and made the entrance look like the mouth of something sleeping. Madison Herrera stood at the natural opening, a hole in the earth barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, and watched the mist curl upward into the pale autumn sky. She'd worked at Wind Cave for 6 years, had made the descent hundreds of times, and still this moment gave her pause. The Lakota called it Maka Onie, the breathing earth. They believed the cave was where humanity first emerged into the world, climbing up from darkness into light. What they didn't talk about, except in stories told only to those who needed to hear them, was what had stayed behind. The morning had begun like any other October Sunday. Madison arrived at the visitor center at 7 a.m., before the public tour started, to review the day's permit schedule. Only one group on the books, a team of 4 experienced cavers from the Colorado Grotto, here to survey a newly discovered passage in the lakes region, approximately 3 miles from the natural entrance. They'd submitted their credentials weeks in advance. Combined experience of over 60 years underground, proper equipment, emergency protocols memorized, the kind of group that didn't need babysitting. She'd met them in the parking lot at 8:30. Trevor Ashworth, the team leader, was a geology professor from Boulder, with the easy confidence of someone who'd spent decades mapping the unmappable. His team consisted of his graduate student, a surveyor named Chen, and Chen's wife, also a surveyor. They joked about the weather, complained about the early start, asked Madison the usual questions about the cave's history. She'd given them the usual answers. 154 miles of mapped passages, estimated to be only 5 to 10% of the total system, third longest cave in the world. What she didn't tell them was that some of those mapped passages had been removed from the official surveys. Erased. Marked in the old ranger logs with a single phrase that no one had ever explained to her satisfaction. Do not return. The descent took 40 minutes. Madison led the group through the concrete-lined entrance tunnel, past the elevator shaft that serviced the tourist routes, and into the wild cave beyond. Here the walls were raw limestone, carved by water over millions of years into shapes that looked almost organic. Ribs and vertebrae, frozen waterfalls of flowstone, passages that branched and merged and doubled back on themselves in patterns that defied easy mapping. The air was still, heavy with the mineral smell of ancient rock. Their headlamps carved tunnels of light through darkness so complete it felt like a physical presence. Beautiful, Trevor said, his voice hushed with the particular reverence that caves inspired in those who understood them. How far to the new passage? About 2.5 miles from here. We'll follow the main corridor to the junction room, then take the southern branch toward the lakes. The new passage is off a side tunnel that wasn't on the surveys until last spring's expedition. What made them find it? Madison paused. The truth was complicated. A ranger had heard something during a routine inspection, a sound like knocking from behind a wall that shouldn't have had anything behind it. When they'd investigated, they'd found a narrow crack that opened into a passage no one had ever documented. The passage went back at least a quarter mile before the survey team had turned around, not because of any physical obstacle, but because of a feeling. A wrongness they couldn't articulate. Madison had read the report. The lead surveyor, a woman with 30 years of experience, had written simply, "Something doesn't want us here." Airflow, Madison said instead. They noticed a draft coming from what looked like solid rock. Turned out there was a passage behind it. They continued in silence, the only sounds their footsteps and the occasional drip of water from unseen formations. Madison found herself listening for something else, the faint tapping that rangers sometimes reported in this section of the cave. Most attributed it to thermal expansion, rock settling, the natural sounds of a living geological system. But the old reports, the ones from the 1890s when the cave was first being explored, told different stories. The miners who'd come looking for gold had heard the knocking too. They'd called them Tommy knockers after the spirits from the Welsh and Cornish mines they'd left behind. Friendly, the stories said. Warning spirits who knocked to alert you to cave-ins. But some of the miners had gone deeper than anyone else. And some of them had never come back. And the ones who did come back talked about a different kind of knocking. Not warnings, but invitations. Something calling them further in, further down, into passages that led to places that shouldn't exist. Madison shook off the thought. 6 years underground had taught her that darkness played tricks on the mind, that silence became a canvas for the imagination to paint its fears upon. There was nothing in this cave but rock and water and the slow, patient work of time. They reached the junction room an hour into the descent. Here 5 passages converged in a chamber the size of a small cathedral, its ceiling lost in shadows that even their combined lights couldn't penetrate. Madison called for a rest break, and the team settled onto boulders to check their equipment and drink water. "Radio check," she said, keying her handset. "Base, this is Survey Team Alpha, position junction room, all members present and accounted for. Proceeding to target area. Over." The response came scratchy but clear. They were at the outer edge of reliable communication range, but still connected to the surface. "Copy that, Alpha. Weather topside is holding. Expected duration? Over. Estimate 4 to 5 hours for survey work plus return transit. Should be back by 1600. Over." "Understood. Base out." Trevor was studying the passage entrances, his headlamp sweeping across the options like a searchlight. Southern branch, you said? Third from the left. It's marked with a yellow blaze about 20 feet in. He nodded and stood, adjusting his pack. All right, team. Let's see what's down there. The southern branch was narrower than the main corridor, forcing them to walk single file. The walls pressed close, limestone slick with moisture, the air growing noticeably colder as they descended. Madison had made this transit perhaps a dozen times, but something felt different today. The silence was thicker, more textured, and underneath it, at the very edge of hearing, she thought she detected a sound, rhythmic, faint, like someone tapping on stone very far away. She stopped. Did anyone hear that? The team paused, headlamps swinging to face her. Trevor cocked his head, listening. Hear what? Silence. Complete and absolute. Not even the drip of water. Nothing, Madison said. Never mind. Cave acoustics. They continued. Trevor Ashworth had been in caves on 4 continents, had mapped passages that no human had ever seen, had published papers on formations that challenged existing theories of speleogenesis. He was not a man given to superstition or fancy, but as they approached the new passage, he felt something he hadn't experienced since his first descent as a teenager. A primal unease. A sense that he was being watched by something that existed outside the comfortable categories of his scientific worldview. The entrance to the new passage was smaller than he'd expected. A vertical crack in the limestone barely wide enough to squeeze through sideways. Beyond it, his headlamp revealed a corridor that stretched into darkness, the walls unnervingly smooth, as if polished by hands rather than water. This is it? He asked Madison. According to the survey notes, it looks different from the rest of the cave. She nodded, and he caught something in her expression, a wariness she was trying to hide. The previous team noted the same thing. They theorized it might be a different geological formation, maybe an older section of the cave system that developed separately. Trevor didn't believe that. He'd seen a lot of rock in his life, and this didn't look like natural formation. It looked like excavation, like something had carved this passage with purpose. But he was a scientist, and scientists didn't turn back because of feelings. He squeezed through the crack and into the passage beyond. The first thing he noticed was the temperature. It should have been warmer as they descended. Caves maintained consistent temperatures regardless of depth. But this passage was cold. Properly cold. Cold enough to see his breath. Cold enough to make his fingers ache inside his gloves. The second thing he noticed was the silence. Not the ordinary silence of underground spaces, but an aggressive silence. A silence that seemed to push back against sound, to absorb their voices and footsteps and leave nothing behind. The third thing he noticed was the knocking. It came from ahead, somewhere in the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. Then silence. Then 3 more. Hello? He called. His voice fell flat, echoless. Is someone there? 3 knocks. Closer now. Madison, there's someone in here. The ranger squeezed through the crack behind him, followed by Chen and his wife. Their lights joined his, pushing the darkness back another few feet. The passage continued straight ahead, featureless, empty. I don't see anyone, Madison said. Her voice was tight. I heard knocking. 3 beats repeated. Chen's wife, her name was Sarah, Trevor remembered, stepped forward, her surveying equipment in hand. I heard it too. Coming from that direction. She pointed down the passage. They stood in silence, listening. Nothing. The cold pressed against them like water, like pressure, like the weight of all that rock above them made manifest. And then the knocking came again. Not from ahead, from behind, from the crack they'd just come through. 3 knocks, slow and deliberate, and then a sound that might have been laughter, if laughter could be made of stone, grinding against stone. The crack was gone. Where the entrance had been, where Trevor had squeezed through less than 2 minutes ago, there was only wall. Solid limestone, continuous with the passage around it, as if the opening had never existed. That's not possible, Chen said. His voice cracked on the last word. Madison was already at the wall, running her hands over the stone, pressing, searching for the crack that had to be there. It's solid. It's completely solid. This can't. The knocking came again. From ahead now. From behind. From inside the walls themselves, surrounding them in a rhythm that was almost like language, almost like words in a tongue older than speech. Trevor's scientific mind was trying to process what was happening, trying to construct explanations that fit within the laws of physics he'd spent his life studying. Optical illusion, disorientation, some kind of limestone formation that mimicked solid rock, but was actually permeable. But underneath the rational thoughts, deeper than logic, something ancient in his brain was screaming at him to run, to flee, to get out of this place that should not exist. He couldn't run. There was nowhere to run to. "We go forward," he said. "It's the only option. Whatever this is, there has to be another way out." No one argued. They started walking, their footsteps impossibly loud in the pressing silence, their headlamps carving a small pocket of light through darkness that seemed to breathe around them, contracting and expanding in rhythms that matched the knocking in the walls. Madison had stopped trying to reach base on the radio. The static that answered her wasn't random. It pulsed in patterns, 3 beats repeated, mocking her attempts to call for help. The passage had been going for what felt like hours, though her watch showed only 40 minutes since they'd entered. The walls were changing, the smooth limestone giving way to something else, something that looked almost like organic tissue, ridged and striated, glistening with moisture that was too warm, too viscous. "Does anyone else see that?" Sarah whispered. Ahead, at the very edge of their lights, something moved. Not an animal. The motion was wrong, too fluid, like shadow given form. It retreated as they approached, staying just beyond visibility, but Madison could feel it watching them, could feel its attention like a physical weight. "Hello?" Trevor called again. His voice was hoarse. "We don't mean any harm. We're just trying to find a way out." The knocking stopped. In the silence that followed, Madison heard something else. A voice, faint and distant, speaking words she almost recognized. It sounded like her father, who had died when she was 12. It sounded like him calling her name the way he used to call her in for dinner from the backyard of her childhood home. "Maddie. Maddie, come find me. I'm right here. I've been waiting so long." "Don't listen to it," she said. "Whatever you hear, don't listen. It's not real." But Sarah was already walking forward, her headlamp fixed on something Madison couldn't see. "Chen? Chen, is that you? Where are you going?" Madison spun around. Chen was gone. He'd been right behind her. She'd heard his footsteps, felt his presence, but the passage behind them was empty. Just darkness, stretching back the way they'd come, punctuated by the slow drip of that too warm moisture from the walls. "Chen!" Sarah's scream echoed once and then died, swallowed by the hungry silence. "Chen!" The knocking started again, louder now, faster, not from the walls anymore, but from everywhere at once, filling the passage with a rhythm that felt like a heartbeat, like the pulse of something vast and ancient that had been sleeping beneath the earth for longer than humanity had existed. And then Trevor was gone too. Madison turned at the sound of his voice, a startled cry cut short, and her headlamp found only empty space where he'd been standing. His equipment was on the ground, pack and surveying tools scattered as if dropped in sudden terror, but Trevor himself had vanished. No footprints leading away, no sign of struggle, just absence, sudden and complete. "He's with us now," the voice said. It wasn't her father anymore. It was something else, something that wore voices like masks, cycling through sounds it had collected from the darkness over centuries. "He understands now. He sees what we see. Come find him, Maddie. Come see what's at the bottom." Sarah was frozen, her light flickering, her breathing rapid and shallow. "What do we do? What do we do?" Madison grabbed her arm and started moving, forward, because back was gone, because the passage behind them had closed like a throat swallowing. Her headlamp caught shapes in the darkness ahead, Impossible shapes that didn't resolve into anything her mind could process. Angles that bent wrong. Spaces that contained more interior than exterior. Doorways that opened onto darkness so pure it seemed to drink the light. And in that darkness, at the threshold of one of those wrong doorways, she saw Trevor. He was standing with his back to her, shoulders slumped, head bowed. He wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, as far as she could tell. But he was there, solid, real, not vanished after all. Trevor! She ran toward him, dragging Sarah behind her. Trevor, we have to keep moving, we have to... He turned around. The face that looked at her was Trevor's face, but the expression was wrong. The eyes were wrong. Too deep, too dark, holding depths that no human eyes should contain. When he smiled, there were too many teeth, arranged in patterns that followed no biological logic. I understand now, he said, in a voice that was Trevor's and wasn't, that echoed with harmonics that made Madison's skull ache. I see what they see. The geometry beneath the geometry. The shape of the space between spaces. It's beautiful, Madison. It's so beautiful, come see. Come down. They're waiting for you. They've been waiting for so long. Behind him, the darkness moved. Shapes emerged from it. Small shapes, child-sized, but wrong in their proportions. Their joints bending backward. Their skin gray as old stone. They had faces like collapsed mine shafts. Mouths like tunnel entrances. Eyes that reflected her headlamp with no light of their own. They were knocking on the walls, on the floor, on themselves. A rhythm that filled the passage with sound and meaning. And Madison realized with horror that she was starting to understand it. Starting to hear the words in the knocking. Come down, come down. The earth is hollow and we are what fills it. Come down and be with us forever. She ran. She didn't know how. The passage should have been a dead end, should have been closed behind her. But somehow there was space to run, darkness to flee through, and she was pulling Sarah along and Sarah was screaming, and the knocking was everywhere. In her ears, in her bones, in her brain. Light. Real light. Daylight, gray and cold, filtering through a crack in the stone ahead. Madison threw herself at it, squeezed through a gap that scraped skin from her arms and face and tumbled out onto frozen grass under an October sky. She lay there, gasping, staring up at clouds that moved normally, at a sun that occupied the proper position in the heavens, at a world that followed the rules she understood. Sarah collapsed beside her, sobbing, alive, real. The entrance to the cave was 50 feet away, the main entrance, the breathing mouth, exhaling its warm mist into the cold air as if nothing had happened. They had gone in at 9 a.m. Madison's watch read 9:47 a.m. 47 minutes. They had been down there for 47 minutes. It had felt like days. The search took 3 weeks. Rangers and rescue teams and volunteers from 5 states combed every inch of Wind Cave's mapped passages, searching for Trevor and Chen. They found no trace. No equipment, no remains. The passage Madison described, the smooth walls, the cold corridor, the impossible doorways, was not on any survey. The crack she'd squeezed through to escape opened onto a tourist route, 2 miles from the junction room, in a section of the cave she'd never visited. The official report listed both men as missing, presumed deceased due to cave accident. The report didn't mention the knocking, didn't mention the doorways, didn't mention Trevor's face, wrong and smiling, or the things that had emerged from the darkness behind him. Sarah Chen left the country. Last Madison heard, she was living in New Zealand, as far from caves as geography allowed. She never spoke publicly about what happened. She never responded to Madison's messages. Madison requested a transfer. She works at Theodore Roosevelt National Park now, in the Badlands of North Dakota, where the earth is flat and open and the sky goes on forever. She hasn't been underground since October 9th, 2011. But sometimes, late at night, she hears knocking. It comes from the walls of her cabin, from the floor beneath her bed, from somewhere deep underground, transmitted through hundreds of miles of rock, a message from something that hasn't forgotten her. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. A rhythm she can almost understand, that's becoming clearer every time she hears it. "Come down," it says. "Come back. We've been waiting. We'll always be waiting." She started having dreams about smooth passages and wrong doorways and a darkness that goes down forever. In the dreams, she's walking toward something, toward the bottom, toward the place where the knocking originates, toward Trevor, who stands in the darkness with his 2 deep eyes and his too wide smile, waiting to show her what he's learned. The geometry beneath the geometry. The shape of the space between spaces. She wakes up sweating, her hands pressed against the floor as if feeling for vibrations, feeling for knocking. Part of her wants to cover her ears, block out the sound, forget that any of it ever happened. But another part, a part that grows larger every night, wants to find the nearest cave entrance and start walking down. She doesn't know how much longer she can resist. The earth is patient. The darkness remembers. And far below the surface of Wind Cave National Park, something is still knocking, waiting for her to answer. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: February 7th, 2003. The cave breathed. Garrett Henson had worked underground for 11 years, guiding tourists through the historic section of Mammoth Cave, and he had never gotten used to that breath. The slow, barely perceptible movement of air through 400 miles of passages. The exhalation of a living thing so vast that humans were nothing more than bacteria crawling through its lungs. He stood at the natural entrance, watching the morning mist curl from the dark mouth of the cave into the frozen February air, and felt the familiar mixture of reverence and unease that the mountain always inspired in him. His grandfather had been a coal miner in Harlan County. His father had worked the gypsum operations in the western Kentucky caves before the Park Service shut them down. Garrett was the 3rd generation of Hensons to make his living underground, though his work involved flashlights and tour groups rather than pickaxes and headlamps. The family connection to the deep places ran in his blood like an inheritance he had never asked for, a comfort with darkness that most surface people would never understand. He knew the sounds a cave made, the drip of water on limestone, the whisper of air through narrow passages, the way silence itself had texture and weight in places where no light had ever reached. He also knew the sounds a cave shouldn't make. The morning routine was second nature. Check the weather report, verify that the ice storm hadn't blocked any access roads, review the tour schedule for the day. February was the quietest month. Most visitors came in summer when the cave's constant 54 degrees offered relief from the Kentucky humidity. Today's schedule showed only one tour, the Wild Cave Tour at 10 a.m., a 6-hour crawl through undeveloped passages that required participants to squeeze through gaps barely wider than their shoulders. 4 guests had registered. Garrett would be leading alone since his usual partner had called in sick with the flu that was making its way through the staff. He was reviewing the waiver forms when the radio on his belt crackled. "Garrett, this is dispatch. You copy?" He keyed the response. "Dispatch, Garrett here. Go ahead. Got a heads up for you. Maintenance crew reported some weird acoustics in the Violet City section yesterday. Said they heard knocking sounds from behind the walls like someone tapping on the rock. Couldn't locate the source. Probably just thermal expansion or water movement, but I wanted you to know in case your tour group mentions anything." Garrett felt something cold settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with the February air. "Copy that, dispatch. Did maintenance investigate?" They checked the adjacent passages, didn't find anything. Logged it as unexplained acoustics and moved on. You know how the cave is. Always making noises that don't have obvious sources. "Yeah," Garrett said. "I know how the cave is." He signed off and stood for a moment in the gray morning light, watching his breath cloud in front of his face. Knocking sounds. His grandfather used to tell stories about knocking sounds, back when Garrett was young enough to sit on the old man's knee and listen to tales of the deep places. The Tommy knockers, Grandpa Henson had called them, little spirits that lived in the mines that tapped on the walls to warn of danger, or to lure the unwary into passages that went nowhere good. Cornish superstition, brought over by immigrant miners in the 1800s. Garrett had always assumed the stories were just that. Stories, the kind of folklore that accumulated around dangerous work like moss on a stone. But his grandfather had believed. Right up until the day he died, the old man had insisted that something lived in the deep places, something that knocked and whispered and waited. Garrett shook off the memory and headed for the visitor center to meet his tour group. Allison Price had signed up for the Wild Cave tour because she wanted to prove something to herself. She wasn't sure what exactly. Maybe that she could handle fear, could push through the claustrophobic terror that had plagued her since childhood. Maybe that she was braver than her ex-husband had always claimed, stronger than the voice in her head that whispered she wasn't capable of hard things. Whatever the reason, she had driven 3 hours from Louisville in an ice storm to crawl through holes in the ground, and she was determined to see it through. The visitor center was nearly empty when she arrived. 3 other participants waited near the tour desk. A young couple who kept touching each other's hands with the nervous energy of recent engagement, and a middle-aged man in expensive outdoor gear who introduced himself as a caving enthusiast from Cincinnati. Allison nodded politely and tried to calm the flutter of anxiety in her chest. The guide appeared a few minutes later, a tall man in his late 30s with the weathered look of someone who spent his life in places where the sun didn't reach. He introduced himself as Garrett and led them through a safety briefing that covered helmet protocol, the importance of staying with the group, and what to do if anyone experienced panic in a tight space. "The passages we'll be crawling through are narrow," Garrett said, his voice calm and measured. "Some of them require you to exhale completely to fit through. If you feel overwhelmed at any point, let me know immediately. There's no shame in turning back. The cave will still be here tomorrow." Allison noticed that he kept glancing toward the entrance as he spoke, as if expecting something to emerge from the darkness. She filed the observation away and focused on strapping her helmet correctly. The descent began. The first hour was almost pleasant. The historic section of the cave was well lit and spacious. The passages tall enough to walk upright, the walls marked with the signatures of 19th century visitors who had explored by candlelight. Garrett pointed out formations and told stories. The tuberculosis hospital that had operated underground in the 1840s, the mummies found in the saltpeter mines, the endless miles of passage that remained unexplored. His voice echoed off the limestone in ways that made it seem to come from everywhere at once. Then they left the lights behind. The transition was gradual at first, maintained passages giving way to rougher ground, electric lights replaced by the beams of their headlamps. But somewhere around the 2-hour mark, as they descended deeper into the mountain, Allison became aware that the quality of the darkness had changed. It wasn't just the absence of light anymore. It was something thicker, heavier, a darkness with presence and weight. When she turned off her headlamp for a moment, Garrett had suggested they all try it to experience true cave dark. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She couldn't see anything at all. The darkness pressed against her eyes like a physical force, and for one terrible moment she was certain that something in that darkness was pressing back. She turned her light on faster than she meant to, drawing a concerned look from Garrett. "You okay?" "Fine," she said. It's darker than I expected. 400 feet of solid rock above us. No light has ever reached this deep. Not in 4 billion years." Garrett's voice was matter-of-fact, but his eyes kept moving, scanning the shadows at the edge of their lamplight. "The cave was here before humans existed. It'll be here after we're gone. We're just passing through." They continued downward. The knocking started in the 3rd hour. Garrett heard it first. A faint tap-tap-tap from somewhere behind the walls, rhythmic, deliberate, like a miner's pickaxe striking stone. He stopped so suddenly that the young woman behind him nearly walked into his back. "What is it?" the caving enthusiast asked. "Why did we stop?" "Quiet." Garrett held up a hand, listening. The sound came again. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. Then tap, tap, tap. Slightly closer now, slightly louder. A pattern, a communication. "Is that water dripping?" the engaged woman asked, her voice pitched high with the beginnings of fear. "No." Garrett kept his voice steady through an act of will. Water doesn't knock in patterns. Everyone stay close. We're going to keep moving. But as they continued through the passage, the knocking followed. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the rock all around them. A sound that had no visible source. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Always the same rhythm. Always just behind them or just ahead. Never where their lights could reach. Garrett keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Garrett in Violet City section. We're experiencing the acoustic anomaly you mentioned. Knocking sounds, source unknown. Please confirm there's no maintenance activity in adjacent passages. Static answered, a long hiss of white noise that seemed to pulse in time with the knocking. Dispatch, do you copy? Nothing. They were too deep, too far from the repeaters that allowed radio communication in the upper sections. They were alone in the dark with 400 miles of cave stretching out in every direction, and something was knocking on the walls. We should go back, the caving enthusiast said. His expensive gear suddenly looked very fragile against the immensity of the stone around them. Whatever that sound is, I don't like it. Agreed. Garrett began to turn the group around. Stay calm. Stay together. We'll head back the way we came and... He stopped. The passage behind them, the passage they had just walked through, was wrong. The ceiling was lower than it should be, the walls closer. And carved into the limestone, in letters that looked decades old, were words that hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. They're still working. Below the words, scratch marks in the stone, tally marks, hundreds of them, as if someone had been counting days or years in the darkness. The knocking grew louder. Allison saw them first. They were at the edge of the lamplight, just beyond where the beams could reach. Shapes that might have been human hunched and twisted, moving through the stone itself as if the rock were water. She opened her mouth to scream, and nothing came out. Her voice had abandoned her, fled up toward the surface and the light in the world where things made sense. The shapes knocked on the walls as they moved, tap, tap, tap. Their hands, if they were hands, struck the limestone in perfect unison, a rhythm that had been old when the first miners broke through into these passages. They were small, she realized, smaller than they should be, as if the weight of the mountain had compressed them over centuries of endless labor in the dark. Don't look at them. Garrett's voice was barely a whisper. Don't acknowledge them. My grandfather always said. He swallowed hard. He said the Tommyknockers take notice when you notice them. Just keep moving. Don't look. But Allison couldn't stop looking. One of the shapes had separated from the others. It moved closer, still knocking. Tap, tap, tap. And as it reached the very edge of the light, she saw its face. Or what remained of its face. Features worn smooth by time. Eyes that were pits of absolute darkness. A mouth that opened and closed without sound. It was looking at her. It had been looking for a very long time. It raised one twisted hand and pointed deeper into the cave. No, Garrett said, grabbing Allison's arm. We go up. We go toward the surface. Whatever they want us to see down there, we don't want to see it. But the passage upward was closing. Allison watched in horror as the ceiling lowered inch by inch, the walls pressing inward like the throat of something swallowing. The engaged couple screamed. The caving enthusiast dropped to his knees, hyperventilating, and the Tommyknockers kept knocking, kept pointing, kept waiting with patience that had outlasted civilizations. The cave, Allison heard herself say. It's not letting us leave. There's always another way. Garrett's voice cracked, but he kept moving, kept searching for a passage that wasn't shrinking. 400 miles of cave. There's always another passage, always another. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was the silence of something holding its breath, something waiting to see what the small creatures trapped in its depths would do next. Allison felt the weight of the mountain above her, felt the years, the centuries, that these passages had existed in perfect darkness, and understood with terrible clarity that human beings were not supposed to be here. They had broken into a place that was never meant for them, and now the place had noticed. A voice came from the darkness ahead, small, rough, like gravel, scraping against stone. Working, it said. Still working. So much deeper to go. They found the way out through a passage that Garrett had never seen before. It wasn't on any map. It wasn't in any of the 400 miles of surveyed cave. It simply appeared when the Tommyknockers stopped blocking their retreat, a narrow crack in the wall that hadn't existed 10 minutes earlier, barely wide enough for a human body to squeeze through. "This is wrong," the caving enthusiast kept saying as they crawled. "This can't be right. This passage isn't real." But it was real enough to crawl through, real enough to scrape their knees and elbows, real enough to eventually, after what felt like hours but might have been minutes, open into a chamber with a distant pinpoint of gray light that could only be the surface. They emerged from a hole in the hillside half a mile from the visitor center, blinking in the weak February sun like creatures born in darkness finally seeing the sky. The ice storm had passed. The world was coated in crystal, every branch and blade of grass glittering with frozen rain. Allison counted the group. Garrett, the engaged couple, clutching each other and crying. Herself. 3. "Where's the man from Cincinnati?" she asked. The caving enthusiast, he was right behind me. He was... Garrett's face went pale. He turned back toward the hole they had crawled through, but there was no hole. The hillside was solid, unbroken, as if the passage had never existed at all. They searched for 3 days. Cadaver dogs, thermal imaging, every surveyed passage in the Violet City section. They found no trace of the missing man. They found no passage matching the one they had crawled through. They found no explanation for how 4 people had entered the cave and only 3 had emerged. What they did find carved into a wall deep in an undeveloped section that no human should have been able to reach were 4 words in handwriting that matched the missing man's signature on his waiver form. Still working. So deep. Below the words, fresh tally marks had been scratched into the stone. 1 for each day since the disappearance. Someone was still counting. Garrett Henson resigned from the Park Service 3 weeks later. He told his supervisors it was burnout, that 11 years underground had finally caught up with him. He didn't tell them about the knocking he still heard some nights, faint and rhythmic, coming from the basement of his house. He didn't tell them about the dreams where he crawled through endless passages that kept getting narrower, where shapes moved just beyond his lamplight, where a voice that sounded almost human whispered about how much deeper there was to go. He moved to Arizona, desert country. No caves for hundreds of miles. He took a job at a hardware store and tried very hard not to think about the 400 miles of darkness beneath the Kentucky hills, the centuries of miners and explorers who had vanished into passages that weren't on any map, the small twisted shapes that knocked and knocked and knocked. His grandfather had believed in the Tommyknockers, had insisted they were real, right up until the day he died. Garrett believed now too. Some nights when the Arizona wind howled across the desert and the darkness outside his window felt just a little too heavy, he thought he heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Faint. Impossibly faint. As if coming from very far away. Or from very deep below. The mountain remembers, his grandfather used to say. The deep places remember everyone who passes through. And the Tommyknockers keep working. Keep digging. Keep going deeper. They've got quotas to fill, shifts to finish, and they're always looking for more hands. Garrett checks his basement every night before bed, makes sure the concrete floor is solid, uncracked, undisturbed. So far, it always is. So far. Location, Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. Date, October 29, 2016. The last light bled out of the sky at 1847 hours, and Nathan Vance watched it go from the hood of the patrol truck parked at the Pinnacle's overlook. The Blue Ridge stretched away in both directions, ridge after ridge fading into darkness like waves frozen mid-crash, and the valley below had already surrendered to shadow. In another week, the clocks would fall back and sunset would come even earlier. But for now, this particular quality of October darkness felt almost aggressive. A tide rushing in to claim territory the sun had abandoned. Radio check. Nathan said, keying his handheld. Sam, Kyle, confirm positions. Samantha's voice came back first, clear despite the terrain. Sam here. I'm at the Big Meadows campground, starting my sweep of the sea loop.